here or not. Kannan Murgalaya is someone that has done a lot of work in the education space, and you'll hear about his work in one of the tracks. Next, I'd like to just request a few people who have been associated with us so that we don't increase the workload or the load out here to please stand up and be recognized. Mr. Kishan Goenka, who is the president of our Delhi North India chapter. Kishanji, you are here. I don't see him. Next, Mr. Mahesh Vaidya. Please stand up. Okay. Mr. Ramnath Mani, who is the chairman of our South India chapter, and Mr. Sushil Bhatia. He is from New York. He's doing a lot of our work related to the operations of Wheels Global Foundation. Mr. JVG Murthy, he's here. He's our Chief Operating Officer here, based in Hyderabad. So next, I'm going to request our three individuals who have been core members and working with us for 2 years planning this event. And they have gone way beyond Tan, Man and Dhan. You know, they have been incredibly engaged and thought leadership, as well as digging into all their contacts to make this event happen. So first I'm going to invite Smita Siddhanti. Smita is a very successful entrepreneur in Washington DC. She's done phenomenal work in the environmental sciences area. So I'm going to request her to just say a couple of words about the event and what got you to, you know, where we are.
Good morning and namaste, everyone. On behalf of the whole board of Wheels Global Foundation, I really welcome you all for today's day. We have immensely worked hard to make this event happen. The board that's standing here, all the members that are even sitting, Gauri ji downstairs and Dr. Shah, we all have been working day and night to make this event happen. And today it was very heartening to see yesterday's start, and we are very hopeful that we as WGF, Wheels Global Foundation, will be a catalyst in moving this movement forward very strongly, in which we believe and have been working at it for 15 years to take the science and technology to rural development. Thank you. Appreciate your being here with us, and have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Thank you, Smita, for the fantastic leadership and work that you've done. I mean, it's really appreciated. Next, I would like to invite someone whose passion for healthcare, you know, is second to none. This gentleman, Dr. Raj Shah, has pioneered telemedicine in the United States and is doing the same here in India, you know, working on several projects, and he himself is going to be, he's chairing the healthcare vertical. So Raj, please join us on the stage.
Thank you very much, Suresh. And on behalf of our entire team, which our president, Suresh Shenoy, whom I call the engine of the Wheels Global Foundation. And without engine, you know, the wheels can't roll. So he's incredible, and he has given opportunity to all of us to really engage. And one thing which is unique about Wheels Global, we have many institutions who produce thought leaders, give the advices, ye karo, ye karo, ye karo, ye karna chahiye, iski zarurat hai. But Wheels is one of the few organizations, not only it has all the thought leaders, they have great ideas, but they also execute. And they execute using their own money. We do not take any salary. We do not take any compensation. There is nothing in for us. Its only passion is to give. And the reason we want to, thank you. And the reason we want to give, I don't think we are obliging. I think the reason we are doing, because we have received IIT, which is Indian Institute of Technology, greatly financed and supported by Indian taxpayers. Likewise, government medical schools where I graduated, greatly financed by Indian taxpayers. It's an education which made us successful. So here we are to give back for what we have received. It has been an incredible journey for me, being a non-IITian, inducted into as an honorary IITian into this group, and ability and the chance to work with all of you. So I want to say, so grateful I am that you are making my dream possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you. He called me the engine, and I hope that I'm not one of the wheels which goes flat while the engine is working very well. So thank you very much. But that was, that's not true. Everyone here is part of the wheels, what makes it all go. And I don't know if I've forgotten anybody else. Ashank Desai. Ashank? Ashank, please. Yeah, Ashank. Ashank, most people in India will know Ashank as the founder of NASCOM and Mastec and one of the most successful companies. So I'm not sure if there's anyone I've forgotten. This is a big team, and the last person that I'm going to call is one that everybody has been cheering for. She is the spirit. She's amazing. She's more than the engine. She's the fuel and the axle and everything else that makes us grind. So Gauri Kumar.
Good morning to everybody. Let's say cheers to the team. This team, I'm a non-IITian, and many a time they make me feel that I'm a non-IITian. I hope they don't any longer. But it's such an amazing group of people who are passionate, who are dedicated, who are committed about doing something, and who also listen to advice. They reach out, and I must commend and endorse what Dr. Shah said, that Suresh pulled us in. I'm a bureaucrat, I'm a professional bureaucrat. I don't belong to WGF otherwise. But WGF is not just for the IIT, by the IIT, of the IIT. I think WGF is a platform of passionate people who want to make a difference to people's lives and people's lives in India. So I'm really so happy to have been part of Wheels and to be able to do something. And I'd be falling short if I didn't say that this BHU partnership. 3 cheers for the BHU team. You guys are wonderful. There is nothing that we can say to convey our appreciation for what you're doing. We'll be listening more to the sessions. But each one of you sitting here and sitting outside is part of the Wheels Global Foundation family, just as we are. Just as a part of people who wish to change the way, collaborate. And collaboration, each one of us understands that we are nothing without the others. So thank you so much, Wheels Global Foundation, for bringing us all in together, and BHU for hosting us, and Sunny and the Stanford University for being our partners. Thank you.
Gauri, I won't say that she's retired because I can't see her retiring, but she was a very senior Indian Administrative Service officer in the administration, and thank you very much for your leadership.
She makes us feel retired.
There are a few people who couldn't be with us, and I think it's important that we recognize them as well, for health reasons or for other reasons. Indrajit Chatterjee, who is in Bangalore, has led he's our Dada from IIT Kharagpur, and he's been a great leader for the energy sector. He's pulled together a phenomenal team, and some of them are here today who are going to be speaking at their respective sessions. And last but not least, our chairman of the board, Rajat Gupta, who had planned to come here. He's in Delhi, and unfortunately for a variety of reasons he couldn't make it. But Rajat has been not only in spirit, but he is amazingly accessible, and his leadership and his vision for the movement, was incredible. I'm so sorry that he wasn't here yesterday, but he's the one who has encouraged us to make this. This conference is not just an event that we have a party and we go home. This is a launching of the movement. We are going to start working on this movement starting today. This is where we want to meet you, get to know you, get you engaged and work together. Now I'm going to request Mr. Pradeep Nadkarni, who is also the secretary of the Wheels Global Foundation, also for health reasons. He's stuck in Pune, but everyone, Himanshu Verma, and there are several people. If I name them all, we'll go on forever. So thank you very much again for recognizing this. I'm going to request Sujit ji to please come and give each one a shawl. Sujit has been the latest member of Wheels Global Foundation, and then I will request Sunny Anand from Stanford to introduce our keynote speaker today. So. Left to right. While he is doing that, there's one other person who has been a member, not only has been a member, but has been a driver for our joint venture with Nishwarth Foundation, Mr. Paresh Vora. Again, I introduced him yesterday. He's also, when he talks to me, he always says, remember that in Win Foundation, wheels is the first word. So he reminds me of that all the time. So thank you. Digvijay was here, I don't see him today. Digvijay Chaudhary he's the president of Wheels in India. I didn't see him in the audience, so Digvijay Chaudhary unfortunately is not here, but I'm sure he'll be joining us shortly.
So, I must take this opportunity to say something. So, he talked about Suresh, about giving back. He has been doing it for last 20 years or more. That commitment to India is amazing. So what I vow to all of them is 10,000 miles away, they want to work hard for India. We should be doing at least as much as them, if not more. But that's an example they all set. So I bow to all of you for all the great work you are doing from distance. It is very difficult and very easy to give excuses. It's not working, that is not working. They are not doing it.
Thank you very much, Suresh, for this lovely introduction. And although we are running late, this was a very important part of the program. It is indeed my great privilege and honor to introduce our first plenary speaker for today's session. His name is Sadguru Sri Madhusudan Sai. He spearheads a unique global mission of service and spirituality. Can we put up the introductory slide, please? Yes. And the next slide. He spearheads a unique global mission of service and spirituality across 33 countries. Just since 2011, Sri Madhusudan Sai has established institutes of excellence which bring respite to thousands of underprivileged and needy children through free healthcare, free education, and free nutrition. These are the core aspects of nation building. Today, 7 specialty hospitals in India, 4 hospitals abroad in Fiji Islands, in Sri Lanka, in Nigeria, are providing free healthcare. And there are 37 educational institutions across 27 campuses, a university in Karnataka that services all of South India, and 3 institutions in Laos, Nigeria, and Australia that are providing values-based education to over 5,000 boys and girls. Can we have the next slide, please?
To everyone.
Oh, no, this is, hold. So, there was a summary slide, but we can go back to the previous one. Thank you. He's also been the inspiration for the morning nutrition program that nourishes over 10 lakh school-going children and lakhs of mothers during their pregnancy and lactation periods. All of these services are given absolutely free of cost, without any discrimination. In fact, children from 17 countries across the world have had their heart defects repaired and have received, advanced cardiac medical and surgical care completely free of cost. In addition, there are 12 centers for human development in 11 countries that have been established, working towards the welfare and well-being of all of us as one global family. Sri Madhusudan Sai believes strongly that children are the future of the world, and he is dedicated to uplifting those who need help, uplifting the entire country and the world, because he feels that we are all one connected family, one world, one family. Thank you very much. We will share his plenary talk in the next slide. Thank you.
To everyone, on behalf of the university that we have and the hospitals, I would like to congratulate and convey our best wishes and gratitude for the opportunity to speak on this 7th Ideal Village Conference, which is being held at Banaras in the university in association with Stanford, as well as Wheels Global Foundation and Pan IIT alumni. I personally felt that this was a great opportunity to connect like-minded people for the betterment of rural societies. And personally, I would like to thank and appreciate the efforts of the co-chairs, Dr. Sunny Anand and Sundar Kamath, as well as the Professor Sudhir Jain, the Vice Chancellor of Banaras Hindu University, for this wonderful event. Today's plenary session is about healthcare and nutrition, and this is an area that is very close to my heart individually, as well as one of the most important areas for social development. And this is where, as an organization, we are present in several states of the country, over 25 states and over 3 union territories. We work in the field of nutrition, and also across 7 to 8 states we work in the field of healthcare, rural areas especially. If you look at India as a country, it is the country of villages, and where it is said that India lives in its villages. It was true 75 years ago, and it equally holds true even today. As we all know, 65 to 70% Indians are located in rural geographies, and that is where all the need, all the requirements are. They are the ones who engage themselves in most of the rural economy, which contributes to almost 15 to 16% of our gross value added or GDP. But per capita income of every individual in the rural economy is far lower than those who work in the industry or in the services sector. it's almost 1:3:5. It means an agriculturist or a person engaged in some kind of a rural economy, 1/5 of somebody who is well educated and placed in a services sector or industry, 1/3 of what one earns in a regular industry, in a manufacturing kind of setup. So the first problem in the rural economy is that their income levels are very low, and therefore they cannot spend on certain essentials of life like good nutrition and good education and good health care. These sectors are those which are to be looked after by the government largely under various social welfare schemes. But being such a populous country, it is very difficult to cater to everyone in the rural geography. For instance, in the healthcare side, the WHO standard says that for every 1,000 patients there should be one doctor, at least a general physician. And for every 300 patients there should be one nurse. Whereas if you look at rural India, I'm not talking about India in averages because that's not the real picture. If you look at the rural India, you see that for almost 11 to 12,000 people there is only one doctor. And that is again an average figure. There could be places where there is one doctor for 35,000 people. And also on the nursing side, we find a similar situation where probably for 700 or 800 people there is only one nurse, compared to a WHO recommendation of 300 people. So if you see the disparities between the urban and rural geographies, you will clearly see these disparities are even more pronounced when it comes to healthcare. And that is the reason why we went into healthcare. Most of the children of this country are born in rural India. Naturally so, because most of the population lives in rural India. And these are the people who need all the help. The women in our rural India, they continue to labor in the fields till almost 8th or 9th month of pregnancy. They are the ones who do not go for any antenatal checkups. Almost 60% of these women never have access even one antenatal checkup. It means like an ultrasound or a consultation or any advice from a medical expert. 75% of doctors are missing in our rural healthcare centers. And therefore there is no possibility of these women accessing proper advice or proper education, nutrition or medication or even checkup. So from all these points of view, if you look at the maternal and child health care is one of the most important sectors in rural India. And that's where we are trying to work. You see, if a mother is healthy, the child which is going to be born is also going to be healthy. But the statistics say that over the last 2 decades we have lost almost 1.3 million mothers. And close to 100 to 130 mothers per 1 lakh live births, they lose their lives due to pregnancy related complications or during the childbirth and because of hypertension or anemia or many other such complications, infections and things like that. So the idea is that if we take care of the mothers, then we can also take care of the children. And since most of the children are born in rural area, we need more healthcare focus in the rural setup. And with this intention, we have started several hospitals. We have 4 major hospitals in 4 states of the country, at Palwal, in Haryana, in Chhattisgarh, Raipur, in Karnataka, Mudenhalli in Karnataka, in Maharashtra, and Mumbai as well as in Yavatmal. And in upcoming hospitals are coming up in Uttarakhand and Jharkhand, Jamshedpur, Odisha, Telangana and so on. We also have built hospitals abroad to cater to the rural geographies of Sri Lanka, Fiji Islands in the South Pacific and also in Nigeria. Why are we doing that? It's because these are the places where people don't have access to quality healthcare. And even if they can access healthcare, quality healthcare through private sector, they cannot afford it. And India spends only probably 5 rupees per citizen and when it comes to healthcare. The GDP is probably 1.5% to 2% is what is spent on healthcare. Whereas we are a country which is fast growing. Our population increases 2.5 to 3 crore people every year. And out of them, the children which are born to such mothers who are anemic or who have several other complications, they are born with diseases, deformities, disabilities or birth defects, especially congenital defects. So that is where we are also working in the field of congenital heart defects in children. And some of these hospitals are pediatric cardiac centers. In fact, we are the largest chain of pediatric cardiac hospitals in the country, and we do Numbers, in the last 10 years, we have done more than 22,000 surgeries and procedures and more than 2 lakh consultations. The idea of setting up these hospitals was because there was not enough facility for pediatric cardiac care, especially in the rural areas. Most of the hospitals are situated in the southern Indian peninsula, and in 60 plus centers, not more than 25,000 cases can be done in a year, whereas more than 250,000 children are born with congenital heart defects, like a hole in the heart or the valve misfunction or issues with their arteries and things like that. But they have nowhere to go because these operations cost a lot in private sector, in anything between 3 to 5 lakhs or even more depending on the complication. And how would a person from a rural area where his income, in most of the cases, as I said, is less than probably $2 or $3 a day, how will they even afford this kind of health care? And so, based on the principles as taught by Sathya Baba, these hospitals are absolutely free. There is no cost to the patient. They can walk in, they get entire treatment free, the mother and child consultations, nutrition, their medications, their entire stay in the hospital, and even the care for the attendants who come with the patients. It's all given completely free to ensure that there is no further burdening of financial or otherwise to these poor rural patients. Every year, more than 50 to 60 million Indians are pushed into poverty because of healthcare expenses. And 60% of these expenses are mostly out of pocket. While there are schemes from the government like Ayushman Bharat and various state schemes, they are applicable for hospitals in Tier 1 or Tier 2 or Tier 3 cities, not in Tier 1. And we don't have hospitals in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. In fact, recently I was reading an article where it was said that the Finance Ministry came up with this scheme where 50,000 crores are allotted for private hospitals to be set up in rural geographies, but not even one private hospital has come forward to pick up this loan scheme from the scheduled banks and set up a hospital, because setting up the hospital is an expensive affair and rural people cannot afford it. So what is the model that we are talking about when it comes to betterment of the rural healthcare? I think the most important thing that we need to do is to create rural healthcare professionals, because with technology we really do not need that kind of infrastructure anymore. We don't need huge hospitals with huge equipments and heavy capital expenditure. But if we can think of preventive healthcare through point-of-care diagnostics, through availability of trained professionals, like we do have Anganwadi workers, we do have Asha workers, but many of them are not very well trained. So a training program has been instituted by us. We're trying to train them. More than 2,500 Asha workers have been trained in maternal and child health care, so they can consult and medicate and take care of these women better. At the same time, through technology, because this is a forum where a lot of IIT alumni are also there, and people from tech industry are there. So my call to them would be to create rural healthcare technologies, especially when it comes to preventive healthcare, diagnostic healthcare, so that the diseases can be detected early and preventive measures can be taken. Because once it is out of hand, then the burden on the person in terms of finances and burden on our healthcare system, which is already fragile in the rural areas, it becomes too much to handle. And that's where a gap is, and we are looking at creating more healthcare professionals from our side. We have a university, we are extending this education to now encompass medical education. As you all must be aware that we have a national exam NEET, which one must pass in order to enter into a medical college. But 50% of the medical college seats are held in private medical schools, and these are very expensive. They would cost you anywhere between 1 crore to 5 crore rupees, and the cost of medical education has only doubled in India in the last 10 years, while it has reduced in Europe and other countries. So there are almost 20 lakh people, 19 to 20 lakh children who write this exam, and half of them even qualify, but not even 10% of them get admissions in the medical colleges because of the number of seats that are less. The government has taken several steps to create more medical schools, nursing colleges, paramedical training facilities, yet it is not enough for the kind of country that we are, which is also growing continuously. We are our most populous countries now, 1.4 billion people. So this is where the gap is. You must train more professionals, you must use technology to reach out to the rural geographies and find innovative ways of bridging this gap between the healthcare need versus healthcare delivery in rural ecosystems. And it has to be affordable, it has to be accessible and also agreeable. That's an important point, because if you don't make it agreeable to rural people, in the sense it does not match their lifestyle, their livelihoods, their way, indigenous knowledge of their own healthcare systems, the food that the environment that they live in, we cannot have one straitjacket approach to all the people. We have seen that even when we dispense medicines, people don't take it at times because they don't believe in it. They have their own local doctor or local consultant, healthcare consultant, or even an elder in the family who tells what to do. And that's a good thing, because we must include them. We should make the healthcare approach inclusive by using the indigenous knowledge systems and somehow try to find a synthesis between that and the modern medicine. That is also an approach that we are taking in our upcoming medical college that we are instituting in Muddenhalli in the Chikballapur district of Karnataka. And I'm sure you will be delighted to know that this medical education is going to be provided absolutely free of cost to the rural needy people. Of course, it comes with one condition, that after the medical education, they must serve in the rural geographies for as many years as they have studied in our own medical education institutions. So this applies to the nursing as well as paramedical courses. My effort is that in the next 25 years of our country's Amrit Kal, as we call it, and we are also looking at becoming a $5 trillion economy shortly and probably $10 trillion by 2032. But all this will remain a distant dream unless our demography, what you call as demographic dividend, is completely reaped. And most of our demography is in rural areas, so effort is to train more children, more professionals, healthcare professionals in rural setup, so that they can stay back in the rural geographies and cater to the healthcare needs of the rural people, and they have better understanding in terms of the culture, the language, as I said, the indigenous healthcare knowledge systems, and the overall acceptance levels of people in the rural area. So mother and child healthcare and also pediatric healthcare, those are our focal point. We are now planning to get into diagnostic services across the country. And this is possible because we already are present in more than 25 states through our Annapurna morning nutrition program. And that is what is the other side of the healthcare discussion. The nutrition and healthcare are not different from each other. They are all connected. Because once you have good food, food works like medicine. As somebody said, if you don't eat food like medicine, you'll eat medicine like food. Because if you don't take food correctly, taking food correctly does not mean you fill up your belly. We have to get the right kind of nutrition, what we call as hidden hunger or micronutrition. So in that field we started working, and we found that this is one-stop solution to many healthcare problems. If you provide right kind of nutrition to the pregnant women, or to the lactating mother, or to the baby which is born, from infants to toddlers to school-going children, this will solve most of our healthcare problems. It will improve attendance in the schools for the children who are getting morning nutrition in terms of a breakfast, which is a well-balanced breakfast, which also provides multi-nutrients, micronutrients, which is important for the children's growth. So this is a program also that has been launched under Annapurna scheme, and now it's present in more than 25 states. We serve 1 million rural children every morning with a nutrition drink called Sai Sure, and it has been customized to the age of the child and also to the geography. For instance, this program includes ragi and other millets in certain areas where that is a natural staple food. So it goes with the biological system of the person. Whereas in certain other areas, we also are looking at giving it in wheat-based or malt-based. So there are various kinds of formulations which have been done very scientifically and approved by the food authorities to ensure that the micronutrients reach the rural children. Now we are serving almost 1 million children across 11,000 government schools with the help of almost 6,500 volunteers who are teachers of the schools as well as our NGO volunteers. And all these people together are taking care of 1 million children, and our hope is to grow and cover at least 2 million children by 2025. Need is much more. In India alone, almost 37 million children are malnourished, and almost 0.8 million children, that is 8 lakh children, die every year under 5 deaths because of malnutrition. You can imagine a country which is agricultural economy, where 68% of the population is engaged in agriculture. That country also faces a crisis of nutrition. So we have food, but we do not have nutrition. And that is important, and that problem is again a gap area which is being solved for a very little cost. For morning nutrition drink, we are able to see great impact in terms of development of the child, his physical impact in terms of the better hemoglobin, more weight, and in terms of social impact because they go to school, because they are attracted by these morning drinks, nutritional drink or a breakfast, as the case may be. So they go to school early to receive this nutrition, and that helps to increase the attendance, more attention in the class. So you see, this one solution of nutrition is solving many problems. It is making the education budget work better. It is making the healthcare budget, as I said, work better or more efficient, because you are solving many problems by nutrition, giving nutrition. Unfortunately, in India so far, we do not have a national program which covers morning nutrition needs for children of the school, especially government schools. In recent policy, national education policy, there has been a mention of providing some kind of nutrition to Anganwadi as well as primary school children, but it does not cover the entire gamut of all the classes. And I must point out that the nutrition in girls, especially those who are adolescent, is even worse, because they are going through a growth phase, they have menstrual cycles, they lose a lot of blood and a lot of iron, and that is not replenished by the food that they eat. Now, these are the girls which are going to become mothers in the future, and therefore we came up with a special formulation in SAI, which is an innovation for adolescent girls, so that they get the right kind of nutrition, and when they grow into women who are going to conceive babies, they are healthy women who are going to produce healthy babies, and that itself will solve most of our country's problems. So on healthcare and nutrition side, these are the new things that we are doing, preventive healthcare, and our view is that within the next 5 to 10 years, we want to set up one such diagnostic center across in every taluka of the country, so that would cover more than probably 6,000 centers around the country. But these are very simple centers. They are on a rental lease model, and we have planned to tie up with Jan Aushadhi model of the government, so that the medicines can be dispensed by the Jan Aushadhi center and diagnostics can be done by our person. And we are looking at training close to around 5,000 such professionals who could be school pass outs, who could be early, maybe in the undergraduation. They can be trained. There are many girls who can be trained, that will create rural employment as well and more awareness. And all these programs are going to be provided free of cost to the people who are wanting to get engaged in it. So that is where we need all the help. We have a model of Samaja, Sarkar and Samstha, where the Samaja, in the sense of the entire society, the corporates and the various other sectors of the society should work hand in hand with the government, the Sarkara and Samstha, that is us, our NGOs like us, which are working for the development of rural India. Having said this, I must also say that this aspect of rural development in healthcare and nutrition is, though it's very crucial, but it's only one part of it. You see, healthcare and nutrition is not just physical phenomena, it is also mental. When the mind of the person is healthy and happy, that's also important. And what is the nutrition for the mind? Nutrition for the mind is right kind of education, right kind of thought process, right kind of inputs and right kind of stimulation. All this is also important. We have so much of underutilized potential in rural youth and children. They're very innovative, very creative, but they don't get the opportunity. So unless we add education also to this scheme, we will not be able to ensure the right kind of mental health in these children and the rural people. And again, education cannot be just accumulation of information or hard facts, but it is about transformative process. It is about developing the creative capacity of the child and thereby engaging the child completely in body, mind and spirit. And that kind of education is also crucial for improving the nutrition, in the sense the mental nutrition, as well as the healthcare, because healthy minds are important for healthy bodies. And in the recent times of COVID, we have seen how mental health has become the elephant in the room. No more it can be ignored. And especially in children and teenagers, adolescents, this has become a major issue. So we also have educational programs for rural youth, rural children, which is to ensure that they get the same high quality urban education with all the technology that is at our disposal. At the same time, it is infused with moral, cultural and spiritual principles without being religious. This ensures that the children have an integrated approach to education and they grow as a wholesome personality. In body they are strong and healthy, in mind they are creative, they are intelligent, they are capable, and in spirits they are happy and they are enthusiastic to learn and to be contributing to the society's welfare. So these are the things that are also being done. We have across 25 schools and across 20 districts. We have 3 university campuses. Again, all the education is entirely free to ensure that more and more children enroll themselves in the educational programs and they complete their education, because the dropout ratio is very high in our rural schools, and not more than 25% of our entire country's school children go into university education, and in rurals it must be even worse. But what I know is that not even 1% of the rural girls enter higher education. So that's such a wasted potential. Imagine 50% of the student population is girls, and 1% of them in the rural area alone take to higher education. So we are very proud that at our university we have 50% girls and they are doing very well. In fact, last year when we had the first convocation, the girls who graduated, more than 50% of them were first generate literacy. It means their mothers have never gone to school, forget about college. Their fathers have not gone to school, forget about higher education. These girls are the first in their entire clan to enter the portals of a university and finish their graduation successfully. We have internship programs for them to help in our rural campuses, which gives them hands-on experience. They are then allowed to continue their postgraduate studies with us. It's again free. And another innovation that we have done is that in post-graduation we also provide them with stipends, which will ensure that they are encouraged and motivated, because there is kind of a financial incentive. So the parents allow the girls to continue and not get them married off too soon. All these are important, and as there are many topics in our seminar or conference, including sanitation, including agriculture, energy and other sustainable strategies. Truly, these are not different from each other. In the sense, you can't look at them independently or in silos. They all affect each other. Better infrastructure, road, better agricultural practices will ensure more nutrition in the rural villages. Better economy, and that will ensure there is better educational facilities. That will ensure better healthcare, because people are more aware of what to eat, what not to eat, and how to look after themselves. So everything is connected to each other. So I must conclude with this thought that while we want to improve rural India and we want to ensure that per capita income in the rural geography improves, so that people have more money at their disposal and they can use it for betterment of their lifestyle or standards of living. But at the same time, I must tell that there are 2 aspects to rural development. One is the hard aspect, and the other is the soft aspect. The hard aspect is like the hardware of the computer system, which is the infrastructure. You must have roads, you must have sanitation, you must have electricity, you must have shelters, that is homes, you must have schools, you must have hospitals. But this is just the hard part of it. If you have all these, then you perhaps can improve the agricultural economy, and it has a spiraling effect on the improvement of rural life. But at the same time, the softer aspect of culture must not be forgotten. Our country is known for its unique culture, especially in rural India. We have people who are very nice and sweet. They are people who are concerned about each other's welfare. They live together as a family. And they are not like the new age neighbors who do not even know the names of each other, though they live in the same apartment. So this is the kind of culture that India lives in. Most of the urban population lives in social media, but rural population still lives in society. And this human connect is something that is getting deteriorated with the infiltration of technology and in rural space as well. And the employment opportunities which are available only in cities, that is causing rapid urbanization. And that is another fear. While we want to become a $5 trillion economy, and probably urbanization is the way, but at the same time we must not forget that most of these youngsters leave the rural shores to go to an urban setup to get a job, and they give up their traditional knowledge systems, their practices like agriculture or other craftsmanship, and that's a kind of deterioration of the social fabric, the diversity that the country stands for. And I have seen it with my own eyes. We have seen the perils of urbanization, especially closer to rural geographies, where youngsters have left their homes, leaving their old parents behind, and then there's nobody to look after them, and all their agricultural practices that the parents were having, that's falling low now. For example, in Mandya, I saw many of the sugar making units are shut down because youngsters are not there anymore and old people are too old. Many of the farms are not being cultivated anymore because they can't afford modern machines. These are all small farms. At the same time, they don't have youngsters to plow the field. The coffee production in Chikmagalur, for that matter in Karnataka, is falling, and the price of coffee is always fluctuating. It's because we don't have enough workers in the field. So while technology can help, infrastructure can help, but at the same time we must ensure that our rural people live in rural India. They don't leave rural India. But I'm a big advocate of ruralization of India instead of urbanization of India. But what kind of rural India? A rural India which is at par in terms of its hard infrastructure when it comes to comparison with the city. At the same time, the soft, the heart, the soul of the rural India should also be preserved. Where people love each other, they are concerned about each other, they still follow the values and traditions, they still have that spiritual anchoring which is gone missing in the urban setup. So I do not want the rural geography to be turned into an urban kind of setup, and we lose a lot of it. So provide infrastructure, fill the gaps whichever is available, work together in a collaborative way to solve these day-to-day problems, you see. But once these problems are solved, we must always be mindful that we cannot afford to lose our culture, cannot afford to lose the spiritual nature of our rural fabric. And if we do that, then I think this growth that may come because of, as I said, infrastructure development or better practices, it won't be sustainable. Because sooner or later people would not be happy, and that will affect their health, that will affect everything that they do, and again we will be living in an unhappy country. In fact, there are surveys that are done about which are the happy countries to live in, and I'm sure India doesn't figure in that. It's only because we still are fighting for the basics. At the same time, we are slowly becoming insensitive to the actual culture, to the actual spiritual roots that India always had, where we all lived in harmony. It is only India which says Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. We are all a family. The whole world is one family. That's our motto: one world, one family. And our rural families need our help. So as people who are educated, it's now our responsibility to educate those who can't afford it. As people who are healthy, it's our responsibility to ensure that somebody who needs healthcare is provided in affordable or accessible way. If we are sheltered, we have clothes on our body, we must ensure that somebody who does not have is also given this. And in this way we will create a better world, a better India, a better rural India. And I look forward to working with all of you in all these fields to improve healthcare and nutrition in rural India, apart from other social sectors like agriculture, education, infrastructure and so on. I invite you all to work together so that we can achieve more and share and learn from each other's experiences and knowledge. Thank you very much for providing us this opportunity to share our thoughts and what we do, and I look forward to working with all of you. Thank you again.
Nutrition. Let no child go to school hungry ever is the vision of the Annapurna Morning Nutrition Program. School-going children in rural India and the needy sections of the society are nurtured through this program so that their health, their attendance and performance at school improves. This unique morning nutrition program was started in July 2012 by a few volunteers, and as the activities increased in scale and complexity, it blossomed into a platform for more than 650 volunteers to serve, besides thousands of teachers at the schools who offer their services by collaborating with the S.A.I. Annapurna Trust. Every single morning, over 500,000 children across 6,700 centers in 22 states and 3 union territories are being served their morning nutrition. S.A.I. Annapurna Trust works closely with over 800 local vendors in a decentralized model with a customized menu to suit the regional palate and a standardized menu within the region to ensure quality. As of June 2022, 200 million breakfast meals have been served. This nutrition initiative has also taken up allied service activities in the sectors of Vidya, Vaidya and Vari, Vidya supported the education of 200 needy children through the Each One Educate One Foundation. Vaidya conducted health screening for about 85,000 children so far, and 8,000 expected.
Please give a big round of applause. As a co-chair of Health Tech sector, Sunny and I, we were unanimous in choosing who would be our plenary session speaker. I had heard Sadguru twice, and he's putting healthcare, all aspects of healthcare, so much together in the most comprehensive way. I could not think of anything else or any other person who would be more fitting when we are talking about rural transformation and healthcare being one of the most important. So please give a big round of applause to Sadguru for such an amazing and phenomenal program that he has put together, executing it, and we look forward to working with him. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Moving forward to the second section of this plenary session, that is water and sanitation, I extend a warm welcome to Srimati Gauri Kumar ma'am, former Secretary, Govt of India, Chair of Wheels Water Council and Advisor of Wheels Global Foundation. Ma'am has served in diverse ministries and departments of the government across social, industry and finance sectors in her career spanning over 4 decades. During her illustrious career, ma'am is credited with some transformational initiatives and has also led the Himachal Pradesh pilot project in her capacity as the Chair of Wheels Water Council. We are extremely honored to have you with us, ma'am, today. And now I'd like to call ma'am on the podium to introduce our plenary speaker and take the session forward.
Thank you so much. It's my honor and privilege to introduce the Union Minister of Jal Shakti, Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat ji. Entrepreneurial, inventive, amiable, compassionate, and energetic. The Minister is a student of philosophy, a professional farmer, and a passionate politician. His vision is to participate in the making of an inclusive India through everyone's support, for everyone's development, and by winning everyone's trust. He is a firm believer in the transformative ideology of integral humanism and Antyodaya, which translates to bringing development to the last person in the line. As the Minister of Jal Shakti, Government of India, he has been given the Herculean task and an opportunity, great opportunity, to provide a tap in every house, water in every tap. Har Ghar Nal, Har Ghar Jal. In the past 40 months, very interestingly, under his leadership and the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister and under his guidance, the department has installed 7 crore 24 lakh functional household tap connections. To put figure in perspective, in the last 70 years post-independence, only 3 crore 70 lakh household tap connections had been installed. About close to 11 crore individual household latrines have been constructed in rural India since the launch of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's flagship Swachh Bharat mission, with the main aim to make the rural areas of the country open defecation free. Under the Minister's stewardship, the Ministry has taken up an ambitious project for scientific mapping of aquifers and water bodies under the Atal Bhujal Yojana. An effort is also being made to reach out to development partners to structure collaboration through the Rural WASH Partners Forum for institutionalizing best practices. Wheels Global Foundation is privileged to be part of the invitation for joining the forum to create a collaborative platform for supporting the government. A resident as well as a parliamentary representative from the blue city of Jodhpur, Mr. Shekhawat understands that wisdom derived from our rich heritage and ideas from today's young generation together will form the recipe for success. He believes that by balancing the contradictions in the system, we can grow by using both disruption and order to achieve dynamism and stability. We look forward to the Minister sharing with us his vision, his insights and the strategies of his ministry, and we are grateful that he took time out from his very busy schedule to record this message for us. So over to Mr. Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, the Union Minister of Jal Shakti's message. Thank you.
नमस्कार। आज की इस भव्य और महत्वपूर्ण कार्यक्रम को अपनी गरिमामयी उपस्थिति से सुशोभित करने के लिए मैं आप सभी महानुभावों का हृदय की गहराइयों से स्वागत करता हूं। IIT के ऐतिहासिक परिसर में आयोजित हो रहा 7वां आदर्श ग्राम सम्मेलन 7th आइडियल विलेज कॉन्फ्रेंस अपने उद्देश्यों में देश दुनिया के विकासवादी सरोकारों को नए सिरे से रेखांकित करता है। भारत ज्ञान के क्षेत्र में अपने जिन शैक्षिक परिसरों पर आजादी के पूर्व से गर्व करता रहा है, उनमें काशी हिंदू विश्वविद्यालय का परिसर अपने सारस्वत योगदान और ऐतिहासिक अवदानों के कारण सर्वोपरि रहा है। मुझे प्रसन्नता है कि इस सम्मेलन में विभिन्न क्षेत्रों के विशेषज्ञ रूरल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन फॉर सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट विषय को केंद्र में रखकर जल और स्वच्छता जैसे बुनियादी तकाज़ों पर विचार कर रहे हैं। मैं बधाई देना चाहता हूँ व्हील्स वाटर काउंसिल की टीम को, जिन्होंने अपने अथक प्रयास से इस आयोजन को एक ऐसे कुंभ का स्वरूप दिया है जिसमें हम विकास से जुड़े विषयों और उनके लिए होने वाले प्रयासों को साझी और समन्वित मजबूती दे सकें। आज इस कन्वर्जेंस की चर्चा पूरी दुनिया में हो रही है, वह वस्तुतः डेवलपमेंट और गवर्नेंस का सामासिक मॉडल है। इस सम्मेलन में स्टैनफोर्ड विश्वविद्यालय, IIT अलुमनाई के साथ फिक्की और CRI का सहभाग यह कन्वर्जेंस आपसी मेल और समन्वय को दिखाता है। मैं गौरी जी का अभिनंदन करना चाहूंगा कि वो भारतीय संदर्भ में इस मॉडल को जमीनी शक्ल देने में बहुत बड़ी भूमिका का निर्वहन कर रहे हैं। यह संस्था और वरिष्ठ प्रशासनिक अधिकारी गौरी जी जिस तरह से देश में PPP मॉडल के नए और ज्यादा समन्वयी तथा सहकारी स्वरूप को विशेष रूप से ग्राम पुनरुद्धार के बड़े संकल्प के साथ जमीन पर उतारने में लगी हैं, वह एक प्रेरक सुलेख की तरह है। मित्रों, भारत आज सबका साथ, सबका विकास और सबका विश्वास की अवधारणा के साथ माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में विकास और समृद्धि के जिस पथ पर अग्रसर हुआ है, इसमें मोदी जी की दूरदर्शिता और प्रतिबद्ध कार्यनीति का अक्षर योगदान है। उन्होंने 2014 से देश में नीति और विकास की प्राथमिकताओं को जहां नए सिरे से तय किया, वहीं देश को नई समन्वित और प्रतिबद्ध कार्यनीति तथा संस्कारों से परिचित भी करवाया है। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की दूरदर्शी सोच को हम उनके इस फैसले से समझ सकते हैं कि संयुक्त राष्ट्र संघ के संकल्पों को कार्यान्वित करने की दृष्टि से उन्होंने 2019 में ऑल डिसीजंस ऑफ वाटर अंडर वन रूल कॉन्सेप्ट को सार्थक करने के लिए जल शक्ति मंत्रालय का गठन किया। जल शक्ति मंत्रालय की तरह बाकी मंत्रालय विकास के कार्यों के महत्व को देखते हुए कन्वर्जेंस पर जोर दे रहे हैं। विकास के इस प्रतिबद्ध जुड़ाव कन्वर्जेंस के साथ आज जहां देश के गांवों का कायाकल्प हो रहा है, वहीं ग्राम पंचायत जैसी संस्थाएं खेती, सिंचाई से लेकर जल और स्वच्छता के क्षेत्र में सामुदायिक सहभाग का कारगर आदर्श प्रस्तुत कर रही है। आज जब मैं आपके बीच आपसे सरकार के विभिन्न योजनाओं के बीच कन्वर्जेंस की बात कर रहा हूं, तो हमारे सामने कोविड के दौर के कई अनुभव हैं। 130 करोड़ की आबादी वाला देश अगर कोविड पर काबू पाने की दिशा में तेजी से आगे नहीं बढ़ता, तो दुनिया आज महामारी और मातम के बहुत ही त्रासद अनुभव से गुजर रही है। पर इस चुनौतीपूर्ण दौर में तमाम विभागों, प्रतिष्ठानों, सरकारी गैर सरकारी उपक्रमों और संस्थाओं ने आपद धर्म निभाते हुए तत्परता के साथ मिलकर कार्य किया। प्रधानमंत्री माननीय श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के कुशल मार्गदर्शन में दुनिया ने देखा कि कैसे रातों रात वुमेन सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप्स की सुरक्षित मास्क का निर्माण करने लगी। वहीं स्टील और यूरिया बनाने वाली कंपनियां ऑक्सीजन की आपूर्ति में जुट गई। इसी दिशा में IIT जैसी बड़ी शिक्षा संस्थाएं भी जमीन पर उतरकर कार्य करने के लिए और लोगों की मदद करने के लिए आगे आए। हम सब के श्रद्धेय स्वर्गीय अरुण जेटली जी ने अपने पहले बजट भाषण में कन्वर्जेंस की महत्ता का उल्लेख किया था। उन्होंने कहा था कि हमारी सरकार के संचालन के सिद्धांतों में कन्वर्जेंस प्राथमिक है। कन्वर्जेंस के महत्व को हम जिस मुद्दे के साथ सबसे सुंदर तरीके के साथ समझ सकते हैं वह मुद्दा जल का मुद्दा है। जल शक्ति मंत्रालय में हमने इस अवधारणा को साकार रूप देने और जमीन पर परखने की कोशिश की है। इसकी झलक जल जीवन मिशन और स्वच्छ भारत मिशन के क्रियान्वयन में देखी जा सकती है, जिसमें दोनों अभियान मिलकर एक दूसरे के पूरक के तौर पर काम कर रहे हैं। पानी और स्वच्छता की परस्परता को हमने अपनी नीतिगत समझ में विवेक और कुशलता के साथ शामिल किया है। 2014 के बाद रिकॉर्ड 11 करोड़ से अधिक शौचालय का निर्माण हुआ। हालांकि इस उपलब्धि के साथ एक समस्या भी आई जिसे सरकार ने अपनी दूरदर्शी सोच से दूर किया। सरकार ने फीकल स्लज के उपचार को समझते हुए ट्विन पिट डिजाइन वाले शौचालय का निर्माण कराया, जिसमें फीकल स्लज का इन सितु ट्रीटमेंट होता है। हमारी सरकार ने भारत में पानी के बेहतर प्रबंधन की दिशा में भी कई महत्वपूर्ण कदम उठाए हैं। अटल मिशन फॉर रिजुविनेशन एंड अर्बन ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन, अमृत, स्मार्ट सिटीज मिशन, जल जीवन मिशन, जल शक्ति अभियान, नेशनल मिशन फॉर क्लीन गंगा, अटल भूजल योजना आदि के नाम इस दृष्टि से विशेष रूप से उल्लेखित किए जा सकते हैं। जल संरक्षण की दिशा में एक बड़ी पहल करते हुए माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने 22 मार्च 2021 को विश्व जल दिवस के अवसर पर कैच द रेन अभियान की शुरुआत की, जो जल संरक्षण उपायों को अपनाने को बढ़ावा देने से संबद्ध है। इसी तरह अटल भूजल योजना, जो 7 ऐसे चिन्हित राज्य और राज्यों के ऐसे चुनिंदा जल तनाव वाले वाटर स्ट्रेस क्षेत्रों में भूजल संसाधनों पर केंद्रित है। कृषि प्रधान हमारे देश में वर्षा का जल आरंभ से ही अमृत तुल्य माना गया है। ऐसे में पर ड्रॉप मोर ड्रॉप योजना के माध्यम से कृषि कार्यों में पानी के उपयोग को हम बढ़ावा दे रहे हैं। आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव के ऐतिहासिक कालखंड में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री ने तय किया कि देश के हर जिले में कम से कम 75 अमृत सरोवरों का निर्माण और पुनरुद्धार हो सके। यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री ने इस आह्वान के साथ ही आज देश के विभिन्न क्षेत्रों में जल संरक्षण की एक नई संस्कृति का प्रारंभ हुआ है। आज जल जीवन मिशन के माध्यम से तेजी से काम किया जा रहा है। अगस्त 2019 में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने जब इस अभियान की घोषणा की थी के बाद अब 10 करोड़ 50 लाख के लगभग ग्रामीण घरों तक नल से स्वच्छ जल पहुंचने लगा है। जल की उपलब्धता के साथ उसकी गुणवत्ता को हमने ग्रामीण पंचायतों और जल समितियों के सक्रिय सहयोग से एक नए डिसेंट्रलाइज और इंटीग्रेटेड मॉडल के तौर पर पेश करने में सफलता प्राप्त की है। स्वच्छ भारत मिशन की तरह ही जल जीवन मिशन के सामने भी ग्रे वाटर डिस्चार्ज के प्रबंधन की चुनौती आई है। घरेलू जल का लगभग 70% से ज्यादा पानी ग्रे वाटर के रूप में बदल जाता है। हमारे रसोई घर से, हमारे स्नान घर से जो पानी निकलता है उसका सही और उचित समय पर उपचार न किया जाए तो कई अन्य चुनौतियां पैदा हो सकती हैं। यही वह जगह है जहां कन्वर्जेंस की अवधारणा सामने आती है। मैं इस अवसर पर इस बात का उल्लेख विशेष रूप से करना चाहूंगा कि जल जीवन मिशन के तहत हर घर नल से जल पहुंचाने के कार्य के साथ समग्र स्वच्छता के लक्ष्य को भी जोड़ दिया गया है, जिससे ग्रे वाटर का उपचार पूरी तरह से संभव हुआ है। भारत में सुरक्षित पेयजल तक पहुंच बढ़ाने के माध्यम से बाल मृत्यु दर में संभावित कमी पर नोबेल लॉरेट माइकल कर्माकर के द्वारा किए गए एक अध्ययन का अनुमान है कि अगर जेजेएम इस मिशन में सफल होता है तो यह प्रतिवर्ष लगभग 1,36,000 ऐसे बालक जिनकी उम्र 5 वर्ष से कम है उनको उनकी मौतों को रोक सकेगा। मित्रों, हमारे दूरदर्शी पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी ने देश में पानी के संकट को देखते हुए नदियों के जोड़ने का अद्भुत प्रकल्प सामने रखा था। केन और बेतवा नदी को आपस में जोड़ने वाली केन बेतवा लिंक परियोजना उसी सोच को मूर्त रूप देने की दिशा में उठाए गए एक युगांतरकारी कदम है। अब तक ऐसे मुद्दे राज्यों के बीच मनमुटाव के विषय के रूप में सामने आते रहे हैं, पर हमारे यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में उत्तर प्रदेश और मध्य प्रदेश के बीच सौहार्द के साथ समझौता हुआ और यह समझौता कन्वर्जेंस का एक ऐसा उदाहरण है जिसे आगे रखकर हम सरकारी नीति और उनके विकासवादी सरोकारों को लेकर प्रतिबद्धता के नए अनुकरणीय आयाम को देख समझ सकते हैं। मित्रों, इस मौके पर मैं व्हील्स वाटर काउंसिल के उस पहल का उल्लेख विशेष रूप से करना चाहता हूँ। इसमें गौरी जी के नेतृत्व में योजना और उसके क्रियान्वयन पर नजर रखने के लिए एग्जीक्यूशन पोर्टल विकसित किया गया है। जल शक्ति मंत्रालय ने जल जीवन मिशन के लिए डैशबोर्ड का निर्माण भी किया है, पर इन दोनों में फर्क है। व्हील्स के पोर्टल जहां रियल टाइम एग्जीक्यूशन को सामने रखती है, वहीं जल शक्ति मंत्रालय का जेजेएम डैशबोर्ड योजनाओं के फलीभूत होने को सांख्यिकी रूप में रियल टाइम पर रिपोर्ट करता है। हम चाहेंगे कि आगे हम एक ऐसा समन्वित डैशबोर्ड बनाएं जिसमें ये समन्वित खूबियां हों, और मेरी समझ से ये भी एक कन्वर्जेंस का सुंदर उदाहरण होगा। ऋग्वेद का प्रसिद्ध सूक्त है, आनो भद्रा क्रतवो यन्तु विश्वतः, अर्थात विश्व के समस्त कल्याणकारी विचार सभी दिशाओं से हम सब के पास में आए। भारतीय बौद्ध दर्शन में विकास और समृद्धि से आगे बढ़कर लोक सामर्थ्य और उसके कल्याण की बात कही गई है। मेरी कामना ही नहीं बल्कि मुझे इस बात का पूर्ण विश्वास है कि इस सम्मेलन से हमें व्यष्टि से समष्टि और विकास से कल्याण की तरफ बढ़ने में नई प्रेरणा मिलेगी। आप सब लोगों का विनम्र आभार, आप सब लोगों का अभिनंदन। भारत माता की जय।
Thank you, sir, for your insightful inputs. Now, I would like to extend a warm welcome to Sri Joe Fernandes, sir, co-founder IIT organization. After a successful career as a strategic consultant with McKinsey and Corporate and Company, a startup investor with Angel Network, and a tech consultant with his own firm, Mukti Lifestyle, sir in 2018 co-founded IITians for influencing India's transformation to scale impact. Sir, we are truly delighted to have you with us today. Now, I would like to call Joe Fernandes, sir, on the podium to introduce our plenary speaker and take a session forward.
Thank you very much. I feel honored to introduce to you Ms. Vinny Mahajan, Secretary, Ministry of Jal Shakti, Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation. An IAS officer of Punjab 1987 cadre, Ms. Mahajan assumed her current charge on 3rd Jan this year. And prior to this, she served in several key capacities across Punjab, including as Chief Secretary, Additional Chief Secretary of the Departments of Housing and Urban Development, Industries and Commerce, and IT and Investment Promotion. She was also Principal Secretary of the Department of Health and Family Welfare, Department of Medical Education and Research, and Department of Finance. Ms. Mahajan served as Joint Secretary to the Prime Minister of India from 2007 to 2012, and earlier in 2004 and 5 as Director in the Department of Economic Affairs, Ministry of Finance. And she has also served in various other capacities in the state of Punjab as Managing Director of the Punjab Infrastructure Development Board, as the first Director Disinvestment, as Secretary Power, and as Special Secretary Expenditure. She has over 8 years of cutting-edge experience at the field level, including as Deputy Commissioner, the first woman to be posted to such a role in Punjab. Let's hear for that. We just heard about how women are really taking charge, and we have Ms. Gauri here as well, and we have this example from Ms. Mahajan as well.
She has received numerous academic awards, including the National Talent Search Scholarship, and is a Herbert Humphrey Fellow based at American University in Washington, D.C. She is truly a force of change in the Jal Shakti ministry and a strong believer in collaborative efforts and the importance of convergence, one of the key themes of this program. Let's now hear from Ms. Mahajan herself.
Good morning. It's a privilege to be a part of the 7th Ideal Village Conference organized by Stanford, BHU and the Wheels Global Foundation. I wish I could have been with you in person, but regardless, it is my privilege to be with you on this VC. As you already know, there is a very ambitious set of programs going on in India even as we speak. These are towards the achievement of the SDG 6, which talks about providing access to safe water and sanitation to all. We are in the midst of implementing the Jal Jeevan mission, which aims to provide functional household tap connections to each and every rural household, over 19 crore of them, within a short span of 5 years, and therefore the ambition to achieve this by 2024. And remember that we were at a starting base of less than 3.25 crores as on 15th August 2019, when the Prime Minister announced this mission from the ramparts of the Red Fort. There is a lot of, as we know, political will behind this effort, both at the national and the state governments. We know that funding has been made available. The estimation was that there would be a requirement of 3.6 lakh crore rupees, and that amount has been provisioned by the Government of India as well as the states and UTs. There is also an effort to ensure that the program actually achieves its objectives and sustains over time through partnerships with academia, with civil society organizations, such as those present in this conference today, and also an effort to engage with the public through Jan Bhagidari, so that village communities in particular and women also as a very important part of that village community are a part of this effort right from the planning stage to implementation and then on to the operation and maintenance. We have had the privilege of getting water reach over 10.4 crore rural households by now. And as we also know, this is on top of a similar massive effort that was carried out in the country between 2014 and 19 to ensure access to toilets for all, and every village declared itself open defecation free. And now we are going beyond that and trying to achieve a comprehensive solid and liquid waste management and comprehensive rural sanitation in every village under the Swachh Bharat Mission Gramin Phase 2. Similarly, showing high political will, high public spending as per requirement, availability of financial resources, and also building on partnerships and on Jan Bhagidari. Even as we make efforts to provide water through tap connections to every rural household, we are acutely conscious of the fact that that water must be of the appropriate quality, because we know the impact of clean drinking water on health, and in fact we have the finding of Professor Michael Kramer suggesting that global studies, including in India, have shown that the provision of clean drinking water alone can reduce infant mortality by as much as 25%. So for the health of our people, especially the children, for preventing the poverty that is the outcome of disease, and for ensuring that every individual can continue to carry out their economic activities or other go to school, etc., we have to make sure that quality is sustained. There is, as you know, a massive effort under Jal Jeevan Mission to ensure that, while on the one hand there is this whole network of laboratories, water testing labs that have been set up all over the country. We require them to be NABL accredited, and they are getting accredited in very large numbers. On the other hand, in order to ensure that the message of quality reaches every village, there is the concept of the field testing kits. FTKs are provided to each and every village, and villagers, especially women, are trained how to use them. Well over 13 lakh women have by now been trained all over the country, and the effort is that they should then be checking to make sure that the water they are getting is of the correct quality, and that should also build the confidence to be able to drink from the tap. So that's one major effort under Jal Jeevan Mission. And of course, going forward, the challenge will be to ensure that the assets that are created, and as we know, having spent 3.6 lakh crore, there will be very sizable assets created for the rural pipe water supply schemes. These assets must not only be seen as assets belonging to and for the community, they should also be operated and maintained by the community. Therefore, our suggestion to the states constantly reinforced that they must look at handing over operation and maintenance to the local communities, including through the village water and sanitation committees, perhaps the women's self-help groups who, anecdotal evidence suggests, are bringing in very effective ways of collecting user charges and ensuring that the schemes run regularly, and the water that we wish should become available, at least 55 LPCD is the JJM norm, and that water must be available day after day at the predetermined hours. The other big challenge, of course, is to ensure sustainability. So we know that water is a very precious resource. We know that India, based on its share in the world's population, doesn't have a commensurate share in the water available for use. We know that there are very large demands that agriculture and other economic activities place, which are growing as the economy grows, as the population grows. And we have to therefore ensure that everywhere in the country, including and especially in the water-stressed areas, the water supply that is being provided, whether it is based on groundwater schemes or on surface water, those sources of water must be sustained over time. So whether it's recharge of the groundwater sources, or ensuring that springs, etc., if they are used, are also recharged, we have to take care and make sure that our sources, A, remain clean, B, sustain over the years. And this to be done in a situation where we know that the whole climate change issue poses a very substantial risk. So ensuring resilience in the face of global warming, and making sure that we are able to live up to our promise to our people, that we will be able to give them, potable drinking water of the quality, quantity and regularity that they expect, and that we will continue to do so year after year. Huge task, mammoth challenge, and we look forward to the support, the engagement of civil society and academia in making these a reality. So it couldn't be a more opportune moment for the ideal village to be discussed by a group such as yours. We believe that the active engagement of academia, knowledge partners, and civil society leadership will be critical for achieving the goals that we have set ourselves. And the work that you all are doing, I know Gauri ma'am has been putting in a lot of energy into working on spring rejuvenation in areas that need such efforts. And these localized solutions to problems that we are aware of, and we know that there could be very expensive, highly engineered solutions, but solutions that are locally possible, feasible, realistic, cost-effective, and owned by the community yet sustained over time are really the kind of solutions we are looking for. So my compliments to the team, my gratitude to them for the great work they are doing. I hope that the work that you are doing here, Gauri ma'am, is going to reflect in a lot of other areas of the country as well, and we will see much more civil society leadership coming up and much more interest from academia going forward in order to make these ambitious efforts to achieve rural water and sanitation to every rural household a reality. Thank you. Good wishes for this conference.
हर घर जल जीवन मिशन.
Thank you, ma'am. I would now like to call upon Professor Ranjan Ghosh, sir, from IIM Ahmedabad to present the vote of thanks.
I would like to extend a very grateful vote of thanks to the speakers for this session, Honorable Minister Mr. Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, and Secretary Department of Water, Ms. Mini Mahajan, for their excellent, very crisp and very directive views on how water and sanitation are core to our development goals. And thank you very much, both the speakers, for taking out the time and sharing your message with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. For the last section of this plenary session, that is Sustainable Agriculture and Farming, I would request Dr. Sanjeev Behra sir, Head of Information, Education and Communication Division at ADO, to welcome our plenary speakers, Shri L. Prabhakar sir, Executive Vice President and Head Social Investments at ITC, and Dr. Babu UV, the Head of Research and Development at Himalaya Wellness Company, with bouquet, shawl and women. I'd like to call Shri L. Prabhakar sir and Dr. Babu UV sir. I would now request Dr. Sanjeev Behra sir to introduce our plenary speakers and take the session forward.
Good morning, everybody. It's my pleasure here to be here and welcome the distinguished speaker for this plenary session on sustainable agriculture and farming. I don't want to, because of the time paucity, I don't want to go into the details of sustainable agriculture and farming, though it is somewhat actually my role to introduce the topic. But instead of going to the speaker, the first speaker of this session would be Mr. L. Prabhakar, who is the Executive Vice President and Head, Social Investment at ITC Limited. and as the Vice President and Head of the Social Investment at ITC Limited, he oversees all social interventions of ITC focused on enhancing social and environmental capital that includes areas like natural resource management, sustainable climate smart agriculture, social forestry, waste management, scaling, education. He is also part of the steering committee of Indian Sanitation Council operating under the aegis of FICCI. He has been actively associated and had position of responsibility with National HRD Network and various Hyderabad Management Association, Global Compact Network, India. In this session, he is going to share ITC's approach to agriculture both from a business context as well as the larger farming context. Some of the crucial aspects which are going to be highlighted involves how agriculture is of strategic significance to ITC, what are the approaches involved in it, and will illustrate the different elements involved. I am not going to the details what he is going to speak. I am going next to introduce the second speaker of the panel, Dr. U.B. Babu, who heads the R&D of Himalaya Wellness Company, Bangalore. He did his PhD from Central Drug Research Institute, Lucknow, and having more than 25 years of research experience in medical plant research, drug discovery, natural products, functional foods, dietary supplements, etc. His research areas primarily includes hepatitis, cancer, immunology, diabetes, and anti-aging. He and his team have researched more than 1,000 medicinal plants. He is involved in backward integration and supply chain of medicinal plants. He has been involved in development national mission for cultivation of medicinal plants and interacted with farmers and NGOs and worked extensively for sustainable livelihood of farmers in villages. He has been featured in digital and print media for his work on cultivation and also covered in several articles of contact farming model. He is on mission to spread knowledge on contemporary Ayurveda and physiopharmaceuticals. Despite his busy schedule, he will make it possible to meet each student and farmers who come in contact with him and make him part of this mission. He has several international as well as national publications, and what is more important is that he has got 63 global and Indian patents registered from his research team in the last two decades only. He delivered many talks at both national and international level and represented our country, India, as official speaker in BioFed 2012, that is a global organic product exhibition. Here actually he is going to speak more specifically on how his organization actually going to look after the sustainable supply chain model involves in cultivation of medicinal herbs by involving thousands of farmers across the country through contract farming. His team of agriculture scientists met several scale and medium scale farmers with special support to women farmers and enrolled them for contract farming of medicinal herbs. And also he is going to share some of the successful stories relating to their company. So introducing both the speakers, let me first invite Mr. L. Prabhakar, the Executive Vice President and Head of Social Investment at ITC, to take the floor. Thank you, sir. Please.
Morning, everybody. It's a pleasure and privilege speaking here at this august forum, and more so at a hallowed portal like Kashi University. I represent the social investment scheme of ITC, and the mission that we sort of work with is Mission Sunairakal, essentially in terms of wanting to create a good future for the community where we operate. Just a quick context in terms of how the whole thing fits into the larger context. Our purpose really is to empower rural communities and ecosystem, where we are looking at what we can do for today and what we need to do for tomorrow. And this in turn aligns with the larger, broader Sustainability 2.0 agenda of the company, where we have taken specific targets, whether it's in terms of climate, in terms of water, in terms of emissions. And this in turn flows with the larger ethos of the organization, where we talk of responsible competitiveness. And what we mean by responsible competitiveness here is, can you create business models which not only add economic value, but also enhance social capital and environmental capital? And our own experience suggests that you can have models which deliver on all the three capitals. This is just a result where we are carbon positive for almost last 16 years, water positive for 19 years, solid waste positive for 14 years, 41% of our energy from renewable sources. Last year we became plastic neutral, and e-Chopal, which was one of the well-known interventions in terms of impacting Indian agriculture, again was part of this responsible competitiveness ethos. The way we look at, and we've been talking of convergence since morning, for any intervention to sustain, and this is our firm belief, that there has to be convergence between the organizational agenda, national priorities, and more importantly, the community priorities. And in ITC, the way we go about identifying the community priorities is what we call as a core area perspective plan, which we do once in 5 years, and revisit every 5 years in terms of a strategic shift, but validate on an yearly basis in terms of our engagements. And it is this integrated and convergence approach which also needs to be facilitated by aspects like capacity, digital, etc., to ensure that they are sustained. Just wanted to spend a few moments on key tenets. And I think these are tenets which actually help us sustain these interventions. First and foremost is it has to be a demand driven. I think it's very important for any intervention that we want to do, there has to be a felt need by the community. A very important thing, and that's what was mentioned by the Minister, Honorable Minister also, is how do you create empowered grassroots institutions? It is this grassroots institutions which will take ownership of any tangible or intangible assets that we create, and also take ownership for sustenance of the same over a period of time. Whether it's in terms of water, where we have water user groups, afforestation, where we have Manikaran Sanghas, or even in schools, how do you have child cabinets, so that the children take ownership of the infrastructure that's provided in that particular school. It's this empowered grassroots institution that make a difference. It's all about ecosystem. I don't think one organization can do on its own. You need partnerships. And in our case, the partnerships are different types. We have the government partnerships, which is part of public-private partnerships, close to about 84 partnerships we have with the state and central governments. Knowledge partnerships, whether it's institutes like CJR, IWMI, IUCN, or the local agriculture universities of Krishi Vikas Kendras. Equally important to have implementation partners on the ground. We have our operations in about 220 odd districts, and it is this implementation partners who are actually day in and day out in touch with the beneficiaries and ensuring execution. And the last really is in terms of designing for sustenance and excellence. I think this is a very, very critical aspect which has to sort of thought through right at the beginning of any particular intervention. I just wanted to link it with the whole concept of Adarsh village, and we are in India. My personal belief and our belief is that for a village to be an Adarsh Gram, it has to be economically resilient first. And that's how this whole thing of agriculture fits in, where a large part of Indian rural community is anchored on agriculture. And of course, then how do you sort of ensure environmental integrity and a social well-being, which actually translates to Adarsh. This is where our two horizon approach comes in, where if you really look at the horizon 1, focuses on livelihoods for today, anchored heavily on agriculture. What we also believe is that it has to be integrated with capabilities for tomorrow, for two reasons. I might increase the income of the farmers, but if that increased income is going for expenditure on things like health, etc., the purpose gets defeated. As the incomes increase, aspirations increase. And that is where again you need to have interventions, whether it's in terms of proper career for the children, proper education, or ensuring that they have a healthy life. These two horizons again has to be inclusive, and I will showcase in terms of what we mean by inclusivity. And it has to be focused on institutional leveraging of capacities. So coming specifically to agriculture, it's an integrated approach where the whole focus is on enhancing incomes. How do we decarbonize agriculture, because that's becoming an important requirement, and ensuring that agriculture is regenerative. We operate on 5 broad buckets, which is in terms of focusing on water, biodiversity, climate smart. Equally important when we are talking of extreme weather conditions, how do you create a diversified livelihood portfolio? A diversified livelihood portfolio which is both on-farm and off-farm, so that even if there is a failure in one crop or there is a failure in agriculture, there are other means of livelihood for the families. And the end goal really is how do we have 12 mahine haryali. Unlike situations where probably one crop, and if one crop fails, there is nothing else for the balance 9 months of the year. How do you create a 12 mahine haryali concept? I'm just giving you an overview of some of these elements. When we are looking at water stewardship, fairly significant presence, broadly 3 dimensions. First, focus on the supply side, where it's more about water harvesting, water conservation. What we have realized is that's not good enough. You have to focus extensively on demand management. And that is why we are working very closely with a whole lot of agriculture universities, farmers, etc., on how do you minimize consumption of water in agriculture. What we have now realized is you have to take it one step forward. You have to work at a river basin level. Because it's not just good enough in one part of the river basin, because it's an integrated approach. And that is where we start working in terms of right from the source of the river till the entire upstream and downstream. And this is where one of the examples that we have is a boat, and I will just show that what we have done. We think that when you are looking at demand, when you consume less water, a common myth and perception is that my productivity will come down. The reality is that when you do it in an integrated manner, not only your water levels increase, your soil condition improves. And that's got a big impact on agriculture. Just an idea in terms of the scale of activities, 7 lakh acres in terms of demand management, close to about 500 million cubic meters of water saving every year. This is the river board basin work that I was referring to. This has been done in partnership with Maharashtra state government, where we have actually looked at creation of structures, integrating biodiversity, working with the sugarcane farmers. This is an area where sugarcane is grown extensively and it consumes a lot of water. And the beauty is here the ecosystem that we created in terms of the sugar mill owners, the farmers, and more importantly the women residents who actually became the agribusiness centers. They started owning the agribusiness centers and then lent out machinery, etc. that was required for all these interventions. Biodiversity, a very critical need, where the whole focus is on mapping of commons, ensuring that there is enough land available for grazing for livestock. Again, it leads to soil moisture conservation, but more importantly, the preservation of local flora and fauna. Extremely critical as you want to make your value chains much more sustainable, much more nature positive. Here again, we work with the forest department. Maharashtra is a classic example, and partner with organizations like TERI and Ayovara, where you look at how do you bring in the best practices. And in our own areas where we have worked, we've seen that the biomass and green cover has increased by about 5 to 6 times. This is a critical one, climate smart, what we call as sustainable agriculture. There are multiple components where the focus is more, as I said earlier, on water. How do you become variant and nutrient smart? This is where you work again with agriculture universities in introducing the right climate resistant varieties. Energy, a lot of energy goes in terms of cultivation. So how do you look at practices like solar, crop residue management? There's several schemes, and it's the schemes that need to be leveraged. Very often what we realize is many of these schemes people are not even aware of it. They don't know how to leverage it. And one of our critical components is how do we create awareness amongst farmers to ensure that they can leverage this institution. And creating farmer groups. We have taken a target of creating about 4,000 farmer producer organizations. We have agribusiness centers, as I was mentioning, a lot of other groups that are in place. This is the impact. When you follow these practices, you minimize losses in a bad year, maximize losses in a good year, when compared to farmers who do not follow climate smart agriculture. We track them on our 2x2 matrix in terms of resilient end varieties. And a baseline study of 43 sample villages has shown that over a period of time, what were only 9 villages in high resilient and high yield have actually moved to 30. So that's the type of impact that you can create. What we have learned, we have now used this experience to create adaptation plans for 3 states. Intensive work has been done, and now we are working with the state governments to ensure that they get integrated in the larger climate strategy plans of the states. We have a partnership with Niti-Aayog. I am specifically bringing out this as an example to say that how convergence and partnerships can work. We work in 27 aspirational districts. Partnership got renewed again this year, where our entire focus is on creating capacities, building capacities, supplemented by what we call as lighthouse or model villages. So that when other larger farmer segments in the district want to see something in practice, they have a reference point. Ms. Mahajan was there. We have just signed an agreement with India Sanitation Council, where they are creating 75 lighthouses for waste management across the length and breadth of the country. And we are taking over 35 such lighthouses, which will create in 12 districts. The other thing I wanted to mention of the crop residue management, it's a very hot topic. And the reason why I'm bringing this particular example, all this talk of stubble burning in Kapurthala district, where we are doing this work in about close to about 1.9 lakh acres plus, you will be happy to note that 90% of the area did not practice stubble burning in a state like Punjab. And the reason why it is happening, we have not approached it from a pollution angle. We have approached it from an angle what it means for a farmer, what's in it for a farmer. The practices should make economic difference for the farmer. Environmental benefit is incidental. And that's the reason why we have been able to succeed. The second reason why we have succeeded is it calls for a year-round engagement. You cannot have something just closer to the harvesting season and then starting working with it. Third important thing, you have to have a presence which is much more holistic. The farmer needs to get the trust and credibility. And that is where the other activities, what we call as Horizon 2, comes into play. We are also doing a lot of pilots, different pilots, whether it's in terms of nano-urea application for drone, thalia tray, again sort of how do we have a much more focused water going into the roots in the soil. Looking at toilet manure, this is something again part of Niti-Aayog project that we are doing in Nandurbar district. How do you use toilet manure and toilet slurry both for bio as well as for agri-nutrient purpose. Looking at solar, again to reduce the energy cost. This is an evolution of eChopal. It's a digital model. It's almost like a super app where the farmers can have access to all information that they would require. not just from an input perspective, but also from an output perspective. But again, a very important learning for us in India, if digital has to work, it has to be also supported by physical handholding at the grassroots level. And that's the reason why we are calling it as physical model. Livelihood diversification, more in terms of how do you grow more crops, how do you look at agroforestry, how do you sort of look at growing their own fuel for the farmers that would be required for any of their requirements. Our entire social and farm forestry, close to about 9.5 lakh acres, gives a significant income for the farmers. It comes over a period of 4 years depending upon when you do the harvesting. But again, it leads to improvement in soil quality index. And that's something which is extremely important. When it comes to off-farm, it's more focused on livestock. We started with large ruminants, but we have now realized that the more interior you go, it's important that you also focus on small ruminants, which is the goats and the sheep and the pigs. And that is where there is greater participation of women also. And these are also small ruminants are more environment friendly in terms of reduced GHG emissions. And again, if you look at in terms of the type of income that gets to a family, and this is where again we have what a whole cadre of Pashu Sakhis. There are these Pashu Sakhis which are part and parcel of the government, but we work along with the government to enhance their capabilities and get them to become the lead resource in the communities where they operate. And that again becomes an additional source of income. I think when you're doing a lot of work on agriculture, if it has to be sustained, the farmer also needs to see a ready market. A farmer needs to see a market where there is value addition to the crop that he or she is cultivating. And that is where the ITC brands, the different brands come into play, which in a way help us in driving all the initiatives that we've spoken on agriculture. I'll not spend much time, I'll just run through in terms of the Horizon 2 activities, which focuses on these dimensions, just to give you a feel in terms of the scale of work. Financial literacy with about 13.9 lakh workmen, again a partnership with MP state government. Important thing is it's not just the literacy. How do you link them back with the different schemes, whether it's the Jeevan Jyoti Bima, Sukanya Samriddhi, or how do you get them to use the money that they are able to now access into creating virtuous cycles by entrepreneurship or micro enterprises. Mother and child health, again working with the Anganwadis, infrastructure, very, very clear impact in terms of institutional deliveries or reduction in underweight children. Working again with the governments. As we speak, we are in the process of signing a MOU with the Assam government, where we again are looking at creating this capability building across 8 districts. Sanitation, through the user groups, creating toilets, child-friendly toilets, gender-friendly toilets, which have a direct impact on school attendance. Waste management is something very, very big, and this is, we work very, very closely both on solid waste management in urban and rural areas. Interesting thing I want to share here is the community pays for it. Very often we think that community is reluctant to pay, including the community in the rural areas. They are willing to pay for the benefit that they get. These are in terms of the educations. This is what I want to illustrate as a Adarsh village. This is an example of a family in Malur, where when you sort of have an integrated approach, every member of the family gets a benefit in some way or the other. Whether it's in terms of water stewardship, climate, the woman being a member of water user group of SSG, the child, grandchildren. Another example of Munger in Bihar, benefit again through integrated activities. This is what we sort of endeavor in terms of how do you create a saturation approach of a family, and if every family in that village gets saturated, that village gets saturated. Just an example of women coverage. Each of these initiatives again has a significant women impact. And if we are looking at Adarsh Gram, Ideal Village, I think it's very important for us to bring them into the center of our equation. because that is where the difference will come, and that is what will actually help it sustain over a longer period. Just an illustration from an agriculture perspective, this is what would typically happen in a general village, open field, fallow field, local insta. And when you're looking at an Adarsh village, this is how the dimensions would shift. Whether it's in terms of traditional cultivation, what is the product hygiene, etc. So I just want to end with two quotes. I think very apt for what we are actually wanting to do. यूं ही नहीं मिलती राही को मंजिल, एक जुनून सा दिल में जलाना होता है। पूछा चिड़िया से कैसे बनाया आशियाना, बोली भरनी पड़ती है उड़ान बार बार, तिनका तिनका उठाना होता है। I think what we are trying to attempt today actually reflects this. जीत की खातिर बस जुनून चाहिए, जिसमें उबाल हो ऐसा खून चाहिए। ये आसमान भी आएगा जमीन पर, बस इरादों की जीत में खून चाहिए। All of us.
Thank you, sir, for this detailed and thought-provoking address. I would now like to request Dr. U.V. Babu, sir, the Head of Research and Development at Himalaya Wellness Company, to address the audience. Please, sir.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. It's my privilege and honor to talk about in the section of agriculture and the farming. This is a rare place, the most knowledgeable and old university, Banaras University. Since yesterday, I have been, charged up because I was going through the activities that have been done by Wheels Foundation, and some of those activities and educational programs, explained by Dr. Anand from the Stanford University, and a lot of IIT alumni has been involved in many of those activities. So in the next 15 minutes, I will try to explain that what we are doing from Himalaya Wellness Company, how we are trying to transforming the villages in terms of enhancing the sustainable income of the farmer groups. And also we do a lot of activities that is exactly what it is mentioned by Wheels Foundation. Like for example, it is education and skill development. We do a lot of activities in terms of supporting the rural children to the education, but also we have been doing interacting many students, engineering students, pharmacy students and chemists across the country, and we wanted to pull a lot of skill development to them and how this is going to be helpful when they go back to the rural and when they work in special projects that are associated with rural programs. So we have been also associated with many IITs for technology-driven products, and also we have been working with some IITs how to introduce such kind of programs. One of such very important outcome that has come. So when I'm working with many of those engineering and medical colleges and pharmacy institutions, in the universities and institutes across the country, we found that there is a lot of knowledge gap. If you have come to academia and coming into industry, particularly I'm talking about pharmaceutical industry, then we have developed a 10 weeks design program that is called downstreaming of the phytopharmaceutical, and that has become a very popular program among engineering and pharmacy students. Now many colleges in Bangalore and other colleges enroll this, and our scientists go and teach them and make the gap between the academia and industry. When they come out from the academic institutions, they will be ready for the work in the industry. Then we also found that if we have to take, because I will explain that how important it is today for India to exploring the traditional medicine, then we found that yes, we have engineering in chemical technology, biotechnology, all kinds of knowledge, but at the same time all these intellectuals come to the industry, there is still a gap. Then we thought there should be a 4-year degree program which specially designed for the traditional medicine or phytopharmaceuticals. So we are the first industry I'm glad to share that we approached the academic institutions, hey, can we start a 4 years BTech program in the phytopharmaceuticals? I'm very glad to share that the Centurion University from Odisha has started a 4 years degree program in the BTech phytopharmaceuticals. So some of those ladderings, some of those activities, I'm going to explain here. At the end, we have a video that what we are doing about the contract farming of medicinal plants. Okay. As you all know, I belong to industry. I had the research and development. Therefore, it is very important for us when we develop the products, that products go globally. I am very fortunate that I am representing a company called Himalaya Wellness Company. We are present in more than 100 countries today. Our story how this company has started. The founder chairman of this company, when he was visited in Burma, he found that the acetic elephants, he found that they were a herb that was fed to them to pacify them. So ultimately, we have found that that is the Rauwolfia serpentina, and that's how lead to the launching the world's first herbal antihypertensive drug in 1934, that is called Serpina. So this is the drug. When we introduced to that, there's a lot of pharmaceutical companies across the globe have tried to introduce, identify that what is the active compound in these herbs. Then it found that reserpine is an alkaloid that is responsible for antihypertensive drugs, but still we believe that it is a reductionism versus holistism. The herbs and traditional medicine will do wonders if you work very, very precisely as a holistic approach rather than reductionistic approach. This is that example. So, this is that example. This is that example. What I'm saying is the world's most antihypertensive drug, the first of its kind from the herbals. This is the brand that we grew from 1930 to today. So we slowly, from the Himalaya Herbal Healthcare to wellness to today. This is the one where in 2022 we are effectively changed into Himalaya Wellness Company. This is how this started, not getting into much into details, but I would like to tell one of the very important aspects of this, the product development. Many of you aware the product called Leaf 52, and we export in more than 100 countries. This is one of the most effective hepatoproductive drug, and this drug has been approved in many countries as a phytopharmaceutical. Likewise, there are different milestones that company has transformed. Now it is completely transforming into a wellness company. Okay, so we were core in the phytopharmaceuticals that we transformed into personal care products, animal health and functional products. Then we are completely transformed today as a full spectrum of wellness company. Some of those activities, why today it is more relevant when we are talking about traditional knowledge or the herbal products. For example, the entire AYUSH related activities, earlier it was the Department of AYUSH, then in 2014 the Government of India has fully converted into Ministry of AYUSH. That is how the focus is on to develop our traditional products or traditional herbal products to the global markets. Then you all know that the moment of Make in India, then in 2015 there is a new category that has been opened up, that is called phytopharmaceuticals. Under this phytopharmaceutical, we can develop any drug from the herbs. We need not to purify into single molecules. And in this category now, the phytopharmaceuticals can be developed, and all the spectrum of doctors can prescribe these drugs. So this is a very, very important milestone in the herbal spectrum, where because a lot of research is going to happen in this category, that is eventually come to the lot of demand, the herbal cultivation. Then you all know about Atmanirbhar Bharat. So where we would like to have our self-reliance in terms of its raw material, in terms of product development. Then finally, in the 2022, the WHO established the Global Center for Traditional Medicine. So all these developments in this country is directly, supporting that, how important of herbal medicine and the herbal products. Just give you a background before I exactly give you what we have been doing. This is very important. Today we have an AYUSH department where it is Ayurveda, Yoga, Naturopathy, Unani and Siddha. And there is a traditional knowledge digital library. Under this library, if you get into the details, there are 291 plants that have been reported to treat about 186 diseases. So that means there are many plants that have not been explored and not have been studied properly. Then we have a huge opportunity here when we work in this area. If we get into the much more details of traditional knowledge digital library, just to give you background how the traditional knowledge digital library has been established, because our traditional knowledge based systems have been depends on thousands of years ago, and there was no proper documentation. When we found that some of those the knowledge that we have, which was not properly documented, have been explored by many companies in the West, and they started patenting. For example, the turmeric patent, the basmati rice patent, some of those examples. Then the Govt of India and CSR has come up with a proposal that all the traditional knowledge that we have today has to be documented properly. That's how it came into a traditional knowledge digital library. To tell you about, in case of Ayurveda, there are about 82,000 formulations that have been reported. So there's a huge opportunity for academia and industry to explore this and make it more affordable healthcare system to the rural world. And also, if to give you a background, if you look into today the modern drug development and the pharmaceuticals, 64% of the drugs that we take today, or directly or indirectly, depend on the natural products. So that means any molecules that develop are directly or inspired from the natural products. Therefore, there is a huge opportunity. That's where we are working. When coming to the Indian medicinal plants, there are three categories that companies explore. That is where it is again opportunity for us to make an affordable healthcare system for the entire world, if I can say. That is the classical medicines and Ayurvedic proprietary medicines. And the most important category which has come up is the phytopharmaceuticals, and also the lot of nutrition what we have heard since yesterday. Many of those products falls under the category of food supplements under the regulations of S.A.I. What's the problem? If we have a lot of these opportunities, then what is the problem? What is the gap in between? If you look into this is very encouraging. If you see that we have about 70,000 flora in this country, out of which there are about 6,000 plants that have been well established, well studied traditionally. But unfortunately, there is no data that we can substantiate. Its efficacy, its pharmacological action. But a lot of CSR laboratories in Govt of India have systematically identified all these plants and then found that 5,600 herbs have been completely documented. So up to this is a very good information that we have, but unfortunately today in India we have around 1,000 herbs that can be explored for any kind of product development from the herbal products. This is the gap. If we have to trace back our traditional knowledge and explore the medicinal herbs as a potential and most affordable healthcare system, then we have a huge opportunity of around 5,000 medicinal herbs that we can cultivate and then provide a lot of sustainable income to the farmers. So during this journey for the last 2 decades, we have researched more than 1,000 plants that lead us a lot of the products that gone into the global. The main topic of today, if I have to provide the farming activities, particularly the farming of medicinal plants. I just tried to summarize in one slide. However, I have a video that what kind of programs that we have been doing. In case of contract farming, it is very sensitive. Okay, and our model of contract farming is that we try to identify the farmers who are small-scale farmers, and particularly women farmers, and the farmers that require the income every 3 months. Okay, so therefore we go and interact with the these programs, and quickly we do interact with the different farmers, and we do a lot of studies like water testing, soil testing, and all. But finally, it has become a huge allied industry, the contract farming of medicinal herbs. This is the outcome of sustainable development. For example, one of the projects that we have been doing is involving the 80,000 women farmers, and we are trying to sustainably how their income is increasing, and then most importantly the fair price giving to the farmers and eliminating all the middlemen into this. So therefore we can provide the benefits to the farmers like buyback guarantee, removal of middleman, assurance of employment. So there are a lot of activities that we have been doing in terms of cultivation of medicinal plants. These are some of those pictures that how the farmers play a significant role in developing of these activities. This is one of the farming in Madhya Pradesh where we do cultivation of ashwagandha, and these are different farms across the country where we do the alfalfa and tulsi in the Maharashtra. So these are the pictures. So quickly, what is our activities which we do? Is the CSR and sustainable initiatives. We do the three activities particularly: the care for life, out of which care for health, and care for community, and care for health and nutrition. To the context of farming today, I just give a summary of what we do in the care for community and care for health, which is nothing but the environment and biodiversity. Care for community, we have a mission called Kisan Mitra, where we do a lot of activities, interact with the farmers. However, I have a video at the last, so which we can see. The second is the care for women, care for earth, and then here we try to maintaining the biodiversity. We worked a lot at the Western Ghats, Eastern Ghats. We planted around 900,000 tree species. It is not only just planting the tree species. These tree species are from around 57 species, and actually these trees will provide a sustainable income to the rural population. So we have selected in such a way that trees also will generate a lot of income. Then we have how we work with those farmers, how we create eco villages in this. So we also adopted few villages. For example, this is one of the incident of taking the village in the Meghalaya, then how we are working with those villages. So that's the journey that what we do in terms of the contract farming of medicinal plants, the leveraging the nature's miraculous healing efforts, and we are touching the millions of the people around the world in terms of providing the health, but also back end we are supporting the farmers and looking at this sustainability. Can you on the Kisan Mitra video, please?
Caring for the community is one of Himalayas' core business philosophies. It defines the way we think and act. The Kisan Mitra, or Farmers' Friend initiative, celebrates this deep connection by focusing on the economic empowerment of small and marginalized farmers across India in collaboration with several NGOs and farmers groups.
आमची जी परिस्थिती होती तर आम्ही कोरडवाहू क्षेत्र असल्यामुळं
I would like to invest that monetary benefit towards the women
video? Put the next video. It's not working. Because here the small screen is working.
The Earth is facing environmental challenges. At Himalaya Wellness Company, we believe that products that are good for customers should be good for the Earth too. We have made conscious efforts to conserve biodiversity and safeguard the environment through tree planting and building self-sustaining eco-villages. Our tree planting drives began in the year 2012. And over the years, we have planted over 800,000 trees of 89 species across India in association with several NGOs and local communities.
त्यांनी जी कंपनी आपली ACBC जी आणि हिमालय संस्थेमार्फत कंपनीमार्फत जे वृक्षारोपणचा कार्यक्रम केला तो एक अतुलनीय असा होता. त्यामध्ये पर्यावरणाचा समतोल साधला गेला.
सगळ्यांच्या बरोबर समन्वयानं आपल्या कला वाणिज्य विज्ञान महाविद्यालय लांजाच्या राष्ट्रीय सेवा योजना विभागाच्या 200 विद्यार्थ्यांमधनं म्हणजे प्रत्येक वर्षी असलेल्या 200 विद्यार्थ्यांमधनं आपण काम करतो आहोत. त्याचबरोबर महत्त्वाची गोष्ट मला सांगायची आहे की हिमालया वेलनेस कंपनीचा हा जो सोशल अप्रोच आहे पर्यावरणाकडे बघण्याचा असलेला हा जो दृष्टिकोन आहे तो दृष्टिकोन आम्हाला खूप फायद्यात पडला.
In association with Himalaya Wellness, we have initiated a wonderful conservation initiatives in Ratnagiri, especially in the Western Ghats of Maharashtra state. Since 2012, Himalaya Wellness has supported a lot. Without their help, we could not reach up to the optimum level of tree plantation.
त्यावेळेला माझी मुलं लहान होती आणि यांना सुद्धा काय नोकरी धंदा नव्हता. त्यामुळे आम्ही ही वृक्षारोपण करून त्यातून काय फायदा भेटला ते आता माझी मुलं त्याच्यावर शिक्षण पूर्ण झालं आणि घरात सुद्धा काही कुटुंबाला थोडाफार फायदा. आता माझं कुटुंब चांगलं सुखी आहे. त्यामुळे हिमालया कंपनीचं धन्यवाद.
In our commitment to make a difference to society, we have also extended support to the native tribals to
Okay, due to paucity of the time, we have to, cut the video. However, I request, those who wants to work in these directions. We have already been established a lot of collaboration between academia and elite institutes like IITs, and we are making a significant difference that, from the industry, academia to the villages. So I request, and as I flashed my email address on the first slide, so I request, and we are open for collaboration with the top institutes like IITs or anybody from the universities who wants to work in the developing the medicinal plants for sustainable livelihoods. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Dr. Babu and Mr. Prabhakar. This brings the plenary session 1 to a close, and we will take a 15-minute break for tea and coffee, and we will reconvene at exactly at 11:45. So at 11:45 there will be the 3 parallel tracks. There is healthcare and nutrition in the main hall. There is water and sanitation in the Senate hall. And then there is sustainable agriculture and farming in the conference hall. As we are getting ready to go for some tea and coffee, I would like to acknowledge the presence and really are very, very grateful and honored to have Dr. Rahul Gupta amongst us. He is the director for the I might not get this right, but it's the Office of the National Drug Control Policy at the White House, and he was confirmed in October last year, and he took the oath of office in November last year. So he's the senior most ranking person of Indian origin in the Biden White House. And he's accompanied by his wife, Dr. Seema Gupta. She's a practicing physician and extremely well qualified and well known in all of in West Virginia and their practice. So I would like to acknowledge their presence and thank you coming all the way from the US to join this conference. He will be our keynote speaker for the healthcare track, which will be in this hall. Thank you very much.
जाओ लंच हो जाओ
I will request Dr. Meena Chintapali to grace with her presence here on this stage, and I will request Raj Shah sir to present her with bouquet shawl memento as a token of our deep respect and regards. Now, I would like to hand over the session to our respected co-chair, Kanwaljeet Anand sir. I'm just sorry. So we have Shri Anand with us here right now, sir. Thank you for coming. I will request Raj sir to present a bouquet shawl memento to sir as token of deep respect and regards. To shed more light upon this respective session track and introduce our speakers, I would like to hand over the session to our respected co-chair, Professor Kanwaljeet J.S. Anand.
Thank you very much, Aishwarya, for your kind introduction. Could you put up my slides, please? So welcome all of you to the Healthcare and Nutrition session. This is a parallel track being held in parallel with water and sanitation, as well as sustainable agriculture and farming, which are in the other halls. So we have a star-studded stream of speakers for this session. Could you put up the slides? The introduction slides. While they're getting the slides ready, I wanted to again acknowledge, and it is indeed my great privilege and honor to introduce Dr. Rahul Gupta, who is Director of the Office of National Drug Control Policy in the White House that is led by President Joe Biden. He's an extremely highly acclaimed and respected doctor in the US. He grew up mostly in Washington, D.C. He was born in Delhi, and he received his medical education at the University of Delhi, in the University College of Medical Sciences, for Delhi University. And then he received his residency and fellowship training in the US, and went on to become one of the topmost doctors leading West Virginia, the state of West Virginia, into controlling the opioid crisis as well as other important public health initiatives. Since last year, since November of last year, he has been appointed as the director for the Office of National Drug Control Policy. He is the first physician ever to serve in this role, and already within a few 12 months, literally his appointment was on 18th of November last year. So it is just 1 year since he took charge of this office, and already has made a major impact on the control of drugs in multiple areas. It is so heartening to see finally that a voice of a physician is driving this policy agenda forward. I'd like to go ahead and introduce our other speakers as well, so that there is no interruption between the various talks for this session. Our next speaker after Dr. Rahul Gupta will be Dr. Raj Shah, who is well known to all of us, and is basically a co-chair for this session as well. Dr. Raj Shah got his medical training in Baroda, and he came to the US and got his residency and fellowship training at the University of Pennsylvania. Since then, he has pioneered the field of telemedicine, and he currently serves as the chairman of the Healthcare Council in the Wheels Global Foundation. Following him, we will have our next speaker after him will be Mr. Anand Kadali, who is Secretary of the Sri Sathya Annapurna Trust, and he will talk to us about addressing the nutrition needs of mothers and 1 million children. Following him is Dr. Meena Chintapalli, who is the CEO and founder of San Antonio A to Z Pediatrics, as well as the S.A.I Educare Institute in the US. She will talk about the magic of nurture in the first 1,000 days of human life. Following her, we will hear from Dr. Shruti Prabhu, who is Director of Public Health at the Sri Sathya Sai Sanjeevani Hospital in Naya Raipur from Chhattisgarh State. And she will present a compassionate healthcare model for universal health coverage. So I would warmly request Dr. Rahul Gupta to give us the keynote address for this session.
Good morning. All right. Well, I'm so happy to be here. Thank you all for having us, and I want to thank Banaras and the University here, Professor Dubey and all your leadership. You know, BHU, when I was looking for medical colleges, was my #1 choice. And in those days, you had to study for BHU separate exam, but you had to be especially good in botany. So I studied hard in botany. But unfortunately, the same day the BHU exam was my BSc first year exam. So I went to, I skipped my BSc exam actually, to go give the BHU medical school exam. But then find out it was canceled or delayed or something. So I missed both that day. So that's why I ended up here. I want to thank Dr. Shah, Dr. Anand, Dr. Kansupada, my dear friends and really great leaders of the foundation that bring this together. So as we start the slide, I want to bring you greetings from President Biden, from Vice President Harris and the White House. Having somebody who goes to work there every day, I feel obliged to make sure that you know that it is important for both countries, our relationship. Let's see if I can move the slide. Okay. So, we're gonna play this game. I know there's a lot of students here too, so what I have done is, I've got some gifts and we'll see. So, the administration is a friend to India. President Biden has worked with Prime Minister Modi on the US-India Comprehensive Global Strategic Partnership, as well as deepening our major defense partnership and expanding our work on global health, pandemic preparedness, and emerging technologies. It's really important that we continue to work as global leaders. And so many leaders in the administration, from Vice President Harris to my dear friend Vivek Murthy, who's the Surgeon General, have so many deep ties to India. And this year's Diwali celebration at the White House was the largest ever celebration. So we're gonna play this game. So I have brought with me some of the, I hate to show you the Hershey's products because we have Director Sodi here from AMUL and with so many great gifts, but I have some special White House chocolates, limited number, signed by Joe Biden himself. Okay. So in between, to make it interesting, I'll ask some questions. You raise your hand, say loudly the answer. If you get it right, then you get one of these. So let me ask the first question. Who's the lady on the right with the green dress on? Well, the people, it's students only. Students or young faculty? Okay, yes. All right, Jill Biden, you get the first chocolate. Make sure we get you that afterwards. So, we celebrated First Lady Jill Biden. You see President Biden, Vice President Harris there. And it was great to be at Deepavali and light the lamp. And the President has spoken so many occasions about how much he places special on our 75-year-old relationship, emphasis that he places. So it's really important. On 15th August this year, I was invited by Ambassador Sandhu, our Indian ambassador in the United States, at the embassy in DC to speak on India's 75th independence. India and the United States share common bonds. The United States is the oldest democracy in the world. India is the largest democracy in the world. And so it's important that we work together. And I'll be honest, when I was actually born in Bijnor district, and when I was in medical college in Delhi, I never imagined working for the President of the United States as his top drug policy advisor. But the relationship between our two nations is rooted in a shared tradition of democracy, freedom, and providing opportunities for all of our citizens to reach their full potential. We strive to make life better for our people and to be leaders and bring those values around the world. So, who can tell where the President does his most important official business? Because that's where the first picture is of the handshake. Anybody? Second chocolates. What's the name of the office where the President does all the business? Yes?
Oval Office.
All right, you get the second one. That's right. So that's the Oval Office. Right now, both our countries have to think about sustainable progress and our efforts to improve care, especially when it comes to mental health and addiction. Because today, 21st century problems need 21st century solutions with 21st century tools. And I'll say this, as Prime Minister Modi recently said, India is now the pharmacy of the world. You know, this presents India with a great opportunity. And it also comes with a great deal of responsibility and accountability. See, people are already coming in because they heard about the chocolates. And the important part of this responsibility is being a global leader in ensuring the legitimate pharmaceutical production and supply, and making sure that it has integrity. And it cannot be corrupted by drug traffickers and transnational criminal organizations who would divert these chemicals oftentimes for profits, and I'll talk about that a little bit. So let me give you some context. The United States has made it very clear to all countries around the world, especially to countries like People's Republic of China, that bad actors within their country that work with criminals around the world often use the cover of a legitimate pharmaceutical industry to create and traffic illicit chemicals and finished narcotic substances. And it's affecting everybody all across the world. So this has led to fentanyl flooding the streets in the United States. And the impact of these synthetic drugs is being felt all around the world, including right here in India. So as India's pharmaceutical industry expands its global footprint, we've got to ensure that on the front end, that growth includes the built-in accountability, mechanisms to prevent such illicit exploitation of the industry, and to bring those drugs around the world. It's so important. Now, I'll tell you a little bit about my office. What does it do? Because that's where my office comes in. This is an issue I work at the White House every single day on, and we're in the midst of a mounting public health crisis. We've lost more than 1 lakh Americans, 108,000 lives in the most recent 12-month period. And you know, every 5 minutes, an American is being killed because of these drugs. And so working with law enforcement and public health communities and international partners like India becomes so important that we have to work to reduce the illicit substances that are accessing all countries around the world. So the budget of $40 billion is across 19 federal agencies. That's things like Health and Human Services, FDA, Department of Defense, CDC, all of these services that we look after. Now let me talk about India a little bit. Here in India, you face some serious concerns, as well as when it comes to those very same mental issues, mental health issues and addiction. You're facing really serious concerns, and this slide is an example of that. So let's talk about these problems. Some solutions can help both countries, both see challenges but also prosper. Now, both in India's and the United States challenges related to addiction and availability of mental health care, especially in rural areas, is a big problem. Stigma surrounding these issues is a big problem. You know, in the United States, less than 1 out of 10 people in the United States of America is able to get the treatment that they need. There's simply not enough treatment providers. And given current projections, we will see facing shortages like 10,000 psychiatrists, 10,000 counselors, 10,000 of each in the next few years. So you can see how much right now the burden and the challenges for India. You clearly see stigma being so important, and that's where all of you leaders come in. Now, when we look at the map of United States overdoses, the red means bad, and that's deaths. We've lost more than 1 million or 10 lakh Americans in the last few years because of these drug overdoses. And the problem is, you think, why? One is treatment services, the other is that we have these drug traffickers. So we as a world are right now in the most dynamic drug supply environment we've ever faced in the history of the world. Because a lot of these deaths, for example, in the United States, these drugs are manufactured out of the United States, often with chemicals and raw materials that come from your neighbor, People's Republic of China or PRC. So in India, it's been reported that there are just 3 psychiatrists or psychologists for every 100,000 or 1 lakh people. And India sees more than 150,000 suicides, more than 1.5 lakh suicides every year. That's how many people are dying. And these are staggering numbers. They're unacceptable numbers. So both nations, too often the fear of stigma, as I mentioned, keeps people suffering from addiction, from mental health, keeps and prevents people from getting the help. And then there's a workforce shortage as well. In the United States, stigma is everywhere. It's in our civil discourse, it's in our media, it's in our healthcare system, in communities, everywhere. And here in India, you know, as I mentioned, one of the surveys found that 47% of Indians are judgmental of people with mental health issues. 47%, half. And 80% of Indians, that's 4 out of 5, avoid mental health services for lack of knowledge or fear of stigma or high prices of treatment. So the numbers are no better or worse in India and the United States, and that's one of the important reasons we need to work on, because this phenomenon contributes to hundreds of thousands of tragic and preventable deaths, and so much harm to both economies. Because as India grows its economy, it's going to need to have a productive, well-functioning workforce. So it is not just healthcare, it's also workforce. You know, one recent study in the United States found that the United States lost $1.5 trillion of economy in 2020. $1.5 trillion of economy. Do you know in 2020 which country had an economy of $1.5 trillion? Anybody? No chocolates for that one. No, China's is much, much more. It's more like 16 trillion. It's Russia. So the United States is losing the equivalent of Russia's economy every year because of addiction and drug problems. That's how much money is being lost by not treating it appropriately. And the World Health Organization found that mental health conditions will cause more than $1 trillion of economic loss to India between 2012 and 2030. $1 trillion lost between those around 20 years right here. So think about this. This is a very important field. There are conditions that we face within our borders, across our borders, in our country, and in our societies. We also share the problem of global illicit drugs, synthetic production. If you see that little powder there, that's 2 milligrams of fentanyl. This is the illicit fentanyl. That's a penny. That means that that's enough of a potent, lethal dose to kill somebody. So, you know, because of its outside role in global pharmaceuticals and chemical sectors, many of these precursors to make these drugs are coming from the PRC. And therefore, the United States and India share a deep concern about the issues that we face from these countries. It's important that we address those. So, you know, the President spoke in the State of the Union speech earlier this year, and he identified 4 pillars of his agenda across the country that would form the part of the unity agenda. I mean, if you're on the right or the left of political spectrum, Democrat, Republican, you can all come together and work on this. This is about people, not about politics. And top of that was beating the overdose epidemic. Number 2 was mental health. So if you think about this, these are important things to the President of the United States so much because it's killing so many people. So this is where this has become so important. And when the President's National Drug Control Strategy that we issued earlier this year actually looks at these, it looks at both untreated addiction and drug trafficking. So it becomes important that we talk about this, and that's where the President of the United States is focused on. So on the supply side, we're talking about criminal organizations that traffic drugs. And can anybody identify where I am in that inside? What's that called? get a chocolate for that. There you go. So these are, I'm going down in an illegal, unknown tunnel across the border. And I'm inside the tunnel. These are real tunnels that the drug traffickers construct with their hands. And there are hundreds of these tunnels across the border from Mexico and the United States. That's how the drugs are coming. That's a problem. And then in the Black Hawk, that's Mexico over there on the other side. So you look at the air, from the sea, from under the ground, and that's a big challenge. So when we have to look at that, we have to work across internationally with all leaders. So one of the first times that the president got elected in Colombia, which is a big country that supplies a lot of, narcotics like cocaine. You may have heard about a series called Narcos and those types on Netflix. I led the delegation to meet with the newly elected president of Colombia, Gustavo Petro, and we agreed to work on things together. As both countries, we share 200 years of history, and we work together, and we're continuing to work with the country of Colombia. Just a few weeks ago, we met with the leaders of Mexico in Washington, D.C. at the high-level security dialogue, Secretary Blinken, Attorney General, as well as Homeland Security Secretary with their counterparts as well, to figure out how do we work with Mexico. So the way you work is, you work diplomatically, you work together to solve these problems. That's what we're doing with India as well. So we're so happy when we saw the new Telemanos initiative, because this allows free access to telemedicine health services 24/7, especially to people in remote and underserved areas. This is really critical development in India that will help people who can't otherwise access these services. Really important. And it shows how we're taking advantage of 21st century technology to get the help to people. Why? Because, I don't have to tell you, you live in a tough neighborhood, and the issues of narcotics trafficking and terrorism are closely linked, especially in South Asia right here. So this work becomes absolutely vital, not only for India's national security, but also for the bulwark against the ever-expanding reach of drug traffickers and transnational criminal enterprises. Because they're often trafficking in drugs, but also in cash, in humans, in guns and arms and others. So, and crypto now becomes an important piece as well. So, and cyber and dark web, so it's really important. And that's where the solutions come in. The solutions come in that, United States and India have been working together, both of us, to work to address counter narcotics, but also the root causes behind it, which is social determinants of health. Things like housing, things like transportation and employment and access to healthcare and more, because they play an important critical role in mental health and substance use disorder. It's not a stigmatizing thing. There are so many underlying factors like these I mentioned to help. In terms of public safety and law enforcement, there are so many ways also to work together between the two countries. Just within last year, the United States and India have formally established a bilateral counter-narcotics working group for the first time ever. And that's really good progress. And it's created the architecture and relationships to achieve tangible outcomes against the problem. And that's how you move forward. And we really appreciate India's regional leadership on issues such as drug trafficking and transnational organized crime. Because it's so natural that the United States and India are partners both as global leaders but also to solve global problems. And that's where it comes up. We're so excited about India leading the G20 presidency next year. We have a great opportunity ahead of us in this regard. As you know, as India gets set up to take the presidency of G20 in 23, it gives India unique power to push international community forward on these and other important issues, including sustainable development. You know, at the recent meeting, the Secretary of State, Tony Blinken, has already spoken with Foreign Minister Jaishankar about this, and they discussed creating a counter-narcotics working stream within the G20 to address not only these issues, but also related issues of mental health and addiction. So we're very hopeful that this can happen. We can start to move forward. And it would not only reflect substantial economic impact that these issues have upon our economies, but also be historic recognition of the importance of some of the world's largest economies, and placing emphasis on creating safe and healthy societies. So this is the kind of work that we're really excited about. And you know, there's so many other additional opportunities beyond this. In terms of public health, we know that healthcare is going to lead us to the future, and technology as our greatest tools. So innovations in IT and telehealth will drive the future of healthcare. Data analytics can tell us more about fatal and non-fatal overdoses and how to adapt our response. R&D into new medications will allow us more effectively to treat patients. So this is the kind of things that we're going to work to strengthen together as two nations. And it also includes looking at the curriculum of medical education and nursing schools, whether it covers addiction in the United States and in India or not. And we want to make sure it does. So we can promote and look at how do we promote more dual degree programs that focus on like Masters of Public Health. So these are these dual degrees. I know students who are really interested in that. So one of the important pieces we have to answer is how do we create a 24/7 healthcare system that allows us to solve and help people. We can answer this together. We don't have to answer this alone. And all of these things will help us break the stigma. But I ask you to consider all of these things, that you know, our public health work is important, and we cannot work of one country without the other. It's so interlinked. So as we move forward, the future of the infrastructure development, adapting technology, addressing mental health, especially in rural areas, and addiction, as well as supply side, it's up to both of the countries to take that leadership and move forward. And you know, it's quite clear to me that there's so much opportunity for India and the United States to work together. And it is the highest honor for me to be working at this level with both of the nations. So I'm going to do everything I can to make this happen. We know that vaccines and pharmacy products will always be important, and so will be the technological advancements. We also need policy changes. Policy changes beyond a vaccine or a technology that help make a lasting difference for both countries. This means that policy changes that make it easier to get care, including for addiction and other services, so we keep people alive. Because if all of the technology in the world doesn't matter, if people cannot benefit from it. And together, we can save lives from addiction, from mental health problems, if we get services to the rural areas, to people who need it. We can build that prosperity for both nations. And it's not a coincidence that the world's oldest and largest democracies are working together. And you know, it really reminds me of this quote that President Biden said just last week, actually. He said, democracies are more than a form of government. They're a way of being, way of seeing the world, a way that defines who we are, what we believe, why we do what we do. And democracy is simply that fundamental. And he said that, you know, before even the election this week. And he also said that we're at an inflection point, frankly, and one of those rare moments that only come every several generations. So everything is changing so rapidly and technologically, politically, socially, environmentally. So the decisions that we make today are going to determine the future for the next several decades. So what India and the United States do together today and tomorrow will have ramifications for decades and centuries to come. And if we continue to work together, the possibilities are endless. So let me just conclude that with your help, With your engagement, our two nations are going to continue to serve together and be example of good friendship and good global citizenship. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Rahul, for that outstanding presentation, giving us what United States and India together can do. And there are so many areas where we can work together and deliver that. So this leads into my remark. It was made very easy for me when all of you, most of you were here listening to Sadguru on his presentation. He gave a beautiful, comprehensive geography of the need of rural area, all the areas where we need to work to transform, and all the activities he's doing. That's why I greatly admire and worship his initiative in doing so. Now, my topic today is filling the gap of healthcare delivery and providing access to telemedicine. Now, you have heard a lot. You have enjoyed telemedicine, at least during our COVID time. But I do want particularly the medical community, if they are here, and I want you to take 3 takeaway points today. 1, open your mind and be receptive. Receptive about what? Understand health. What is health? The best definition of health comes from WHO, World Health Organization. The health is not merely the absence of disease, because that's how we think about it. If you have no problem, no disease, you're healthy. But really, as per the WHO definition in their constitution in 1948, it was defined as health is a state of well-being, physical, mental, and socio-economic, and not just merely the absence of disease. So when you think about it, health includes all the tracks that we are talking today, all the areas that we are discussing today, which is water, livelihood, energy, education, sustainability. All these are important for remaining healthy. Now, the health delivery, how do you get help? I'm only going to focus on the physical health. The talking about socio-economic and all other is beyond my scope and expertise. But being a cardiologist, I do know a little bit about disease or physical health, and that's what we'll be talking about. So how do you receive help? How do you get health care? Usually, when you don't feel right, that's why the word dis-ease comes from. When you don't feel right, you go to a doctor, or you go to a healthcare provider. Or if you can afford, that provider can come to your home, but it's always in person. Since our Vedic time and 5,000 years, healthcare is always delivered in person. And here comes the mindset that, have you ever thought that health can also be delivered and there are other options? And the other options being, can you deliver it from distance? Right? Delivering health from distance, the prefix for word distance is tele. Tele means from distance. So Can I have next slide? Next. Okay, you can leave that. So from distance, this is not my presentation. This is not my presentation, but Ashok Gupta, who is a Padma Shri, very good friend and and who heads the Health Council in India. But coming back to healthcare from distance or tele, and do you know how long we have been doing telemedicine? Any student, if they can answer. Yes, sir.
In India, we are doing it since 1998.
Thank you. That's what you think, but you have been actually doing it for last 125 years. Why do I say that? The telephone, listening the sound was invented, happened to be in my town, Philadelphia, in 1876. And since then, whether you, because it has become such a part of our life, you don't think about it. You talk to the doctor, you get some advice, not everything, but that's when we have been doing it. However, it has been our mindset that we only can get healthcare in person. You have to go to doctor, or doctor can come to you, or you have to go to the hospital. So, last 20 years, the technology has made it possible that now we can not only hear the sound, we have television for last more than 70 years, but actually our ability to see and talk to each other, so-called your FaceTime or video visit, came right from your pocket, and that is happening in last 20 years. So we started using this technology for actually face-to-face visit, because that's exactly what you do when you go to see a doctor. Of course, he then performs additional testing. But history part, where you ask the question, doctor asks the question, you give the answer, that formulates his thinking, what possibilities are, and then he takes some basic vital signs, your blood pressure, pulse ox, temperature, etc. So that's your first so-called triage or screening. And then he tells you, I think it is this in medicine. All this part can be done simply by FaceTime. Can it not?
Yes.
Say loudly.
Yes.
That's right. So we can practice medicine simply by having this little computer in our pocket. Now what is missing here is taking the basic vital signs. You want to take your blood pressure, pulse ox, temperature, blood sugar, maybe even a single lead cardiogram. Now that used to be cumbersome. And I actually worked on it for last 25 years. When I was doing, after 25 years of my practice, when I went to do MBA, 1995, remember? That's when the first World Wide Web, Netscape, Internet became available to public. So my thesis was how I can leverage the Internet for healthcare delivery. That was my thesis in MIS class. And I'm since then working. And then I said, look, just talking is not enough. I have to take the vital signs. And then we started integrating some of the devices. Now you can go to the next slide, if I can advance. I'll leave that's it. So we started integrating the devices so that we can do that part of the examination. Remember, it does not substitute the regular care that you get, but it can supplement. And when you need, when did we need this most? Was last 3 years. During COVID time, you couldn't go to doctor, you couldn't go to the hospital, or doctor couldn't come to you, and you still needed to be taken care of. And that's when your FaceTime, video call, Zoom, whatever you want to call, became a routine part, and suddenly the mindset changed and became receptive. So we started doing telemedicine, and we called it telemedicine. So because we are taking care of the patients on distance. And so far as the taking vitals, it was somewhat cumbersome initially, but in last few years, thanks to technology, that's why I'm so passionate about technology. Everything that has been accomplished in 2 million history of mankind, starting from invention of fire, wheel, and all the way to modern things that we use, they all have been invented by technocrats. And that's why my big round of applause to our IITians, and that's why I'm so passionate about being part of that team. Thank you. So, we integrated, and now very recently, I have something in my pocket. This little gadget, it Bluetooth connect to the smartphone, and it can take 8 vital signs, including the blood pressure cuff is attached here. It's not in my pocket right now, but pulse ox, temperature, blood sugar, single channel EKG, all of these are taken and quickly appears on your smartphone, which can be integrated into it. So see how technology made it almost 80% of the things that we can do by using technology. Now let me come to the, in last few minutes. We have this, we are doing it. Now coming to the villages, as you know, in rural India, and that for that part, not just rural India, but all rural places in the world, there are no healthcare providers, as in the previous slide mentioned. Maybe 1 in 4,000 population is the ratio. In urban area, it is 1 to 1,500, and ideally it should be 1 to 1,000. So we don't have doctors. We don't have clinics or hospitals in rural area. We don't have pharmacies. We don't have any infrastructure to easily commute. And you can see, this is the picture of the real village. And majority will agree, if this is the village, who would want to stay there after getting educated, getting medical degree or basic education? Who would want to go back? And even though they come from there, I come from village. Who would want to go back and raise family where there is no education, no social structures, no other facilities? So they all get educated and move to the urban area. That's the reason I believe we don't have doctors or the healthcare providers in the city. And also for the population, their income, $2 or less a day, they cannot afford anything. Lack of education, lack of clean water supply, and lack of sanitation. All these things contribute to the unhealthy conditions. Now, how can we solve this problem? Certainly, in person, doctors are not going there. Patients have difficulty reaching to the distant places. So how do we do that? Well, there are certain things our central government has tried for many years. I know when I graduated in 1968 and we had to do the internship, we had to go to the primary health center. We have close to 43,000 primary health centers. 30% of them don't have a doctor because they don't want to go there and stay. We have created mobile van, but that's episodic. You only get care when that van comes to your village. And it's expensive. The van, the the utilities, the driver, the people going the rest of their travel time, that's not practical. Health camps. But again, only you get the care only when that health camp occurs. So what is the alternative then? And I just mentioned about the centers, and 1/3 of them don't have doctor. 2/3 of them don't have any specialist. So in this situation, technology to the rescue, I mentioned about how in technology has been part of our life and has made what we are doing today possible. So, to my belief, the best way is a remote care using technology, and that we can coin a word called telemedicine. But that we need to change our paradigm, we need to shift paradigm and accept that. That's my another point. Be receptive and embrace technology. Understand and learn its uses and its limitations. That will really help to take care of all your patients, not just the rural ones. We created a system in 2012. We put it in the debut in Walmart clinics, whereby you can have not just a video visit, but examination of patient. And I put at the, that now in India, where you have Ayush providers, Ayurvedic, homeopath, Unani, Siddha, they can easily use that system to provide the care. So we created at WGF, Wills Global Foundation, a simple system. What is missing is getting the remote care at the door of the villagers. What do they need? They need a smartphone in their hand, or even a cellular phone in their hand. But they can't afford. So even our government provides e-Sanjeevani and free consultation, but in order for you to receive, you have to have that phone in your hand. And if you don't have it, that doesn't work. So we said, let's do one thing. First thing we need is access to the physician, or access to the healthcare provider. And we can bring that by giving, we don't have resources as a small NGO or organization, but we can give a system to a village, like creating a telephone booth instead of giving telephone in everybody's pocket, where you can go and use it. So we give them a telemedicine kit with the devices and smartphone and the software. Software is in native language. It can simple yes/no questions, create a triage history, and once it is done, then doctor comes online and see the patient. Two stipulations. One, the person at the village level who gets a kit, he is trained and he has to be the village resident. Somebody doesn't go from outside. So it creates a trust. And they can do that service, bring the doctor, and after that, whatever treatment is prescribed, that can be executed. That's our simple model. WGF donates $1,000 for each village center to create this. And to this date, we have created 296 such centers in 7 states. And during COVID time, we provided free service to more than 14,000 patients. My goal is, thank you. My goal is to create 10,000 sites in 10,000 villages. If I could do that, then each center can see 10 patients a day, 100,000, 1 lakh patients a day. And at the end of the year, we can see 25 million patients can be served to provide this first step, access to affordable care. And one thing I learned from Sadhguru's presentation, we also want to make it agreeable to villagers. Access, affordability, and agreeability. So I'm going to add that word in my presentation, and for that I'm going to ask. Of course, this is technology happening. We'll be able to do so many things down the line in near future. It is benefiting everybody. We need to transform the villages, and you will say, why healthcare in sustainable growth? Normally growth will mean that it's economy. You can only have a growth if the villagers are healthy. That's why healthcare is the important aspect of ideal village transformation. Thank you very much.
Hi, good afternoon to all of you. I know we are in the midst of audience, established speakers who are here. I just need about 10 minutes of your attention on a very important topic we are going to speak about. And before that, Sunnyji, thank you for giving us an opportunity for presenting about healthcare, education and nutrition as an aspect of what we do. The concept of right to education, right to nutrition, right to healthcare, which are three important basic components of anybody's life, has been imbibed in the SmartCareDoc mission. Most of you know that since the last 10 years, the SAI mission has been actually picking up pace. And this morning, many of you saw a presentation and a video by Sadguru Sri Madhusudan, who actually spoke at length about the need of the hour. And today's need of the hour is specifically about children. Because if you take care of today's children, you have given a future to India for the next 70 to 80 years. So the core is about children over here. And sir very rightly mentioned about healthcare. All of us we are talking is about corrective action. People speak about corrective action as to what we can do for somebody who is not keeping well. But here I just wanted to bring it to your notice that it's more about the preventive action which is more important than the corrective action. See, why I tell this is, just imagine, if you take a rural school going child, a child who goes to school without anything in his stomach, the child is hungry. The teacher knows the child is hungry. The parents know I'm sending my child to a school without having anything for him in the food. Now, if you see, the child's intestines, the child's body system cannot sustain being hungry for almost 16 hours after the previous day's dinner. Now, this is the current state of affair for almost 8 crore children in India. And these are stats which are relevant, available. In India, there are 25 crore children who go to schools. And in that, 16 crore children go to government schools. And in that, even if you take an assumption that 50% of them go to schools without anything in the morning. So the concept of giving morning nutrition is what has been conceptualized by Sadguru Sri Madhusudan. Very unique, because most of us know about midday meals. Everybody speaks about midday meals. But nobody spoke about breakfast. You go back and see any of the concepts, any other NGOs which are focusing on, are slowly now realizing that we should focus on the morning part of it. And I am a strong believer in a concept of 1 rupee. There's a concept of 1 rupee which can actually make a difference for the child. Why I'm saying this is, I keep telling my son and also my daughter that this is like a micronutrient supplement. And this also has a milk component in it. This 1 teaspoon of this micronutrient supplement, it just costs 1 rupee. And if the child is given this, your health budgets can be reduced. Why? You are preventing it. This is a micronutrient supplement. The food which we take, which is more of carbohydrates, proteins, vitamins, is good. But the micronutrient supplements are very, very less available in the regular staple food many of us take. That is one part. A similar thing, in fact, we were trying to see how we can optimize it much more. You look at a local regional pellet like finger millet, ragi. You'll be surprised to know this is not more than 50 paisa. Somebody asked me, how can it be 50 paisa? Yes, it's 50 paisa. A 50 paisa ragi with jaggery gives you 200 ml health drink, and we are not aware of this. So the power of a rupee or a 50 paisa, we may not know it, but actually speaking, it is very relevant for rural school going children. There is no other way. Since we are with the students and telling all of you, many of the times you will be thinking, what can I do? I understand healthcare is an issue. I understand hunger is an issue. I understand malnutrition is an issue. There is nothing you feel like you cannot do. You can do anything possible like this. See, I was also like you, many of you students, about 15 years back, graduated, started working for a corporate company, but we realized that somewhere we are missing to keep our next generation healthy. And this particular story is about Annapurna, and we actually came from Mudanali, Chikkabalapur, very near to Bangalore. We have with us the various other verticals, representations of education, healthcare also. We have with us Dr. Srikanta Murthy, who is a Chancellor, Vice Chancellor of Sathya University for Human Excellence. We have Fanindra, we have Dr. Rajdeep, and then we have Sai Prasad, we have Sunil, and also Mr. Sharad, representing various verticals. Again, as I told you, right to education, right to healthcare, right to nutrition, focusing on children. If you see the slide, predominantly, as I mentioned, we focus all the three parts under one single umbrella. For example, if somebody says, like what sir was talking about, a village, definitely sir, I will not go to a village where I study and go and stay in a village where the facilities are not there. So what can we do? Our child who is not able to get the right system of education, healthcare or nutrition, we are trying to reinvent ourselves to see how we can make them ideal villages. And in the process, the formula is only healthcare, education, nutrition to start with. Then you have the livelihoods or you have the energy part of it to sustain it along with water. So this is our HQ. Most of you are welcome to come anytime. It's very near to Bangalore. And this is the core. This is the place where we are conceptualizing the think tank, the ideologies, the various programs which have been coming up in the last 10 years. This is the place, it's a must visit for any of the students who would like to be a part of social investments for implementing an infrastructure for India. So, not much to tell, but this was already spoken. Healthcare, nutrition, education, and the various other things which we do. I will not take much time on that. But the core is, as I mentioned, about the child's nutrition. Again, I come back and tell, if you give that one single scoop of milk or banana or a biscuit or anything which can help the child to sustain for 2 hours, he can do better in maths. He can do better in science. He can do better in social. He can do better in any of the academic subjects. The problem is he doesn't get it. And because of that, the child is deprived of getting future education. And because of that, he is becoming a burden for India. Because at the end of his 10th standard, he doesn't complete his 10th standard and he gets into a labor work or even gets into something bad as an element, and it's a burden for India as such. So, as such, a simple nutrition like this can make a difference for a child. And we started doing this program since last 10 years. Of course, if I'm standing over here, if I'm giving a presentation, it is because of the wonderful support we got from the teachers, from the local administration, and most importantly, the children. The children who could enjoy whatever has been given by us. And I'm very, very happy, and on the behalf of all the 10 lakh children to whom we are serving, I would like to also tell that, the mission is not stopping over here. We are really looking forward for more and more people to come and join us in this mission. These are pictures of our nutrition program drive, which we do for 23 states and 4 union territories. And just to give you a picture, just to tell you, one picture tells you one single glass of milk, that's enough. 2 hours sustains, and then we have the midday meals program given by the governments over there. But most importantly, what I want to also emphasize is 3 things. Teachers are actually telling us, just by introducing this nutrition program, attendance has increased. Can you see? The second point is, which is most important point, which I feel like is, leave aside attendance. What is more important is the teachers. Because the teachers are saying earlier, we were actually teaching to empty stomachs. See, can you believe, imagine if I am talking to all of you over here, just keeping away a lunch away for almost 20 minutes or 30 minutes, how will you feel? Definitely you will feel, oh, how long will this session go on? Right? Is it not alright? So the point is, if I am able to make a very effective morning nutrition program so that the teachers know something is there for him in the stomach, now I can teach my class. So teachers are telling that this program you have to do it. If you don't do it also, I will ensure that it happens. So what is Annapurna over here? It is becoming a catalyst. It's a change maker. We are not coming here and telling that tomorrow we are going to address 8 crore children. No, we don't want to tell that. Annapurna is not making a statement that we are going to do 8 crore children. Annapurna wants to make a statement to everybody that we have 8 crore children to do. It doesn't matter which NGO. Wills Foundation, definitely. Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, definitely. Annapurna, definitely. Anybody else. As long as that child is benefited, we are through and we are successful. And this is exactly why we are talking about all these various impactful stories we have created. And last point, which is the most important thing out of this is, okay, all of you are doing a wonderful job. That's perfectly okay. This is a world where people ask for impact assessment. People ask, okay, tell me, is it really increasing the child's impact? Yes, sir. Because look at the devices which sir uses. You take the device, after 3 months you go and see the HP count increases. After going and doing the program, the height of the child increases. After going and doing the program, the weight of the child increases. Now you tell me, if I am able to make a difference with that 1 rupee, where are we? Definitely we are making a difference for the large, significant impact for the children again. So this is a slide which speaks about the various impact assessments which we could do it, and just a pictorial depiction that once you start with a scoop of breakfast, at least all of you know, you start a good one, naturally 10 people will join you. Your friends will join you, your village authorities will join you, school authorities will join you, local officials will join you. Because you're doing good work. You're not doing something for your own selfish activity. And this is a multiplier effect we call. And this slide deck specifically speaks about it. And this is exactly where we are standing. Now, please understand, my dear brothers, my dear students, and all the delegates over here, it's not an easy job to address 23 states and 4 union territories without the support of the volunteers and the school staff. Karnataka has been our biggest case study for us, and I'm going to explain it to you because we have Mr. Sodhiji over here, and I'm going to tell about what exactly we are going to do for specifically other states as well. Now, the single specific activity which I would like to talk about is a very interesting product which we are trying to focus is on the SA.I shirt part. I just showed you the picture about on the bottle, which is predominantly focused on giving supplements to the children which is missing. Now I'm going to spend a bit of time on that before I leave. And why is it something related to the current need? There is a word called nutrition security. Today we don't talk about hunger. We talk about nutrition security. Why? Because food is available, but the right food is not available. The right food is not available. So that's exactly the reason why we speak about nutrition security and why we do. And as such, the whole idea is by doing this program, we have again become a change maker for the governments, telling that if you can introduce this morning nutrition in a specific time in the morning, it will make an impact. And that's exactly the reason why the National Education Policy, which has come out in 2019, has made it mandate that the morning nutrition program will be introduced across India for all the children. Now again we are a change maker over here. We just been a catalyst over here. Somebody says not all NGOs can do the work, but the idea is if you can try to do something and show it to the government, it will help us. And in this way, if you see, these are some of these pictures about the various models we've been doing. And this is exactly the point which I want to make, that ultimately if you're able to introduce something along with the government's programs, because governments give milk powder. If a government gives milk powder, we can give some supplement like this. So this is a little picture about it. There are various other specific items related to the SA.I show, which we can explain when we come to our stalls. We have a stall outside and I can as well explain more in detail. I also would like to leave about a focused point which Sir mentioned about mothers, even for pregnant mothers, especially if we can give these supplements, it will help them to become stronger, and we have variants for the same. And finally, we also would like to mention specifically about the importance of having collaborations. These are all the government collaborations which we had with the government of Karnataka, and now looking at the scale at which we are growing, now we are coming up with our own facility which will try to bring in micronutrient supplements for almost 10 crore children. So we are looking at a larger scale and trying to explore ourselves. And last but not least, it's very important that we also need to look at the 3S model. Sarkara, Samaja, Sanstha, all the three have to come forward. And these are the MOUs signed with the various state governments across length and breadth of India. And we continue to do it. We would like to see more and more permissions coming in. Finally, nothing is going to happen without the support of corporates. And we have about almost 150 corporates supporting us. And along with this, one last thing which I would like to bring it to your notice is, especially the students. Students are asking us, how can I be a part of the program? Now there's a solution for this also. Now if you ask me what is the solution, just see this important slide deck, and I am recommending all of you to see if you can make a difference by actually downloading 1 rupee app. This is 1 rupee app as such can actually do a difference. The 1 rupee app which you download, the contribution which you make 1 rupee per day will actually make a difference for a child. Now imagine if there are almost 10,000 downloaders, per day you get 10,000 rupees. Now it can make a difference for the child. Now that change can be made by all the students over here, the PHU students over there. So this is basically about 1 rupee app. We will talk much about it later. But again, this is a separate session specifically on 1 rupee app, and we can definitely look forward for your support in this way. So with this, I thank, and I also once again, congratulate Sir for giving us an opportunity to speak. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you for amazing and very touching presentation, inspiring me so much that I would like to commit $1,000 every year for the children, because I regularly, all directors commit minimum 5 to 10K for Wills Global, but this is absolutely a great service that's being performed. So we will have the, and I did that so that many of you will do that. Kyunki kehte hain na ki bhukhe bachan na hoi gopala. That poor child who is sitting in the class can't complain, has to withstand teachers' onslaught at empty stomach. And I think we're going to make you feel what it feels like having empty stomach, because we have next speaker and we have a brief question and answer session. Please stay with us and experience what that child must be feeling. So don't go.
Good afternoon, namaste everybody, dignitaries. I see a lot of youth. It's very welcoming because you're going to be the future for changing and transforming this world. Thank you, Dr. Sanibai, for giving me this opportunity, and the Wheels Foundation, Alumni IIT, and the Banaras Hindu University. I represent the S.A.I Institute of Education that was ordained by Bhagwan Baba on Yugadi Day of 2002 to weave the combination of healthcare, education, social welfare into human transformation that can help the world at an individual level, so that we give a domino effect helping the world. My aim as enterotoxic sensitization, what do we need to know about the neuroplasticity? Why do we need to know? We are making money by checking kids and giving the immunizations and everything. That is what all pediatricians talk about, healthcare workers talk about. But we see a lot of mental problems that have been already elaborated. There are 50% of the youth who have one or two mental disorders, 22% severe mental disorders. They are raising the children, these are under 25 years of age. And by 6 years of age, 40% of the kids are having anxiety neurosis. They don't know what to do or what not to do. But 20% of the children by 11 to 13 years already have had severe behavior disorders and attention deficit disorder. They're not focusing. And imagine, we talked about the drug problem. 14.5 to 15% of 15-year-olds are putting substances in their mouth and into their veins to find happiness. And we are trying to treat when changes cannot happen. We need to treat when changes can be prevented toward the adverse effects. And that's what the sensitization of why we need to know the neuroplasticity, neurocognitive development in the first 1,000 days, because that structure is a permanent part of the brain structure and functional part of the brain structure that determines the later on behaviors and the academic accomplishments. And about the education, we need to educate everybody to raise children right so that these robust pathways are protected so that the children can express their inherent divine genius and be productive to the society. And the other goal is empowerment. Teach every person who is involved with the care of the child to be empowered with the tools, strategies to give a holistic, healthy child with a physical, intellectual, psychosocial, emotional, and spiritual capacity. After all, we all have 5 basic senses, and they have to accept and filter out everything that is not wanted, everything that they want to keep, and we should do everything to promote those senses to connect with each other, learn with each other, transmit the messages, and learn and create a permanent event that is productive inside the brain. This is thematic presentation. For people with the IT, if brain is a digital analog, the 5 senses have become the software where we create broadbands for protection of taking the information fast, processing the information quickly. And this is called multi-sensory integration, and this happens only with good relationships. We pay so much attention to see the physical growth as you see on the chart. The eyes move, the hands move, then the tummy moves, they learn to roll over, they creep and they crawl and then they walk. But what we do not know, what is happening inside the brain. We are so busy measuring the anthropometrics and the height and weights and all those. But the emotional brain is very mature when the baby is born. That brain either knows how to withdraw or not to withdraw. And there are about 100 billion cells that connect only when there is a sensory stimulus. Now we have to think about what should we need, what should we do to stimulate all the senses so that they take the information. What should we not do to prevent the senses from blocking the information? Because these nerve cells, as you see, are called synaptic proliferations. It's a bunch of cells when the baby's brain is born. 333 grams has become 2 kilograms by 2 years, and it is not because they produced extra cells, but because the senses connected formed a framework or a foundation. And if they feel threatened, if they feel not loud, if they don't get the sensory input, there is nothing but they lose 600,000 cells per minute times 10,000 connections. So millions of cells connect only if there is a stimulus. And how do we start the, okay, another quick did that. As you see, there is a protection because of the sensory input. There are chemicals that are being secreted they create a wire. We call it as a hardwiring of the brain. And if you go back and look at it, there was some myelination sheet for which nutrition is very important. Breastfeeding is wholesome. And along with that, from the weaning stage, we have to think about what we are putting into that mouth with xanthines, mesoxanthines, leptins, luteins, omegas, that really are brain boosters, immune boosters, essential for the child. And there is an expectant time which is very, very, very critical in the first 1,000 days of life. And this one, if you lose an opportunity to treat a lazy eye, by the 9th month to 15th month, there is a permanent blindness. Why did this happen? It's the same eye. There is a capacity when the brain will shut down to take the messages after a while. That is a critical thing we are not looking at. And then it's the same thing for phonemic presentation. It's a thematic presentation in the brain where if the child is not exposed to different languages, they shut down to learn new phonemes after the 5th month. So there are certain Bayesian laws and principles that need to be taught to the parent in a very colloquial way so they can offer education. And the determining factors are, you don't sit down and teach an infant. It automatically happens. We always interact with them. We give them toys, we hold them. But what is our intention of holding? In every routine, all through the day, with the diaper change, with the bathing time, with the feeding time, how are we interacting and stimulating the senses? It is not like language one time, cognitive development other time, and social emotional learning other time. It is a combination of everything. If you intentionally taught to do that, even among the rustic, illiterate people, it can happen through routines, through internal relaxation, through repetition. And when a repetitive stimulus is given to an infant, looking at you with the natural state of curiosity to learn every minute, that baby learns very well if the adult caregiver can give that, but not an electronic gadget. It has to be interpersonal, responsive caregiving with the love that teaches. And it is initially sensory play, then it becomes a functional, intentional play by the infant, then it becomes a symbolic play of associations, and then it becomes a collaborative play for problem solving. If you look at what I said, there are only two factors. The first factor is the adult caregiver, and the second factor is the environment that the infant is getting raised in. It's back and forth reciprocal relationship. Give, take, and respond with love. And environmental epigenetics, nutritional epigenetics have really proved you cannot express good and bad genes unless the environment produced a circumstance to prevent the good genes from being expressed, bad genes from getting expressed. And we just talk about development. The main developmental trajectory is simultaneously happening from before birth inside the uterus. And the physical being is very important with the gross motor, fine motor coordination, as well as balance and everything, and for which we need proper nutrition, proper circumstances, and immunizations, and keep them with the immune boosters and brain boosters. What is happening with the social emotional learning? It is just a main domain, but the self-identity and the belongingness, the trust and the self-regulation, the emotional flexibility, understanding your emotions, responding to this, has already happened before the infant started to walk. And we don't even know that, we are not paying attention to that. And then again the language. The language is simultaneously happening from the time the infant is born. Verbal and non-verbal communication, expressive language, receptive language, and literacy. And cognitive development is an end result of all of those, and the most important thing is social emotional learning. I skipped the video because in respect for time. Well, what is happening in your teenager who is very well connected, if they are just doing the games with the electronics. Electronics are effacing the frontal lobe, which is a human property, and is causing the animal, mammalian brain to take over, that is less sensitive to positive stimulation. And with 3 hours per week of gaming, the cortisol secretions with the excitement have effaced the frontal lobe, which is the seat of human excellence. And within 3 months this has happened, case control studies. Stephanie Amis did a wonderful study where we can be dependent upon, where she has documented comparison the most common autism spectrum disorder now, which is 2 to 3 per 100, which was not that frequent before, as well as the ADHD. They do not have any connected pathways. I don't know if there is anything. As you can see, there is a connection with the controls in the normal people between the right brain and the left brain, and there is a perfusion. Whereas in the top ones, which in the autism on the left side in the ADHD, there is no connectivity between the right brain that connects with the world in a proper way with the left brain, that is expression, self-regulation, cognitive and developmental, cognitive development. If we do not give the sensory stimulus, I talked about it, but what we should not do is the Wendel's tree of trauma. The trauma is causing a lot of withdrawal of the senses, shutting down the senses, and when they shut down, they're losing 600,000 cells per minute, leaving big gaps. And this is deep-rooted inequities, poverty, migrant labor population. As you said, if the stigmas for seeking proper help at the right time, substance use disorder, and with the COVID, I saw many drug babus, give the money back into the government, crores of rupees. So substance use disorder is really causing a major concern with the depression and inhibition of the sensory input, besides domestic violence, witnessing violence. If you look at this scan, the left side one top is one that we want, where that is the primary foundation, where there are no gaps, and that you can always bring back a child with a forced behavior. With a forced behavior, after those gaps have happened, after the 5th birthday, even after working and trying to fix a problem for 6 months to 2 years, the results are not as robust as what can happen under 5 years of age within 7 days. So those gaps are the ones that are causing the future health risk behaviors or drug problems, because in those scarred areas of the brain, there is no secretion of dopamine or serotonin or the chemicals that are required for happiness and learning. And that's what is causing a problem. Not only are we getting the scarred brain, but if you look at this sympathetic overdrive on the left side, the cortisol that scarred the brain is also scarring the heart. It's called Sakatobo syndrome, where athletes who have done exercise, they drop dead because the brain balloons out in diastole. Then this can happen in 2 years, 20 years or 50 years. Dr. Maturi is my relative. He had a lot of stress, cricketer, and he just suddenly passed away, 15 years at the dining table. And then the gastric ulcers, irritable bowel syndrome, immune suppression, autoimmune disorders, gluconeogenesis causes obesity, and as well as diabetes, hypertension, and fecal retention, encopresis, enuresis, all are related to sympathetic overdrive. Whereas on the right side is the parasympathetic overdrive, where we create oxytocin, which prevents the surge of epinephrine and cortisol, negative feedback suppression. We borrow the parent and the caregiver to get those changes done and internal relaxation happen. And with the exercises from 18 months onwards, and we can do the movements and exercises even for the infants, that causes endorphin releases, enkephalins, internal opioids, and cannabinoids. And this has been done by studies through Dr. John Giavetti at Harvard long time ago in the 80s. That has been documented. We need a good workout program for every infant as well as the parent who's take care. And this can be done in 18 months with the cooperation of the child. These children will not grow to be seeking drugs from outside. And the Prof and Benner circles cycle, that's where we are faltering. We are not paying attention to what we can do to prevent the youth health risk behaviors and the learning disabilities. It is the microsystem, it is the individual child under 3 years of age with robust pathways who can connect well to the family, to the faith systems, to the community, and to the school system. We are trying to fix the problem after they already had occurred and withdrawn. We need to prevent the problems. If they are doing so much of food drive, those are the families they can work at an individual basis through Train the Trainer program. And when Baba always said, when there is righteousness in the heart, there is beauty in character. If there is beauty in character, there is harmony in the home. When there is harmony in the biological unit society of the society, which is a family, there is order in the society, and then when there is order in the society, there is peace. And we lost it. We lost it with the sensory input, depending on the materialism. And so, wrapping up, it's flight and fight. If you freeze in dissociation with the fear, it is you withdraw yourself. If you freeze with fear and anger, you fight about it. And it is the responsive caregiving and the hours that are important for every child. What can we do to integrate this optimal health? We need to connect all the dots. It cannot happen in vacuum. We need to work with the government systems who should really consider, instead of going and searching for disabilities, prevent disabilities by starting 0 to 3, just like early head start programs in India. Schools and may take parent volunteers and healthcare workers to offer this education to every family unit. And when they do checkups, every healthcare provider has a moral responsibility to spend 6 minutes to give milestones checklist and what they should do to stimulate all the domains and the activities. And ongoing training programs, web-based as well as in-person, should be re-educating and reinforcing, reflecting, and provide a ground structure. So the family, the community, and the schools, everybody, the government agencies have to work together. So at the outset, I have to talk about the intellectual, physical, emotional. This is a great, that I have it on my website as well as in my books. It is about if you think what you can do with the positive thinking, you'll become that person. And life application of those positive quotes is very important to evolve into pro-social behaviors and have a good founding on the self-confidence and everything. And the yoga and meditation and the physical exercises I already mentioned is for oxytocin surges and enkephalins. I just want to be able to, please watch this. Okay. So I'm just going to show something. It's not playing now. It is about a still face experiment, and the mind will be interacting, and there was a lot of smiliness, interaction for a 6-month-old, and then mom was asked to have a still face, and then that mother was not even responding to all the body language that infant is doing. Where you can stop that. And imagine if there is no interpersonal interaction pervasively, that child withdraws the senses. And I wanted to physically show that, but the video didn't work. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Meenaji. We have so much to share. Unfortunately, we are already 30 minutes late, and I want to applaud audience for being patient. We have 20 minutes more, and I think you will again feel how you feel when your stomach is hungry. I mean, normal life attention span is 3 minutes, but when you are hungry, it is less than 30 seconds. So next I'm going to call, we had Q&A session, but we're going to postpone that. I have few very distinguished speakers who have come from far, and I invite them on the stage to answer few. Oh, we have? Oops, my apology. Dr. Prabhu? Oh, we have one more presentation online, so be patient. We'll applaud again. We'll make sure food is available after presentation. We have distinguished speakers. They want to give a 30-second, maybe 1 minute, what they have to say about healthcare issues of rural India and how that can be worked. Thank you.
Good morning. Greetings from Chhattisgarh. At the outset, I congratulate the organizers for this amazing conference and bringing together all key stakeholders who are passionate about making our rural areas ideal villages. This morning, I will be speaking about a comprehensive model for universal health coverage that our institute is implementing across several states in India. Rural areas in our country are unique. They are heartlands where 75% of India's population resides. Looking at them from the healthcare perspective, there is tremendous unmet need and potential waiting to be tapped. And when we say rural, it means deprived, marginalized. So what is the answer for the age-old question, and which is a huge challenge, that is, how do we improve healthcare services in our rural areas? Let me tell you a few stories. Meet Sombati. She is 20 years old from a tribal village called Paknar from Bastar district in Chhattisgarh. This is her second pregnancy. The earlier one was a home delivery. This time, during the 9 months of her pregnancy, she has had absolutely no antenatal checkup. After repeated pestering by the local ASHA worker, she finally came in her 9th month, just few days before the due date of her delivery, in one of her antenatal checkups camps that we have in Bastar district. And she had severe anemia. As we can see, there is swelling on her face and arms. And when the gynecologist did the checkup, the baby was in transverse line, which means that there is no way that she can have a normal delivery. Believe you me, it was a Herculean task to convince her that she needs to get admitted to a district hospital to get a cesarean delivery done. Meet Hemin, a bright little toddler, 18 months old, who came for consultation in one of our well baby clinics in rural Raipur area. And he had some problem with breathing and a fast heartbeat since the age of 6 months. And when the pediatrician asked his mother to open up his shirt, she was a little reluctant. And when she finally did open the shirt, we understood the reason for her hesitance. When we zoom in and we see that there are burn or branding marks across his entire chest and abdomen. The reason being, because he had these health problems since the age of 6 months, his family had taken him to a local faith healer who had treated him to get rid of his health problems by this way. Meet Vimla, Asha worker in Bastar, and really hats off to her. Because of her hard work, we could get Sombati for the antenatal checkup, and later she got delivered in the district hospital in Bastar district. Now, Vimla wants to contribute to the healthcare provision in her village. She wants, her fellow villagers to get good medical aid. She was instituted in the ASHA workforce 20 years back with minimal training, but there is still a lot of scope for improvement. So these are, some examples, but facts that are staring at us, and we need the solution right now. Martin Luther King had said, of all the forms of inequality, injustice in healthcare is the most shocking and inhuman. In the year 2018, global leaders met in a conference for primary healthcare, and all of them unanimously agreed that to answer the question of how they can provide the best health care for the people of their country, universal health coverage is the answer, and it can only be achieved through primary health care. And Ayushman Bharat, our nationwide program, is an offshoot from this particular conference, which focuses on comprehensive primary health care through the government health and wellness centers. The main core concept of this particular model is treatment and health promotion services with empowered people and communities with increased awareness and demand for quality healthcare services and a multi-sectoral policy and action. And the main concept here is rooted in human rights and principles. Now, if we look at this jigsaw puzzle for healthcare delivery in rural areas, then the key components are quality treatment, good infrastructure, skilled and trained staff, robust referral systems, accessibility, and the most important, love and compassion for our brothers and sisters. Now, the way we are addressing this particular problem is through our institute, which is providing completely free of cost treatment for pediatric congenital heart defects. And we have 2 more institutes in Haryana and Maharashtra apart from the one in Chhattisgarh. And over the last 10 years, more than 2 lakh children have got OPD consultation, and more than 22,000 children have benefited from pediatric cardiac surgeries and cath interventions. And all services rendered are totally free of cost. We get children from across the length and breadth of the country, and apart from that, children from 15 to 17 other countries have got the gift of life in this particular institute. Now, apart from curative services, we have community outreach programs focusing on maternal and child health. So in the geographies that we work in, we work along with the local state governments. A systematic concerted plan is made along with them to identify the areas that are still unserved and unreached, who have poor maternal and child health indicators, and such areas are selected for the intervention. Here we are very mindful of the fact that we do not want to create a parallel system, but wherever there are some gaps, we want to plug in those so that a proper healthcare delivery system is laid out. Through our maternal and child health initiatives, our entire team comprising of gynecologists, pediatricians, public health professionals, social workers, nursing staff and counselors go to these adopted centers every week, and we provide treatment and health promotive services. Now, these also give good opportunity for training the government staff and frontline healthcare workers. So as they see practice, they also learn. And so far in these 6 years, 66,000 plus pregnant women consultations have been performed. More than 135,000 children have been screened, and 1,000 plus schools and Anganwadis have been served till date. Now, going back to our jigsaw puzzle of proper infrastructure, skilled staff, and providing proper curative services, this is the 3-level screening model that we employ. For level 1 screening, we train government staff, frontline healthcare workers, and some staff that are employed by our hospital. Here, we train them in our hospital for 2 months, and when they go back to the communities, they start their services. Now, the advantage with getting local healthcare staff is that they are familiar with the culture, they speak the same dialect, so they are more acceptable to the communities that they work in. Now, these trained frontline healthcare workers do the first level screening in remote villages where they head out to on a daily basis. Once they have screened the children in these particular villages, all those who have a suspected health ailment are then referred for level 2 screening and diagnosis to the district hospitals. Now, the district hospital, for instance, in Bastar did not have an echocardiography machine. So, Along with the help of Tata Trust, our Sai Sanjeevani Hospital has placed an echocardiography machine in the district hospital, the same that is seen in this photograph in the middle. Now, to use this state-of-the-art machinery, we need trained staff. So the pediatrician of the district hospital has been trained in our hospital with the super specialty cardiology team, who has trained him in performing screening echocardiography. Now, this machine is also connected to our hospital via telemedicine, so that the pediatrician can take opinion from the cardiology team, and they can also real-time observe the views and the diagnosis and can be laid out. Now, after the screening of level 2 has been done, all those with a diagnosis are sent for confirmation to our specialty hospital and further for treatment in the form of pediatric cardiac surgery or cath intervention. So far, through this initiative, 7,000 plus children have been screened and 150 have been diagnosed of congenital heart defects, of which 100 have been treated so far, and 50 are now lined up for medical management and treatment. Now, to address the gap of having skilled healthcare staff from these rural areas, we have training programs where youth and especially girls from these areas come to our hospital, and there are certificate courses of 6 months where they get on-the-job skill-based training, and the model here is educate, empower and employ. This then makes them ready for gaining employment outside and also bridging the gap of having a healthcare professional available in their area. So with this unique model, we have all important pieces of this jigsaw puzzle taken care of. The use of an artificial intelligence based equipment, which is called as HD-STEC, is used by our frontline healthcare workers for performing the screening of children. Telemedicine is used so that images from remote areas can be sent for diagnosis. Training of frontline healthcare workers along with skilling of government specialists, and infrastructure is provided wherever needed with the help of CSR and other like-minded agencies. So, to answer this question, the answers for questions of rural areas lie within the rural areas. So whatever resources we have of manpower, material, methods has to be gained from the rural areas, and through this we can provide holistic healthcare to our rural areas. This is how our institute is addressing this problem. We are not saying that this is the only solution, but slowly and steadily a wave of change can be seen in the rural areas that we are working in.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your patience listening. And again, I want to thank all the organizers for giving us this opportunity to present our work.
Thank you. We are hopelessly running out of time. I really want to thank you. Give me 5 minutes more. We have to finish at 2 o'clock because the next session starts, but I cannot not respect few individuals who have come here from all the way and to recognize and ask them to come and give precisely 30 seconds so that we can go out and you can enjoy and next session can begin here. So my very humble request, we then hopelessly out of time, our faults, I apologize for that and please pardon us. So I'm going to invite to come on the stage Professor V.N. Mishra. He's the Department of Neurology from Institute of Medical Sciences, BHU. Dr. K.K. Tripathi, Department of Medicine, Nephrology from BHU. Please come. Dr. Bindu Kansupada, Vice Chairman of Health Council, and my partner, cardiologist, and Dr. Jawahar Shah, homeopathy physician, Mr. Om Prakash Chaudhary, who has come from England and doing some phenomenal work. And Afina, where are you? From CSI. Now, I'm just going to ask, I'm so sorry, Anand, I know we need to go, but I cannot not have them give the chance to say, and precisely 30 seconds, please.
Okay, so let's go ahead and get those 30 seconds started.
30 seconds start now. Mr. Chaudhary, tell us about the activity that you are doing and the young female health, please.
Sangani is the initiative of an organization called NOBA GSR, Netrahat Old Boys Association, Global Social Responsibility. And in 8 months, we installed sanitary napkins, dispenser and incinerator in 227 villages so far.
Thank you. You are very passionate about mental health and integrative medicine. 30 seconds. Thank you, Bindu. He's also, I acknowledge you for making it possible to bring Dr. Rahul Gupta for keynote speaker today. He's your personal friend, and we really appreciate all your activities.
Sorry about I couldn't be heard, so to just repeat it. Through the mental health portal of Wheels Global Foundation, we'll try to reach rural health and universities. So be aware of our website, wgf.org.
Okay, thank you. Professor?
I am Dr. V.N. Mishra. We are caring the epilepsy patients in 26 villages from last 11 years. And till now, we have given the free medicine to all of them, and they are with our follow-up to 52,000 patients. Apart from that, we have also done great work in the time of pandemic in these villages where there is no facilities in the remote area. So we went with the auto-installed ICU on wheels. That was one which we started as Oxygen Ferry-wala.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Dr. Jawahar Shah from Mumbai.
Jawahar, tell us about what Ayush provider can play a role in rural healthcare. 30 seconds, I know you have a lot to say.
Thank you very much. Please. It's my great pleasure to be here. And I would say that COVID has taught us, and we have been working on telemedicine since last 20 years. And we have seen more than 200,000 patients across the villages of India. And we have a decision support system with 10 million permutations and combinations. And I feel that if we go for integrative way, it can make a major difference across the globe, and I want all of you to be connected with it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Afina makes public-private partnership possible. She is from S.A.I, and she helped us to have an MOU with Madhya Pradesh government, and one more in the making. Afina, tell us what organization like WGF can do to have a partnership with state.
Thank you, Shah, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to be here. I represent an organization called CSIS, Center for Strategic and International Studies. It's a policy research institution based out of Washington, D.C. And the program I work with is the India Chair, where we connect with states and understand from the states what exactly the issues are in several sectors, including healthcare. So figuring out from the officials of the state where is the issue, and then finding partners such as Wheels Global and others to figure out the gap. That's what it is. And this is all I can say in 30 seconds. I have a lot more. Please connect.
And Professor?
Thank you, Dr. Shah. Thank you, everyone, for your kind attention and patience. This session is now closed. And the next plenary session will start in about 15 minutes at 2 p.m. sharp.
And a big round of applause for the audience for speaking to us. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
but healthcare services here are grossly inadequate. Sri Sathya Sai Sanjeevani hospitals are addressing this through public health programs across several states in India, aimed at bringing healthcare services to the doorsteps of needy.
Sri Sathya Sai Sanjeevani Hospital have clearly 4 defined areas of work. It begins right at the bottom with preventive healthcare work, promotive and educative healthcare, curative healthcare, and research into diseases.
Can we have a huge round of applause, please? I would now request Arun Nanda sir to present bouquet to Nandini Tandon ma'am. With this, I would like to hand over the session to Nandini Tandon ma'am for introducing our respected panelists. Thank you.
Thank you very much. आप सबको विनम्रता से नमस्कार and warm greetings. We are so blessed to have such amazing gathering convergence from all over the world, from US, from India, different parts of India and from different parts of Europe, people who have gathered here for a critically important topic, education and skill development. No nation today can afford to not focus on it, especially India. And we are doubly grateful to BHU for their leadership, for their warm hospitality, and I would really request all of you to give a thundering applause to the students. Because they are the reason we are here, because they are the future of India. And since time is of the essence and we have so much to cover, I will take your permission to just plunge into it. I will not give the long bios of our very eminent, highly accomplished and outstandingly successful leaders of the industry who have made the time to make their next chapter of their life, social impact, making a difference in India and of course then having the ripple effect other places, equally important if not more. And they are bringing the dedication and passion from their first chapter of their life into this. So there's much to learn, and with that, I would like to first acknowledge Mr. Ramdurai. Mr. Ramdurai, and my apologies, I have my back to you. Thank you for making the time. We are so honored that in between your board meetings, you have joined us. And our second speaker is Mr. Arun Nanda. And the third is Mr. Arjun Malhotra. I'll delve straight into Mr. Durai because Mr. Ramdurai, because he has to go to a board meeting, and then we'll come to our other speakers. Mr. Ramdurai, we all have heard about your legendary contribution in making TCS a world-renowned institution. You have so much success under your belt, and we also know that Malaji has contributed to you taking it forward. We've also learnt about how you were the very first person in India who worked with the Prime Minister, and you focused on ensuring that whatever resources could be made available, that they would go forward in the direction of education and skill development. Coming straight to today and now, because this is the timing is so critical for this country, and since India plays such an important role in the world affairs. Globally, India's future is going to impact the world's future. The question to you is, what are the challenges you think that especially India is facing in the skill development area? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nandini Tandon.
Mr. Arun Nanda, Mr. Arjun Malhotra, who are corporate stalwarts and also people with social consciousness. I'm happy to be a part of this forum. Unfortunately, I'm not able to make it due to some prior commitments. I think the question which you raised with regard to education and skill development and what are the critical challenges if rural India's education has to be addressed. When I look at it, that we started in 2011, the journey of formation of the national
Mr. Ramdarai, sorry to interrupt. Can you slightly tweak the audio at your end so that our audience can be privy to your thoughts? Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
That's much better. Thank you.
I'm getting quite a bit of an echo for some reason. I don't know.
It's not echo, it's the volume. Thanks.
It's the feedback. I'm getting my own voice coming back after a slight delay. It doesn't matter. I'll try to cover. You all hear me?
Thank you. Perfect.
Yeah, thank you. So I think we started on our journey where 70 years of not giving importance to the skill development took center stage with the Honorable Prime Minister then starting the skill development initiative for the nation. Skill development essentially were started very early with the ITIs and the polytechnics, but it became different for us when we took over NSDC and formed NSDC. We had to start from advocacy, access, affordability, teachers at scale, students including dropouts as well as who had the interest in vocational education. We had to form the sector skill councils and map the competencies across each of the sectors in terms of employment generation or entrepreneurship creation. The experiment which has taken off in a big way now is a combination of public and private partnership. And I'm happy to say that the number of entrepreneurs, number of organizations that are being a part of this funding by the NSDC with outcomes with regard to employability and employment and or entrepreneurship creation, which themselves create the employment. The corporate sector has also adopted this in a big way beyond the CSR, where they see a benefit in terms of propagating the skill development centers and skill development and apprenticeship programs to make it relevant to the manufacturing sector or services sector or any of the other sectors. An institutional mechanism where the colleges are also adopting to a combination of a basic degree as well as a vocational education. I'm happy to say that we are progressing and the acceleration has started in the last couple of years. But the initial stage of formation and setting up of the standard, setting up of the institution itself was absolutely necessary for creating a sustainable model. What has changed in the last couple of years is the basic understanding that the rural development and retaining or creating the jobs in the rural communities with the community at the center of everything instead of creating this mobility, a forced mobility cannot be a role model for this country. Then we look at Gandhiji's village upliftment, village created centers, or Dr. Abdul Kalam when he said the same thing with regard to creating an ideal village. The Tata Group has exactly practiced the same and the government is completely supportive of this initiative across various corporates. The corporates are also looking at the community. In addition to the economic development, the ecological and the sustainable model of development has to take center stage. Where the founders of the Tata Group themselves said, in a free enterprise, community is not just another stakeholder in business, but the very purpose of its existence. where we need to address all the issues I articulated, namely job creation at the rural centers, hands-on experience in the rural centers, integrating education and skill development together, and more importantly, employment or entrepreneurship creation. That's what we are witnessing, and that's what we are seeing the change, and the COVID pandemic has only accelerated this, where we saw migration of unheard proportions. To me, the support of the government, the state government, the central government, institutions, corporates, communities, NGOs, and technology as an enabler is the way to go, and that's what we are witnessing. There are numerous examples, whether from our own group, namely the Tata group, or the other groups which my co-panelists represent. More importantly, we are addressing the most critical need at some stage with the ecological and the SDG goals being incorporated as part of the environmental sustainability. These will be the future. Just as a measure, the spend by our group has been close to 2,000 crores in the year 21-22, and it has touched about 12 million lives in terms of livelihood creation. The two other points I want to make before I hand it over to you, Nandini ji, is the woman, and 50% of the citizens of this country being women have to be in the mainstream. Second is the girl child has to be as part of this. And last but not the least, the disabled and marginalized population who are vulnerable and poor, including the tribal ones, should be a way of life. I think that's what I would like to say, that we are on a good journey, but acceleration is absolutely critical. And the conferences like this are extremely important for the future of this nation and future of the world, where we all can live in harmony with the environment and also with every living being. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you from all of us for being such an inspiration in making the time for others. We really appreciate that, and we are happy to share that Mr. Pradeep Goyal, who is working with the Kanwaljeet, focusing on the tribal areas here. And we have such luminaries in the audience that we are very happy that the dots will get connected. I just want to take 1 second to honor and thank Mr. Dr. Sunny Anand and Mr. Sundar Kamath. Sunny Anand ji, please stand. It takes a special person to do this, and Sundar Kamath ji is resting because he has spent so much of his time and energy making this happen. So we would not all be here had it not been for them. So special thanks. So Mr. Ramdarai, I know you have to go to your board meeting, but while you are with us, I'm going to turn and ask a question of Mr. Arunanda, and please feel free to jump in and add any of your thoughts to that, because the idea is to converge. So Mr. Arunanda, you need no introduction. You have done an exemplary job of taking different industries forward, not one, and it's an enviable position to be that you mentored Anand Mahindra, who has done an exceptional job in himself, so you've been a great mentor. And we all need your mentoring. So the question to you is, looking at from the state's perspective and also looking at what Parfi has done, could you share the model? Could you share with us your thoughts? You have been very engaged in skill development. We would like to learn from you also. Thank you.
Thank you, Nandini. It will not be fair for me to comment on Parfi when the two promoters of Parfi are here. But I will share, I'll first take on from where Mr. Ramadurai said. You know, there are challenges, we only focus on employment numbers, but there are a lot more challenges. Migration, underprivileged, the tribal areas, etc. My first experience, having worked on the NSGC board and CII and now with Parfi as a patron, my first recommendation is that while we need the numbers, the priority should be on quality and not on quantity. You first get the quality right and then you scale it up. If you just change numbers, then you compromise on quality. That's my first experience from, and I'm not criticizing any organization or something, but yes, there are political, but we have to focus. I think the second thing that is required, and Ram briefly touched upon it, is the quality of education, and more than that, the employability. You know, we first say that we will have so many courses, and why I gave up everything else and started spending so much time with PAFI, because the primary objective of PAFI is that they find the job and then train the kid. So, with no disrespect to my colleagues from IIT and IIM, one of the reasons kids go there or they go to Stanford and Harvard because they're assured of the job, and the same thing applies to the skilling level. So if you assure a kid a job, he or she will come. I think the other thing that I have learned is anything given free doesn't. And that is where PAFI did a fantastic job. Ram, I don't know whether you're aware. So first they fix the jobs, then they, what they do is they get the kids loans from the banks, which is guaranteed by PAFI. So the kid doesn't have to look for the money, but he understands that he's paying for it and he'll have to pay it from the money that he'll earn. And I think that makes a lot of difference. You know, one of the things that personally upsets me is we always talk of the demographic divide as an advantage, but we forget the differences, whether it is economical, whether it is opportunity, whether it is access to water, anything. And I think we people who have, especially somebody like me, who was, you know, whose mother was 2 months pregnant when partition happened and they came as refugees, when we reach these stages of life, and Ram, I must say, I learned a lot from you on this, so I owe you. We have to give back and we have to do it. So, going back, I think we have to first find out skills, and you will be very pleased to know that thanks to the support from PAFI, we recently signed up with Madhya Pradesh government a venture which I have been privileged to chair, where they are giving us 42 ITIs with $500,000 each per ITI to upgrade it, because the current ITIs do not create jobs that, I mean, who wants to get a turner or a lathe machine operator or a wireman? There is huge opportunity, and as Ram correctly said, we need corporate sector more than money. Where we are feeling the advantage at PAFI is the corporates are assuring us that if you produce 500 nurses or 1,000 nurses or 2,000, or construction companies are saying we'll take 10,000 carpenters or 10,000 electricians if you do it. And I think that is the future. The other learning which is very good is the quality of people who teach. You know, one of the problems that this country has faced, and all of us experienced it, is that between school to school, there is a huge difference in quality. And what they have done is that they have brought people from the defense, you know, because in defense forces you retire early. And I think that was something, Arjun and Ashank, I must compliment you for that. The last thing which PAFI does, which is very important, because they work mostly with women, they insist that the girls should stay in hostel. Otherwise, I have seen in other areas, beta aaj bartan mal do, kal khana bana do, parso pani le aao, aaj khet mein jaake kaam kar do. And I think this is a lot. Just to conclude, I would say employability and quality is one aspect. Corporate, this thing, the state partnership, it will not happen, because you cannot do skilling with, if you have to invest in the real estate and the hardcore infrastructure, and that's where you need this state participation. And there is a huge task ahead. I think we should, something which we are not doing, we are making them employable. I personally feel the solution for India is micro enterprise and micro entrepreneurs, because you cannot, I can tell you from my experience, 25 years ago, if we put an automotive plant, it employed 20,000 people. Today, we put a plant with three times the capacity, and if it employs 2,000 people, I'll be very happy. The technology is changed. So we have to make them micro employable. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm happy to take questions.
Please, we would welcome that. Please, we would welcome that. Please.
Yeah, I think what Arun covered was absolutely correct in terms of employability and quality of education. Unless there is a job that has been resourced or available on immediate graduation, the enrollment will automatically drop. Second point he made is same as a collaboration between the state government and all of us, including the NGOs and the corporate sector, is an absolute must, because only then the outcome will be focused and impactful. Last but not the least, the point you made about micro entrepreneurs, when gig workers and the kind of jobs and machinery you want to create, and build entrepreneurship culture and keep the jobs at the place where people are living are extremely important points well made. Thank you.
Absolutely right, spot on. Really appreciate it. And I feel very fortunate that the three amazing speakers that we have, they know each other and have worked with each other, and are also building more bridges going forward, so that exponentially increases the contribution of the private sector into the skill development. So building on two amazing thought processes out here, Arjun, we are sitting in the constituency of Prime Minister Modi, and he absolutely has made it a huge priority. The villages, the skill development, women, participation, and so would love to learn from you. What do you think, what are the factors that would allow this focus to be successful? Thank you.
Well,
Actually, Arjun, before you say anything, I apologize. Arjun needs no introduction. He's a IIT Kharagpur graduate who is the father of HCL, and he's on innumerable boards, and he's been very actively involved with leveraging and harnessing IIT's exceptional talent pool in supporting the skill development. So, and he's also my mentor and my neighbor. So, Arjun, now please. Thanks.
Thank you for that, Nandini. I don't know if all of that is correct, but we'll let it be for now. I just wanted to say, before we start on answering that question, that a lot of what Arun mentioned, I think a lot of us from IIT feel that we got this education really inexpensively. And a lot of what we are and what we've achieved in life is because of that, which is why you see this great feeling amongst a lot of IITians to want to give back to the institute. When I graduated, or when I did my engineering, my fees was 200 rupees annually, and my room rent was 100 rupees annually. So, you can imagine what it would have cost the government stroke the taxpayer to get me educated. At that time I thought I was paying a lot of money, because my parents would only give me a little more than that to survive. But in hindsight, you go to the US and look at the quality of education you got, and I'm sorry, that wasn't the answer to the question. But yes, I think unless we get our girls and our women educated and working in some way, you're not going to change the culture in the villages, in rural areas. In fact, there are lots of additional problems on healthcare and all that the girl and the woman have. But basically, how many of you remember there was a very interesting program that India had started at one time called Each One Teach One? And at that time, the idea was to try and teach a woman, because then she would teach her children, so that it would become like a fission reaction that will go and educate a lot of people, rather than teaching a man, because then you teach just one person. Right, I think the same thing applies today. While yes, we need to do skilling and we need to get that done, I think if we can get the woman trained to do something in the village that will get her an income, you know, whether it's making sanitary pads, whether it's going door to door selling them, because it's, you know, it's embarrassing to go to a banya and try and buy that kind of stuff. And if you have that happening, you'll find that all the large companies, the FMCG companies, will use that as a channel to sell their toothpaste, their soap, and you know whatever else they need to sell. So I think it's important when we look at empowering women, basically in the rural areas, to try and include that so that they can also earn a living, do something. In fact, I'll give you an example. When Professor Amartya Sen got his Nobel Prize money, he took 1/3 of it. He used 1/3 for a school, girls' school in Shantiniketan, 1/3 to look at educating the girl child in Bengal, and 1/3 he gave to his friend at Grameen Bank to say he wanted to upgrade the women in Bangladesh. And what they did was they talked to the big newspaper editor and said, if you can get women to give you articles about what's happening in the area, and if you think it's important, would you publish it? And he agreed to do that. And that has made a major difference from what I understand, that women are being allowed to go to villages, travel, because if the family sees their name in the newspaper, it's acceptable that they break the norms that they normally had in terms of how they restricted them in terms of movement or whatever. So it is important to try and see how we can get this culture of equality. I know it's going to take a long time in our society to say that they are equal. We're finding it difficult in the urban areas. So, you know, expecting that in the rural areas is going to be tough. But I think we've got to work towards getting that done. And if that happens, I think by 5 trillion, the Indian economy can go to a much bigger height, because Western countries are finding it as difficult as we are finding it. But if we work towards that solution without the problems that the West has, I think we have a great opportunity in terms of getting things done.
No, please do. We would really appreciate that.
What Arjun spoke about is absolutely very critical in terms of empowering women. The example he gave about Kanwaljeet is very telling. And when we look at both Prime Ministers who is almost driving the human resource agenda for the civil services, not just the IAS or recruits, but across up to the constables, police recruitment, to every single person that is employed in the central state government, to initiate one called the Capacity Building Commission, the other one is the Karmapalki Bharat Mission, to implement the recommendations of the Capacity Building Commission using technology. Because behind this initiative is the citizen at the center of everything, the service we do, and a competency-based model that is being developed from a time-bound promotion, time-bound responsibilities. In that kind of a transformation to a digital platform will also scale up the teachers in the public schools. And we are witnessing the beginnings of that, because I'm privy to that since I am the chairman of the Karmapalki Bharat Mission. So I think these are some initiatives when we talk about scale for impact and scale which has a technology component to this. But the help we can hear from people like you, Nandini, is inputs in terms of technology, inputs in terms of content, inputs in terms of whatever mechanisms you can help us with. I just wanted to add these, but both Arun and Arjun put extremely the correct points and the impact from much we need to look at.
No, I think you're spot on right. Unless we have scale, the needle has moved but not enough. And that's why private-public sector must come in together. And actually, Arjun, to your point, we're so excited today that we have among ourselves the Gram Pradhan of Panyara village from Varanasi. And Mrs. Sarika Pandey, if you're here, please stand. And to your point, Arjun, she has brought her few-year-old daughter Vaishnavi. And I had called Sudhir Jainji, the Vice Chancellor, and I had said that we would like to include women from the villages of Varanasi. And thank you, Sudhir, for making sure that this happened, that we have that. And that few-year-old girl, is she? Can you please stand up? सारिका पांडे जी, आप हैं क्या यहाँ पे? सारिका पांडे जी, जो ग्राम प्रधान है, आप क्या यहाँ बैठी हैं? हाँ, तो शायद बाहर होंगी। उनकी बेटी वैष्णवी भी उनके साथ आई है और उनके पति भी उनके साथ आए हैं। So he is really supporting her. And Arjun, one last thing is that there's an aging population in the world. So if India harnesses the youth for the skill development, not only will we serve our own backyard, we will serve the global stage at large. Would you like to add anything? Please.
Yeah, no, I should have mentioned that point. There was a study, I think, done by S.A.I. around 2000, and where they said by 2020 what would happen all over the world. And they were looking at which countries would have working class population. And China, because of its one-child policy, was minus 1.5 or 2 million, 11 million. I forget the number. Only a couple of countries in the world were positive. India was 47 million positive. And they were saying that there are 44 million jobs that will be available. In that 47 million, and so what I used to tell people in the US was that you either have to work in India or you have to work with an Indian, because you're not going to have a choice, since the working age population is only going to come from India, or largely I should say. But the important thing there was, in their analysis, they had said that there would be 2 million excess people who are MBA engineers, at that level. There'll be about 14 million people in India who will be uneducated and unemployed. But there would, 27 million uneducated, unemployed. But there would be a shortage of 14 million people who are skilled. And so the opportunity, at least as I saw it in that report, was to take 14 million out of that 27 million and actually give them those jobs that those 14 million skilled people shortage that was seen in that particular report, assuming those numbers were correct. So in a way, it's really our responsibility to produce people who will be able to fulfill jobs all over the world. And it doesn't matter what technology does and what RPA does and stuff to try and reduce the number of jobs in the new factories. You're still going to need people, because there's still new things coming up. They're going to be battery factories. They're going to be, in the battery factory, you're going to want to recover your lithium and other rare earths that are expensive and difficult to get, etc., etc. So I think that's the point I should have made, which I forgot. Thank you for reminding me.
No, absolutely. And please, and Mr. Raji Gotetti, if you could come on the stage also while we are. Ji haan, please.
See, one of the things that you briefly touched upon, the senior citizens. Lot of us here, at least 2 of us on the same sofa, are in our early 70s. So so there is so much of opportunity to use them as mentors and things like that. So I think that is another area we must try to utilize, because people have energy, people have time, and fortunately today a lot of us do not need the money. We need to keep ourselves occupied. And I think using us, my age group people, to skill youths, to mentor them is something we must consider seriously.
Absolutely, thank you.
No, I think,
please go ahead.
Just a quick comment. What Arun correctly mentioned was using people like us for mentoring and any help they need, because they are absolutely willing to do that. Second, the corporates must look beyond Section 135 of the Companies Act, Section 13 and 135, because CSR is just a medium, and I think we have to go beyond where the heart takes us. And demonstrated, not for our tools are also demonstrating.
Absolutely. I think time is of the essence, but I think this conversation could carry on late into the evening, given the passion, the engagement, the exceptional minds around the table that we have. And on that note, I thought I would...
I want to ask you a question.
Please, Dr. Shah, please.
We have two stalwarts who have created huge companies. Can you give us an example what you have done to create skills in your...
So the question is, we have two stalwarts who have created companies. Please give us an example of what you have done to create skills development in the rural area. Is that right? Have I captured that correctly?
Thank you.
Yeah. Please.
You know, I can talk on this subject for hours together, but I'll give you two small examples. You know, as Ram correctly said about CSR should not be seen as statutory. In Mahindra Group, we have two types of ESOPs. One ESOP is what you get to make money, but there is another ESOP, what we call Employee Social Obligation Plan. We give X number of days to an employee to go and do social work. And fortunately, Club Mahindra, which I happen to create it, we have 85 resorts. 70% of the employees are from local village. We train them. Our people go and work. We adopt a school. We train them. We have training workshops. We encourage them. We provide them transport to go to the next town to get their children educated. This is part of what we call an ESOP, which is not the CSR, which is the compulsory 2%. And, you know, let me tell you, Dr. Shah, that it has to come from the DNA of the organization. The problem with CSR, with most of it, I don't think you can achieve skilling by just ticking the box and say that I need to skill 10 million people or 1 million people. People like us have to have the passion to do it. And when I say us, I'm not saying Arun Nanda, I'm saying a Mahindraite, a Tataite, an HCLite. It has to be part of the DNA of the organization to do. Because no individual can do it alone.
Nandini, let Dubey answer.
So I mean, I guess you know what HCL is doing today when they've got a foundation and stuff. But the IT industry worked only in the cities in the time I handled them. We did have a time in India where HCL was in hardware and everyone was asked to do a foreign exchange balance sheet. And we had no idea how to earn foreign exchange to import the CPUs and the microprocessors that we needed for manufacturing. So we decided to get into granite and said granite is something we'll export, we'll make dollars, and we'll have a balance sheet that will allow us to import components. That, you know, and when we did that, we actually opened creches and trained people so that they could do the job right. We had to get out of that business because the other people doing granite felt threatened. And they actually sabotaged our operations. I still remember at that particular time, we took I remember in those days, the 33 crore loss to get out of the granite business because the government then withdrew that policy. But in HCL, in the earlier days, we did not go, except for recruiting, to the smaller cities. We didn't really go to the villages. But now that the company is established and the foundation is there, they have been doing human work. In fact, in UP, in the Hardoi area, HCL has how should I put it, they've got some 200 people working on an integrated village plan that hopefully at some stage they'll publish the results.
Thank you.
Excellent. I'm sorry I can't field any more questions from the audience. We would love to, but time is of the essence. But I would like to close this fireside chat, first of all, by thanking our very three eminent and generosity of heart that they've displayed in making the time for skill development. But I'd like to close it by acknowledging the face of the skill development. This is Vaishnavi. Please खड़े हो जाइए. ये 2.5 साल की हैं. She's 2.5 years old, and her mother is a Gram Pradhan of Panyara village. अपने वाराणसी की village की हैं. And this is the reason we are all here today. So I wanted to thank her.
हेलो, मैं ग्राम प्रधान पनियरा सारिका पांडे, अराजी लाइन, पति अरविंद कुमार पांडे। मैं ये बोलना चाह रही हूँ कि महिलाओं के लिए मेरा गांव पनियरा बहुत छोटा गांव है। मैं अपने गांव के लिए बहुत कुछ करना चाहती हूँ और कर भी रही हूँ। इसलिए मैं यही चाह रही हूँ, वहाँ पे रोड नहीं पहले बने हुए थे तो मैं रोड बनवाई। आवाज़ मोदी जी ने, योगी जी ने आवाज़ दिया है, मैंने उनको वहाँ तक, उन लोगों तक, बहनों तक पहुँचाने की कोशिश की हूँ और कर भी रही हूँ और दिलवाई भी हूँ। शौचालय 300 से 350 के बीच में उन लोग तक पहुँचा दी हूँ। और ये खड़ंजा रोड इतने पहले के ही बेकार थे कि यहाँ से वहाँ तक जाने में बहुत दिक्कत होते थे, वो तब भी बनवा रही हूँ और बनवाई भी हूँ। आगे मैं ये चाह रही हूँ कि आप लोग भी मेरे साथ आगे बढ़ के औरतों, महिलाओं, बहनों को योगदान प्रेरित करिए उस तौर पे।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और इनको सुनने के लिए आप लोग हमारे 4 बजे के ट्रैक में आइए, जिसमें ग्राम प्रधान अपने और विचार आप लोग सबके साथ शेयर करेंगी। अभी हम चाहते थे कि कम से कम आपको मिलवा दें। एंड ऑन दैट वंडरफुल नोट, मिस्टर Raju Gotetti, please, wanted to thank you for being our sponsor. Please share what the TCS is sponsoring. Thank you.
Thanks. During the time of Ram Rai, when he was CEO, he created what we call it as the TCS Co-Innovation Network, a network between startups, academia, our customers at large, and various partners. You're looking at social impact, business impact, research impact with these collaborations. We're looking at 2 different kinds of disruption-based innovation as well as sustaining and efficiency-based innovations. This network is open to all, so I just wanted to mention that. And as we also have a stall, please step there and understand more of what we do in TCS Research, which is a 40-year-old organization in TCS. And there is internships that we give for students. You know, there is we employ students at large, and we would like to engage all the students here in IIT-BHU as well as faculty and other partners here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please give a round of applause to our amazing fireside chat, and especially to Vaishnavi. And I'd just like to now hand over the mic. Thank you so much, Arjun. Thank you, Arun. Mr. Ram Doraiji, I guess he had to go back to board meeting. Vaishnavi and Mrs. Pandey. Please, Sarika Pandey. I'd like to hand it over to Mr. Jalaj, who's from BHU, for the next session. And my apologies, we slightly ran over, but it was too tempting not to bring Vaishnavi on stage. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. For the second part of this plenary session on energy and environment, I'd request Dr. Rahul Valvalkar, President, India Electronics and Semiconductor Association, and MD, Customized Energy Solutions, India, to welcome our plenary speakers, Mr. Chetan Solanki and Mr. Alok Kumar, with a bouquet, shawl and a memento. Okay, so as Mr. Alok Kumar sir isn't here with us, I would now request Mr. Chetan Solanki to present Dr. Rahul Walwalkar with a bouquet, shawl and a memento. Thank you, sir. I'd like to hand over the session to Dr. Rahul Walwalkar, sir, for introducing our respected plenary speakers. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the organizers, and again, thank you for the Wheels Global Foundation as well as Stanford University and all the partners for organizing this event. I think this session is on energy and environment, and this is going to be a very critical link for achieving the kind of transition and transformation what we are looking for. Over the last 2 centuries, the global development has been driven primarily by fossil fuel, but we are now witnessing some of the catastrophic impacts of that energy consumption. We have now, luckily, over the last 2 or 3 decades, we have had significant improvement which has happened on technology, where technologies such as solar energy, renewable, other forms of renewable energy, as well as enabling technologies such as energy storage technologies have made it now possible where we can continue the global development, and particularly in the developing countries where we still are struggling with little bit energy poverty, where we can actually transform, enable the development while using the energy in a more sustainable way. And it's a great honor that we have Professor Chetan Solanki with us for doing a keynote speech for this session. Chetan is known as a Solar Gandhi as well as the Solar Man of India. Chetan has been working on solar energy now for last 2 decades. Particularly, he has spearheaded the initiative at IIT-Mumbai, where he has contributed on training more than 7.5 million students on actually manufacturing solar lamps as well as other solar appliances, and has been recognized in Guinness Book. Also, he has traveled in 2019 to almost 30 countries to promote awareness about solar energy and its adoption. Since 2020, actually just before COVID, he also conceptualized and started this plan for 11-year solar yatra, Energy Swaraj Yatra, where he's traveling through India, and he's especially focusing on educating everyone on how do you not just talk about solar, but how do you adopt solar in a practical way. He has timed his solar yatra in a perfect way, where we talk a lot of time about 2030 goals. So this 11-year yatra is going to culminate in 2030, and already in last 2 years he has done a lot of work on creating awareness, and he will share his insights about that. But especially now, we were talking earlier and he mentioned that next 2 years are going to be actually about accelerating implementation. And that's a part where I think all of you can play a very critical role. So without further delay, I would like to invite Chetan to share his thoughts.
So good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you so much. I'm being a professor, I'm going to ask you a lot of questions. So next 30 minutes is mine, so please be awake. And I'm also going to be the bad guy of the conference. I'm going to try to show you the real picture, what is happening in the world right now, and how we the modern humans are behaving in this world, and how terrible it is. I mean, that is what I think it's important to realize. So what I'm going to do as a professor's job is to make things simple, and I'm going to make your life simple by teaching you the climate change and the corrective action in 5 simple points, and how to correct the climate change in very simple points. As Rahul mentioned, I left my home for 11 years, so next time when I'll go my home, it will be 2031. And I keep asking and I keep saying, there can be only 2 reasons for somebody to do that. One is the professor has gone crazy and he has left his home for 11 years, or there can be a genuine reason. And I hope looking at my face you can say that I'm not a crazy person. So there is a genuine reason behind doing it, and traveling in this bus. This is my home, by the way. There is a bed inside, there is a kitchen inside, there is a washroom inside. Everything that you know is inside. There is a library, temple, small garden, and everything is solar powered. There are panels on the top, and last 2 years I have been living in this, and another 9 years to go. Anyway, so before I start, let me bring your attention to this particular fact, the quote of Plato, one of the Greek philosopher. He said, every king should be a philosopher, or only philosopher should become a king. Because but the kings have so much power that he could change the direction of life of people in his kingdom. We, the modern human today, with all our science and technology, are very powerful. But unfortunately, we have lost the touch of philosophy, and therefore we have no idea why we are doing things, and how much we are doing things, and how fast we should be doing. For example, everybody knows in this hall that we should increase GDP. But does anybody in the hall can tell me how much GDP should increase? 5%, 7%, 9%, 10%, 15%, 20%? I guess even if you ask Prime Minister, Modi ji, bataiye desh ka GDP kitna badhna chahiye? I don't think he has answer. The more is better is the only answer we know. How long GDP should increase? Another 10 years, another 20 years, another 50 years? Nobody has any idea. We should just keep growing is what we know. So we have lost the touch of philosophy, and without philosophy we are like headless chickens. It is like driving a vehicle without any brakes, and that's why we are in a deep trouble right now. And I'm going to explain you through these 5 points what is the problem of the world today, and whatever I'm going to speak is equally valid for the rural area as well. So what has changed? And when we say climate has changed, what has changed? Why it has changed? Who has changed it? When and how to start correcting it? And what an individual can do. So these are the 5 points. So let me start. What has changed? And I'm sure when you all feel that things are not normal anymore, the weather system has changed, the summers are not same anymore, the winter is not same anymore, things have changed. But what has changed exactly, let me tell you, the floods have changed. There are enormous amount of floods taking place all over the world. Very recently, 1/3 of the Pakistan was flooded. The Bangalore was flooded twice. Before that, Australia was flooded. Before that, China, Japan, Western Europe, Brazil, even Saudi Arabia, the desert country, also gets flooded these days. What has changed is, earlier decade 77 to 79, there used to be 330 extreme event that used to happen earlier, but now in this last decade it has almost crossed 1,300 such events taking place in terms of flooding alone. What else has changed? Forest fires. You might have heard of Amazon forest fire, then California forest fire, Australian forest fire, recently UK, Greece, Italy, Turkey, Russia, everywhere there are forest fires. But look at the event, how much it has changed, from 28 events in a decade to 127 events in a decade. Ice is melting at a very enormous rate. At the North Pole, 40% of ice has disappeared. 40% of ice has disappeared. And where this ice water is going? It is all going into the sea. And the sea level is rising. All over the world, coastal area are feeling this. And through my yatra, when I went to this place called Sadhbhaya villages, there used to be a cluster of 7 villages. Those villages are not there anymore. They have all disappeared. And it was so disheartening to see the temple of the village is under the sand now. The hand pump of the village is under sand, and the sea level is rising at the rate of 3.4 millimeter per year. Can you believe it? Sea is not a small body, right? It's a finite water body. 3.4 millimeter per year. Since 1993, 100 plus millimeter has already increased. One of the biggest cause of migration in Bangladesh, millions of people every single year migrate because of the sea level rise. The sea water is getting into the fields and farms. And the planet has lost the balance. Completely it has lost the balance. The storm frequency that used to be 249 extreme event, now it has crossed 1100. So that is what has changed. I'm sure everybody has experienced in their life today, and I keep traveling all over the country and I keep asking. Believe me, a 10th standard student, 12th standard student tells me that yes, they have felt the change in their life. What does it mean? The change is not simple and normal and linear anymore. It is accelerating with respect to time. So the second important question, why it has changed? What has gone wrong in this world, and what we the modern humans are doing? Well, why it has changed? For a simple reason that we all love energy. Everybody needs energy, and energy is important because there is this 17 Sustainable Development Goals as per the United Nations. So whether it is health, hunger, education, economy, development, even global peace and partnership has something to do with energy. So we need energy, but the unfortunate part is we have started using a wrong kind of energy. And this graph is a proof of that history, what has happened. And we started using coal in 1850. Then we started using oil in 1900, then 1950 gas. And look at the growth in the energy consumption beyond that. And today when I'm talking to you, we are using coal, oil, gas, solar, wind, biomass, hydro, nuclear, what not. But look at the middle portion, that even today about 80 to 85% energy that we use comes from just 3 sources, coal, oil and gas. 3 sources, 85% energy. The problem is whenever you burn coal, it results in carbon dioxide emission. And by any chance, are you all responsible for carbon dioxide emission? Yes or no? Yes. When are you emitting carbon dioxide? Every single second of your life. When you are brushing your teeth, you are emitting carbon dioxide. Manufacturing of toothbrush, toothpaste, transportation, packaging, that requires energy. For water, you require pipe, motors, overhead tanks, cement, concrete, that requires energy. You need wash machine, that requires energy. You need mirror, that requires energy. So every single thing that we do has taken energy. Right now we are enjoying the beautiful air-conditioned hall, that has energy. The walls are energy, the floor is energy, everything is energy. So we, the modern humans, have become such a spoiled animal on this planet that you can't even live without emitting carbon dioxide. 85% energy rate comes from this. Where are we emitting this carbon dioxide, by the way? Where do we emit carbon dioxide? In the atmosphere. As if it belongs to your father, right? Father ka property hai, grandfather ka property, but we all treat atmosphere as our father's property. We can emit as much as carbon dioxide as we want without giving any thought to it. But be aware, if you really want to talk about rural development and rural technology, please don't print 20-page agenda that I have seen. I mean, so terrible. Itna mota paper is that agenda, 20-page agenda. It could have easily been done in another way. So because you do not realize that has caused so much of damage. Once carbon dioxide is emitted, it has a life of 300 years. So the AC that you are enjoying today, the food that you are eating today, the travel that you are going to make today is going to impact for 300 years. And what 300 years the carbon dioxide is going to do? It is a greenhouse gas. So for 300 years, it is going to heat up the planet. Your act of today is going to impact lives of your children, grandchildren and their 10th generation for 300 years. The greenhouse gas is going to heat up the planet, and as a result of that, look what is happening in the world. For thousands and thousands of years, the carbon dioxide concentration was constant. But only since last 100 years, look how fast it is growing. As I am talking to you today, there is 50% extra carbon dioxide sitting in the atmosphere. 50% extra. And as a result of that, there is a 50% extra heating. And that 50% extra heating is heating up the planet. And a planet is not a small body. It's a huge body. 50%. Look at the linear rate. But look at the last 7-8 dots. Not even linear. It is now going exponential. So the planet's temperature right now, as I'm talking to you, is about 1.19 degrees centigrade warmer, which is equal to 2 degree Fahrenheit, 2.1 degree Fahrenheit. Is that a big change in temperature? Or a small change in temperature? Big or small? So big change in temperature, 2.1 degree Fahrenheit. You know, human body, our temperature is 97, 98 degree Fahrenheit. When the body temperature increases by just 2 degree, it becomes 100 degree. What we say? Body has got the fever, right? The planet's temperature is increased by 2 degree Fahrenheit. Can we say that the planet has got a fever? Yes or no? Planet has got the fever, and you get a fever, what happens? You take paracetamol. Is there any paracetamol you can give to the planet? We can't give. So that is the problem, that planet, because of it's got fever, it is not behaving properly, it has lost the balance. The third and very important point is, who has changed it? Who has done it? And I keep asking people, who has done it, you know? And in all my talks, I ask people, okay, who has degraded the nature, who has changed the climate? You know, all intelligent, smart people, you know what they say? Humans have done it, I have not done it. Humans have changed it. Then I said, hello, wake up, you are the human. You individual who is doing it, and that's why we have to realize that it is not the governments, it is not the industry. Every user of energy has caused this change. Every user of energy has caused the change, and now what is happening even in rural areas, because of all the freebies, your energy consumption is increasing very high. We have to be more innovative in getting our job done. You have to be really more innovative. You know, one of the British economists, E.F. Schumacher, he has written a book called Small is Beautiful. In a very, very, very strong, powerful sentence he has written, quote, he said, any intelligent fool, koi bhi buddhiman gadha, in a literal sense, any intelligent fool can make things bigger, more complex and more violent. It takes touch of a genius to make things simpler and smaller. I think that is where the rural development, that is what is the crux of the matter. You have to make things simpler and smaller. Then it is going to be sustainable in real sense. Otherwise, we are all expert in solving one problem and creating another problem. So who has done it? Who has changed this is very important. And who has done it? Is it the government has done it? Grandparents have done it? Industries has done it? Individual has done it? Who has done it? I hope you all know the answer. Who has caused the climate change? I. Not us. No, because when you say us, responsibility is not yours, right? It is everybody's responsibility, and then it is nobody's responsibility. So let us be very clear. You are the one who is eating food. You are the one who is wearing clothes. You are the one who is traveling. So nobody else has climate change. Cause the climate change, then I hope it is point clear. You know, let me share a small story from Panchatantra. Ek samay mein, there was a person who was sitting on a branch of a tree and cutting the same branch. What do you call such a person? Stupid fool, right? You know, when I see all this happening, you know, the GDP is increasing, but the nature is degrading, the climate change is worsening. So the question that I ask many times people, is this a modernity or stupidity? It looks like a stupidity, right? Who is stupid? Very nice. That's the whole purpose of this conversation, is to realize that it is really height of stupidity that we are destroying the very same air that we are breathing. We are destroying the very same water, the Ganga, Yamuna, the holiest of the holy river. None of you can actually go and drink a glass of water. The very same soil from which you are growing the food and eating. No parents can guarantee today that the food that you are eating is chemical free. What a disaster that we have caused ourselves, and what a life that you are going to give to your own children. Forget about anybody else's children. Your own children are not going to breathe properly, not going to drink properly, not going to eat properly. So let us realize that I only has changed it, and why? Because I am the one who is using resources, I am the one using energy, and that is, I think, very important to understand. And if I have caused the climate change, who is going to correct the climate change? Please say it loudly. Who is going to correct the climate change? I. That is the point. And unless you realize that, you will always keep asking people should make policy and government should do this and industry should do this and that. I think it has to start from I, and that is where the innovation is required. So that is the big I that we need to understand. Now the most important thing, when and what, how to correct it. It has changed. But how to correct it? We are in a problem right now. When to correct it? Well, there is one of the most important number for every human being on this planet is 1.5 degrees centigrade. I hope you are aware about it, 1.5 degrees centigrade. You know? So that is the most important number, not your salary, not your address, not your age. If anything, it is important for you in your life. In this modern life today, it is 1.5 degrees centigrade. And we should do everything possible to limit the global temperature to 1.5 or maximum 2 degrees centigrade. Why? What is going to happen at 1.5 degrees centigrade? Will there be a sudden disaster and everybody will die? No. I keep saying, don't worry, itni आसान मौत नहीं मिलने वाली. इतनी आसानी से नहीं मरने वाले हो. You know, when 1.5 degrees centigrade temperature is crossed, it is kind of a Lakshman Rekha. The irreversible changes in the climate will start, and beyond that, even if you all become sadhu sant by 2 degrees centigrade and decide to live in a single langot, you will not be able to reverse climate change, because it is now or never kind of situation. You know, Barack Obama, ex-US president, he said, this is the first generation who is going to experience the climate change, and this will be the last generation to do something about it. If it is not now, it is not going to be ever that you can do this. Alright, how much time is left depends on how much more carbon dioxide we can emit in the atmosphere. What is called the carbon budget. For 1.5 degrees centigrade, the carbon budget is 280 billion tons. Looks like a big number, but look at this number. The rate at which you are emitting, 16.7 16.7 lakh kilogram of carbon dioxide is emitted in how much time? Just 1 second, my God. Look at just 1 second like this, 16.7 lakh kilogram, 16.7 lakh kilogram. That is the rate that you are emitting. So can you solve the problem of climate change by plantation? No. Plants will grow and it takes 10-20 years. Can you solve the problem of climate change by making the whole world plastic free? No. If somebody has got a cancer, the only way to treat the cancer is remove the cancerous cells from your body by taking paracetamol. You cannot treat cancer. Similarly, if there is a climate change, if the only way to solve the problem of climate change is remove the root cause of climate change, that is carbon dioxide, and if you divide these two numbers, there is what is called climate clock. The climate clock tells you how much time is left. Unfortunately, we don't have 100 years or 50 years or 40 years or 30 years or 20 years, not even 10 years, 6 years and 259 days is what is left. Shall I say congratulations to all of you for having such a wonderful problem in your hand? Anyway, IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the whole world is right now meeting in Egypt, COP27 meeting. It has come out the report in 2018. It says we need to make a drastic and immediate change in energy use pattern. Drastic and immediate change in energy use pattern. Small changes are not going to be useful. Tweaking the solution is not going to be useful. You need to be drastic, and the drastic change has to happen right now because we are running out of time in energy use pattern. So really, if you want to talk about the rural development, if you really want to worry about the sustainability of rural life or in general the life, please make a drastic and immediate change in the energy use pattern. If you are not going to do this, you are not going to solve the problem. Can we really do this? Yeah. In 5 minutes I'll do it. So we are in a big contradiction of our own life, One side we want growth, and for growth we need energy, and 85% energy comes from coal, oil and gas. That results in carbon emission, and that will cause climate change. So people are not clear what they want, whether they want growth or they want to solve the problem of climate change. And if at all you want to solve it, this is where the innovation is required. This is where new thinking is required. This is where the drastic change is required. This is where our young generation has to be really focusing. How can I do things by reducing my energy consumption, minimizing my energy consumption, efficiently using my energy consumption, because this is one of the biggest contradictions of life today we are facing. And I keep telling that if anybody who solves this problem, ensuring growth without climate change, he should not get just 1 or 2 Nobel Prizes, he should get 8 to 10 Nobel Prizes, because this is the question of survivability of human life on this planet. Alright, so drastic and immediate change could be switching to solar energy 100%. We have been anyway living on solar energy, and I keep asking people, how many of you are using solar energy? Hardly any people or few people raise their hand, but then I have to remind, hello, are you not eating food? That is also solar energy. You cannot grow food without solar energy. Are you not breathing? That is also solar energy. Are you not drinking water? That is also solar energy. You need to realize that the entire survival of human life is on solar energy. So coming back to solar energy and running our lives 100% on solar energy is what is needed. But if you do that, we need some fundamental laws to follow. You can call them Solanki's fundamental law of human existence. ये बहुत बड़ी बात बोल रहा हूँ. यदि मनुष्य प्रजाति को इस धरती पर अस्तित्व रहना है, तो ये 2 नियम का पालन करना पड़ेगा. And I guarantee, and now I'm becoming more confident because the way humans are behaving, I'm becoming more confident. और मैं बोल के जाता हूँ. I can tell today also in IIT-BHU, please write on your wall somewhere कि Professor Solanki ने ऐसा कहा था. And someday it may become true. 2 fundamental laws that you follow. Number 1, in an ecosystem of finite resources, there has to be finite consumption. Very simple. गांधी जी ने इसको दूसरी तरह से कहा था, देखो दुनिया में सबकी जरूरत के लिए पर्याप्त है, लालच के लिए. Very simple. And because why? Because Earth is finite. Size of the planet is finite. Water is finite. Rivers are finite. Minerals are finite. Every damn thing is finite on this planet. But somehow ये modern human को लगता है कि नहीं, we should grow. Our consumption should grow. Our production should grow. That is not possible. You cannot violate this law. It is like Newton's law. Every action is a reaction. You can't say कि मुझे Newton पसंद नहीं है, I'm not going to follow this law. It is applicable to you whether you like it or not. You have to limit your consumption no matter what you do. Second thing is, in an ecosystem of finite resources, there has to be the distributed production. The very fact that the resources are finite, if you're not going to do the distributed production, it is likely to result in unequal distribution, which is going to result in inequity in the world, and that is going to create violence in the world, and that is what is happening. So limit your consumption and localize your production is two fundamental laws that you need to follow. And finally, what an individual can do, and many people may be interested to know this, very quickly I'll tell. Well, as I said, I am the cause of the problem, and therefore I have to be the part of the solution. And I hope many people want to do it, but energy is the problem and energy is going to the solution. I believe very strongly that not only in India, but the whole world has to rethink and redesign the way we produce and consume energy. And that is what the whole idea of energy Swaraj, that's the whole idea that how energy independence is good for the skill development, it is good for the rural economy development, it is good for the country, it is good for saving foreign exchange, it is good for becoming independent, and also it is good for climate change mitigation. So there are many benefits of this. So all of us should switch to solar energy 100% following this rule, AMG, avoid, minimize, generate. The first thing you should do is learn how to avoid the use of energy even if it is solar energy. Please don't use it. Because even solar manufacturing takes a lot of energy, silicon solar cells and modules and glass and aluminum frame and wire and structure, that takes a lot of energy. Eventually you have to recycle it, use chemicals. So avoid use of energy. How can you avoid it? Stop ironing your clothes. Stop using refrigerator. जो भी फालतू काम है avoid कर दें. And I can tell you, lots of things you are doing actually can be done without using energy. Without using any energy. So avoid use is a 1/3 of energy. If you cannot avoid, minimize the use of energy by another 1/3. There are very efficient appliances available in the world today. Efficient light, efficient BLDC fans, 5-star rated appliances, fridge. Do that. If you do this, another 1/3 of energy can be minimized. So 1/3 you avoid, you don't use it, you stop doing things. Another 1/3 you minimize. And by the way, by doing both things, you're not going to affect your economy. You're still going to be doing economic activities, but you are going to be a sensible user of energy, because energy is everything and everything is energy. The entire problem in the world has been created because of energy, and if you're not going to correct the energy, you're not going to solve the problem. So minimize it, and if you cannot minimize beyond a point, the last option is generate locally on your own. Apni jagah par local. So that is what the whole idea of energy Swaraj, and I hope all of you remember this. A means avoid, M means minimize, and G means generate. So 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. Remember this rule, and only generate 1/3 wherever you are. I have developed a school in Madhya Pradesh called in Khargone district. It's a 14-acre campus built on a barren land in 2010. 2010 से आज तक 12 साल में उस स्कूल कैंपस में बिजली कनेक्शन नहीं है, 100% सोलर पे चलता है. And I'm sure everybody can do this. And if you're not going to follow AMG, you will have to say OMG, oh my God, solar महंगा है, oh my God, छत पे जगह नहीं है, पॉलिसी नहीं है, सब्सिडी नहीं वगैरह. And that's exactly the idea of energy Swaraj, that let us all become energy independent. That is in true sense. मोदी जी ने भी कहा था, आपने 2015 में भाषण सुना होगा तो 15 अगस्त का, पिछले साल का पिछले सेट, यदि भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनना है तो एनर्जी में आत्मनिर्भर बनना पड़ेगा, और एनर्जी में आत्मनिर्भर बनना है तो व्यक्तिगत लेवल पे, इंडिविजुअल लेवल पे हमको आत्मनिर्भर बनना पड़ेगा. और 2019 में we have taken part in international competition from IIIT, and we were the global winner. 458 टीम को बीट किया था. $1 लाख का अवार्ड मिला था, करीब 71 लाख रुपए. That money I have donated. That money I have donated, और डोनेट करके हमने एनर्जी स्वराज फाउंडेशन बनाया है. And the whole purpose of this foundation to establish energy Swaraj, not only in India but all over the world. One last point, I also strongly believe that it is beyond any government or industries to solve the problem of climate change. In 2019, I traveled across the world, 30 countries, rich countries, poor countries, developed countries, developing countries, and I could see that everywhere we are behaving exactly in the same manner. So it is, the time left is very short, the target is very big, therefore it is impossible for the governments alone to solve the problem. And every user of energy should be, taking part in. We should be taking pride in saying that मेरे घर बिजली connection नहीं है. We should take pride in saying that मैं प्रेस के कपड़े नहीं पहनता हूँ. We should take pride in saying that मैं कम एनर्जी का उपयोग करता हूँ. Until unless we do that, it is not going to happen. मैंने अपने प्रेस के कपड़ों पे प्रेस करना बंद कर दिया. इनफैक्ट मेरे घर में फ्रिज नहीं है, मेरे घर में गीजर नहीं, मेरे घर में एसी नहीं है. मेरी 2 बेटियां हैं. हमने डिसाइड किया कि जब भी बेटियों की शादी होगी, शादी में सिर्फ उन्हीं लोगों को बुलाया जाएगा जो बिना प्रेस के कपड़े पहन के आएंगे. कम एनर्जी को उपयोग करना एक फैशन बनाना पड़ेगा. नो, until we make this as a fashion, we are not going to change it. कोई ज़्यादा एनर्जी को उपयोग करता है उसको घर पे चाय के लिए नहीं बुलाना है, बिकॉज he is the person who is contributing a lot of carbon dioxide emission. Then we can solve the problem of climate change, and then it should become energy storage. I have written a book also on this, and you can take this. So at the end, I will let us summarize that climate is not changing. Climate has already changed. We can feel it. Number 2, who has caused the climate change? I have caused the climate change. Nobody has done it. And last, who is going to correct it? Thank you so much. Thank you very much for your attention.
For the amazing energy what you are bringing for this cause, and I think I just one quick question. So you have been traveling now all over India, and there are a lot of challenges. What you see, you said that there are most of us are acting like fools and not paying attention, although we know the theory. But what are the top 2 or 3 things which make you optimistic, or what are the positive changes you are seeing on ground, which makes you believe that this can be done?
Well, so it has been 2 years I've been traveling, and thank you very much for asking what makes me going and not getting tired from the yatra. Well, I feel that there is a lot of attention and awareness now that kuch to gadbad hai. There's a lot of anxiety among people कि गड़बड़ है, क्या गड़बड़ है, कैसे सॉल्यूशन करना है, वो मेरे ख्याल से अभी तक फील नहीं हुआ. बट द गुड थिंग इज दे फील दैट समथिंग इज हैपनिंग, एंड थैंक्स टू कोविड काइंड ऑफ इवेंट, एंड इट मेक्स पीपल थिंक. और जब कोविड हुआ था तो मैंने एक आर्टिकल लिखा था, कोविड जैसा एक और खतरनाक वायरस है. बिकॉज 2 चीजें हैं लाइफ में फॉलो करना है, जो अस्तित्व के नियम है, लिमिट योर कंजम्पशन एंड लोकलाइज योर प्रोडक्शन. ये 2 करना है. तो जब कोविड हुआ था तो उसके बाद में प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा था वोकल फॉर लोकल, तो मैंने कहा थैंक गॉड कोविड ने इतना तो समझा दिया वोकल फॉर लोकल होना चाहिए. अभी एक और वायरस लगेगा जो बोलेगा नहीं, नॉट ओनली इनफ टू बी वोकल फॉर लोकल, बट इट इज ऑल्सो इम्पॉर्टेंट दैट नो मैटर व्हाट वी हैव टू लिमिट आवर कंजम्पशन, क्योंकि धरती का साइज और धरती के सारे संसाधन खुद ही लिमिटेड है. हम अंधाधुंध सोलर एनर्जी का उपयोग भी नहीं करना चाहिए.
Sure.
Just as it is very true that each of us is every minute consuming energy and contributing to the problem, it is equally true that 80%, classic 80-20 might not be there, but 80-90% of the emissions which are causing the climate change are contributed by a much smaller minority of people, maybe 10-20% of the population. So personal responsibility definitely we have to take. But what is the thing, how do we handle the out of control consumption? Would that not be more driven by policy, or how do we tackle it?
Well, I believe that now the time has gone where we could think of policy or do something about it. So India cannot afford, or anybody cannot afford to get into this argument कि उसने ज़्यादा किया है, मैंने कम किया है. So we can't do that. We are, as you say, only 6-7 years are left. So I believe that rather than doing that, why can't we be more innovative in our approach and and derive our energy systems where we create jobs, where we locally be independent, where we strengthen economy. So उसने किया मैंने नहीं किया. I think we cannot get into this argument, So we let us be more innovative in our approach so that we solve many more problems, because energy से सब कुछ होता है. And I showed you, so energy से education होता है, energy से rural economy चलता है, energy से foreign
exchange. The takeaway is we have to be more innovative now how we solve it. We can't rely on someone else to do it.
Yes, and we do not have time for anything like that. We have to take the responsibility ourselves for if not for anybody else, at least for your own children. You want to leave the world livable for them. That's why we should be doing it.
But the good part is, since as Chetan mentioned, the world is not going to end with 1.5 degree and we have to survive long, so there is actually tremendous opportunity for creating climate wealth by looking into these transformational technologies, and that's where I think all of us need to contribute. So thank you very much Professor Solanki for all the work you're doing and sharing your insight, and we'll continue this dialogue. There will be a separate session at 4 or 4:15 immediately after the next plenary session, where we are going to hear from many more practitioners who are implementing many of these solutions on ground. So I hope any one of you who are interested in energy and environment will also join us at 4 o'clock in the Senate Hall on the first floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I must thank the organizer, particularly Dr. Indrajit Chatterjee, who was really behind me to bring me here. Also, I would like to just announce that we are organizing a conference called ARE, Action for Restoring Environment, on 24th and 25th of November in Delhi. And the tagline of the conference is, "Are we taking enough action?" Where we are going to ask all sections of society, political, spiritual, industrial, media, academic, are we taking enough action? This is really high time to introspect. So please, it's a conference, attendance is free, 24th, 25th, rconference.org, rconference.org. You're most welcome to attend. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rahul sir, and thank you, Professor Solanki sir, for such energetic and thought-provoking session. For the last part of this plenary session on livelihood and sustainability, I would request Dr. Smita Siddhanti, President of EnDyna Incorporation, Wheel Council, to welcome our plenary speaker, Dr. R.S. Sodhi, with bouquet, shawl, and memento. Can we have a huge round of applause for Dr. R.S. Sodhi? I will request Pradeep sir to facilitate Mr. Balaji Ganpati with a bouquet, shawl and memento. Can we have a huge round of applause? The thunder of applause should not stop. Please. I would now request Pradeep sir to present bouquet and shawl memento to Dr. Smita Siddhanti ma'am. Please, can you all please? Louder. I would now request ma'am to facilitate Pradeep sir with a bouquet. Big round of applause for Pradeep sir. Indeed, a very energetic panel we have with us. Now I would like to hand over the session to Smita ma'am.
Is this on? Greetings everybody, thank you for being here. This is a very awaited session. We've been thinking about this and talking about livelihoods and sustainability in rural development for a long time. And Wheels Global Foundation has been very much involved in the whole idea of smart village, creating enterprises within the villages for last decade. So with that, we have very esteemed guests here who are going to reflect upon this topic much further. And then we, after this, have another session from 4 o'clock upstairs. It was supposed to be at 4 o'clock, so I guess everything is moving for whatever it's worth, we are in a very exciting session, so everything is taking longer. But hopefully we should try to finish this in half an hour and then move upstairs to the Senate for many other esteemed thinkers and practitioners in livelihood in the long run. So just for one sentence, everybody knows that the whole entire migration issue from rural India to the urban India has been a decade, many decades long problem. And unless we solve the problem and create opportunities within villages, and we just heard the big crisis that from Dr. Solanki, which was clear that local production is the only way to go. So we have to have markets and local produce materials and production systems within the villages, the enterprises within the villages. And somebody mentioned today beautifully that we need to ruralify India rather than urbanize India. So just like in America, everybody who's rich lives actually more rural than not. So it's just all over the world, that's the tradition, and people live better lives. So hopefully, as people get more opportunities within villages, that is the whole intent, and a whole lot of people thankfully are involved and are engaged, and we are going to hear from some of them. So with that, Dr. Sodhi, who is R.S. Sodhi, whose introduction is not needed, and we have stopped doing long introductions because everybody's on LinkedIn and everywhere else beautifully. But he is the managing director of AMUL Milk Scheme, is that correct? AMUL is a well-known and are doing enormous effective work. So with that, I will let you start, and then Balaji, who's here, will follow. He's from TCS, and we'll hear a lot more about. And we just heard from your thank you.
Yeah, okay. My PPT is there? Okay, that's it, okay. Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank the Stanford University, Wheels and PHU for giving the opportunity to farmers organization to give our input for this 7th Ideal Village Conference. And I find the topic of this 7th Ideal Village Conference very, very apt when rural transformation for sustainable growth. I think I'd like to say instead of this, that for sustainable rural transformation, I'd like to say that how it can become, this transformation can become Atmanirbhar. So whatever answers we are providing, whatever opportunities we want to provide for this rural transformation, how it can be self-sustaining instead of depending upon crutches that every year, every 2 years you require some help from the outside. And one experiment which India has been very successfully doing for rural transformation, for rural urbanization, for Atmanirbharta is the dairy industry on cooperative basis for the last 75 years, specifically for the last more than 50 years, which has been very, very well replicated. And I like to say that how these, besides the rural empowerment, has provided livelihood through cooperatives to millions and millions of the rural household, and especially the women. I'll give you just, before I go further, I'll just give you a few examples. See, this is the example of Swarna Ben Patel. She is a resident of a village near Anand. 23 years back, when she had 3 children, her husband got paralytic attack, and he was the only source. And she had nothing else to do. Only thing she had, one buffalo, and she was pouring the milk to the village cooperative society. And she decided to take it further, and to take care of family, his children, education and other things. And fortunately, all the 3 children are well educated, working very good organization in India and one abroad. And she has got her own house, car, everything. And all because of she tried to do dairy husbandry or expanding her business by supplying milk or his produce to the dairy cooperative society. And today she has got 25 cows and buffalo, 350 liters, and annually she is giving 50 lakh rupees milk to the village cooperative society. And I later on tell you, out of that, whatever she has given, and the cost is around 55 to 60% depending on how much you run the pot. At least 50% or 40% is the net profit, even if you have people to work for. Similarly, same example I can show is of Surekha Ben Patel. She is earning around 9 lakh rupees per annum, self-doing. And then she has it's not moving, sorry. And recently, the Honorable HM given one check to the one Malti Bank, more than 1 crore rupees milk she has poured in the cooperative society. And if I take further, you see these are the 10 not very semi-literate, many of them are basically not dependent on husband, widows and other thing. 70, you can mention how much milk there, 8 lakh, 74 lakh, 72 lakh, this. So they have become a big entrepreneur without having too much of resources. See, when you are saying sustainable rural transformation, what is required is not, you cannot go for a big lot of resources. You have to see whatever resources and avenues available with the limited rural economy and the income level. And animal husbandry is the one thing in which, with minimum resources, you can have sustainable livelihood and which can grow also automatically. I mean, you don't need, if you want to expand, I mean, if you have got a plant, if you want to expand, you have to invest in new plant. But in cow or buffalo or any husbandry, once you have one, it will multiply to 2, it will multiply to 4, 6, only you have to go with it. And this all happened because of a very, very successful AMUL model, which is nothing. You can see at the bottom of it is the about milk producer. In each society or village society, 200 milk producers, they form a society. And society's job is to collect the milk automatically on milk collection system, fully integrated automatically with the computers and SAP. District union collects the milk on village cooperative society, process it, add value under AMUL branding, and at the apex level, the state level federation is there which markets the product under the AMUL brand all over India. All three tiers are financially separate entities but owned by the bottom 3.6 million farmers. And the same model, if you see, was replicated last from mid-70s all over India. And you can see left side is the, in Gujarat what we have done is 3.6 million farmers or 18,600 villages. I mean, more or less all villages have been covered and 18 district union. And similarly at the national level, when mid-70s this under Operation Flood, this model was replicated to make all the villages under the Operation Flood. So now we have got around 17 million milk producers or cooperative members, 1.9 lakh villages, 245 districts and 28 districts. Just what is AMUL today? AMUL today is India's biggest FMCG or food brand. We are processing every day 27 million liters milk per day. Let me tell you, this is equal to the total production of Australia, of milk production, or more than Canada or everything. And we are today the 8th largest dairy company, and most of the companies which are above us are multi-location, multi-nations. We are only mainly one part of India. And about 10 years back, we were we were 13th, now 8th. In the way we are going, we will be in the first 5 next 3 or 4 years. And with 8.2 billion turnover, last year was 61,000 crore. Another 5 years will be more than 1 lakh crore. But we were not like this. India was not Atmanirbhar. India was dependent on fully imports. See, when this, whatever story I have told is not only the livelihood, is the story of Atmanirbhar. I mean, what our Honorable Prime Minister said on 24th of May 2020 that we have to become Atmanirbhar in everything. I think a lot of people thought it is not possible. How can we become Atmanirbhar in electronics or energy we talked, Chetanji mentioned, or how we can be Atmanirbhar in edible oil, 1 lakh crore rupees edible oil we are importing. But same was the story of milk till mid-70s. Our milk production was 1/3 of USA and 1/8 of Europe, more or less equal to the Netherlands and the other New Zealand, etc. countries. And what we did is, policymakers, farmers, and the political leadership decided then that we have to become the Atmanirbhar. So AMUL model was replicated across India, where what is the AMUL model? Simple. Farmers not only to produce, they have to aggregate, add value and market the product under their own ownership. And they should own the whole supply chain. Then only, and this model has what has created, you can see, now what are the, today if you see with more than 210, we are more than double than the USA, 25 to 30% more than the Europe. And the way we are going, I'll tell you what is the history. I mean this, and it is not only we increase the production, but we are per capita availability has also multiplied 4 times, from 110 milligram to more than 420-30 milligram. Gram per person per day. So in spite of population multiplied by 3 times, but we have to see that with the growing population how we can meet the demand, and we know that another 30 years, by 2050, rural and urban population is more or less equals to same, and we'll be having more mouths to feed and then less hand to produce food. I think besides the energy, the other sector which we have to take care of very well is the food. And everybody has realized that during this COVID and the Ukraine war, the countries which were self-sufficient, which had the food security like India, have better placed the minimum inflation in food compared to the countries which were dependent on import of food, whether you take Sri Lanka or Turkey or other countries where 30, 40, 50, even USA, Europe also food inflation is much more than the India. And one very good thing about it is the way we are growing for the last 50 years. We have seen every 25 years, our milk production multiplies by 3x. I mean, no other agriculture produces this one, every 25 years. And so today, if we are around 210, we expect another 50 years, it will be 628 million metric tons. And today, if we are contributing 23% of the world milk production, the way we are producing, even after taking less than growth for the next 25 than the previous 25 years, we'll be producing 45% of world milk production only from India. And when I say 45%, you can imagine how much wealth it is going to bring in the rural India and how much livelihood opportunities in the rural India. And organized dairy industry, because in India whatever milk is produced, 40% is consumed within the village or self, 60% surplus, 1/3 is going to the organized, 2/3 is unorganized. And today also, on an average, Indian organized dairy industry is around $30 billion. Out of the total $110 billion milk production. I mean, in whole agriculture basket, the maximum value is of milk. $110 billion, it is more than the wheat, paddy and pulses put together. So that is the contribution, and that is also opportunity. Because I showed you the graph of per capita consumption of 420, which was 110. But the way we are going, the way in some parts of India or parts of the world, our per capita consumption another 50 years will be more than 850. And population will be 1.6, 1.7 billion. So you can see how much demand will be there in India and also the adjoining countries. And it's not only the opportunity, livelihood, it's also jobs. Generally in organized sector, if 1 lakh liter milk is coming and processed and sold, around 6,000 jobs are created, 5,000 in the rural India, 1,000 in the urban India. So even organized sector, in another 10 years is going to produce around 13 million jobs. 13 million jobs, only organized sector. And you can understand how much organized sector in dairy industry will provide. And other is how much a farmer, just a calculation, how much a farmer earns average. If a cow which is crossed by 10 liters milk per day is giving, and very nominal value of 35 rupees liter which a farmer get today for cow milk, maybe little more nowadays, his income will be around 1,05,000. And the calf value, but every year the calf comes around 4,000 to 5,000, so 1,10,000. And if you see the expenses, will be after taking care of everything, something farmer may be producing, but even if farmer buys everything, and also the loan repayment etc., it will be around 65,000. And you can see on an average $1.50 or 120 rupees a farmer can earn from one cow, one buffalo, very easily, even without land. You see, this is the one profession, one source of livelihood. When I said you don't need resources, you don't need even land. What is required is 2 hands and of some family supervision of working. And so you can multiply. So $1.50 per day is around 3,500 rupees per month. So if you want to earn, suppose 30,000, what is required is only 10,000. If you want to earn 70,000, required 20. And generally, when you say you want to provide livelihood or startups or entrepreneurship in the villages, any youth educated with taking loan of 14-15 lakh rupees from a bank with 30 cows and animals. I'm not saying you start the first day with 30, you can start 3 or 4, then multiply. 1 lakh rupees sitting in a village you can earn. And that is not today. And you see, there's no chance of any recession or any obsolescence in this place. Because our market is, today is 1.38 billion stomachs, which will be 1.7 billion stomachs in 2050-60, and the each stomach which is taking today 420, it will be taking 800. So that is the market. With the more income, more disposable income going, human beings, especially we Indians, we are 50% or more than 50% vegetarian, are spending more on protein and fat-rich diet, and animal husbandry is the answer, whether dairy, poultry, or meat or anything you want, fisheries you want to take. So what is the reason for this success, and what are the learnings which we can take from this for future? See, first thing is that this in India has grown on this because of smallholder. India is the only country which has grown so much in dairy and become number 1 on smallholder farms. Because in all other dairy-rich countries or surplus countries, it is a big dairy farms. Even China, which is growing now, although there are deficit, they are also going with the 5,000, 6,000, 10,000 farms. So India is the country which has grown only and only to the average farm size 2 to 3 animals. And so it is, you are growing food, you are becoming Atmanirbhar, but also providing livelihood also. So you are serving both food security, you are becoming self-independent, you are not dependent on imports, but also livelihood in the village. And about 100 million families are now dependent on dairy or animal husbandry in India. The other reason I think that success for Indian dairy sector, and we also foresee that in the future also is going to grow, is, which I have talked to a number of CEOs of world number 1 or number 2 dairy companies, and they all had come to India and they could not succeed. And it is not only dairy, also and other food chain. They say India's food or dairy supply chain is the most efficient in the world. And they say we cannot match the supply chain of efficiency in India. And what is that? If we take 50 rupees from a consumer in Varanasi or Delhi or Bombay for a liter of milk, 40 rupees goes to the farmer, around 80%. Even worst cases, some fellow maybe in FA 70% will go. All over world, farmers get only 1/3, 33, 34. And one side farmers are getting good milk price, so he is encouraged to produce more, invest more. The other side, consumers like you, most of you, are getting very nutritious, good dairy product at very, very affordable price. So you are consuming more because it is affordable, you are getting, the other side farmer is getting more, so he is producing more. So once these two important stakeholders in any food supply chain are happy, this fellow will produce more, this fellow will produce, whole industry will grow. I think that is the reason for success. The other thing is India is dairy industry is the organized. I mean, right from day one, India is the only country in the major cooperatives, whatever they procure, they sell at 100% value rate platform. Most of the other cooperatives will buy world over, they'll convert it to commodity, sell to multinational to add value or to unbound. And the other reason of a success right from day is the technology adoption. I mean, I don't, right from day developing technology for buffalo milk processing or buffalo milk powder or buffalo milk cheese which was not available all over. Now today if you see the digital integration in the dairy supply chain is much, much more than what urban business or supply chain are concerned. I mean, this is just I'm showing you the app of milk procurement. A farmer then pour milk. She immediately gets on app how much quantity of milk, what protein, what fat, what money to be has been transferred in our account. Besides that, veterinary service. I mean, if you are sick, you go to the doctor in the city and then you tell that doctor, you go blood, then now computer file system, you know what is the history. But here, if your animal is sick in Gujarat, you just put an app, intimation, go to a doctor who is the nearest. So within 2 hours, doctor will arrive, he'll just scan the code, here, tag, he'll know the history of the animal and what other treatment is done, and then treatment will be suggested, more or less free medication is there. Same is for artificial insemination. When the cow comes to heat, automatically there is a, where the feet bed. Similarly, cows and buffalo in the bed, in the neck bed. So from the physical movement of cow, you can make out that she is in heat and need artificial insemination. Yeah, finishing. So these are the things. Technical adoption is very, very important. And this is what I have said, reason for the success of India is the, what we did. And the last slide is because, is very, very important because Chetanji also mentioned about the energy and how the gas emissions. You see, sustainability is one word which has been very well used in all the conferences. I mean, anywhere you go, you have to put either before or after the motto of sustainability. Okay, and I'm very happy that here in this conference, sustainability word has been used appropriately for Indian context. Because most of the conferences, sustainability word has been hijacked by the environmentalist. Sustainability meant only environment. But if you ask any farmer what is sustainability, he will say livelihood, because that is today the subject. For 100 million dairy farmers or the 200, for them sustainability is earning daily or even a worker. Sustainability for any businessman is viability, profits. Sustainability for government is what? Food security, providing employment, law and order. Sustainability for what is consumer? Nobody thinks about consumer. Sustainability consumer is getting affordable nutrition. I'm talking about food perspective. And then you talk about sustainability from environmental point of view. I'm saying all are important, but not at the cost of livelihood. Not at the cost of food security. So these are the things I think which you are intelligent enough to talk and think about. And challenges are there. So challenges are next generation. I have to talk how to provide them the job in the rural India, and that is only possible for the growing segment. You can't provide enough opportunity in the agricultural cultivation, animal husbandry area, and I told you how much opportunity is there. We need to increase the productivity. We want to produce 620 million metric ton, but we have to see how to solve the problem of feeding. feed of the animal. Then analog product and free trade agreement, the other areas, I think those are, we may not talk here. And in the end, I'd like to give a quote of our founder, Dr. Varghese Kurian. You can read it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Real pleasure. What a model, and what a small scale farmer that can scale up to that level. The world has not seen, and living in US where I live, I can tell you, the milk is not available. That is real. So we all have to now order online called real milk, which comes from real cow from somewhere in some town, and it's very hard to get. And lucky India that they're actually having 40% of their production in the village consumed by the villages, and then the rest of it is going. So thank you for that. With that, given the short time, we can continue this discussion. Dr. Sodhi is with us afterwards also, but Balaji Sundar, he's from TCS and head of their global CSR. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Dr. Sodhi. I think when I reflect on what you shared, 3 or 4 things I think are common between the story that you've shared and what takeaways I hope people will learn from my session as well. First and foremost is that bringing a group of people together and not thinking of them in deficit, right? Thinking of them not as part of the problem, but part of the solution. I think that is a great principle that stood out for me. The second one is investing in those you want to transform and giving them the resources and the tools. The third is rewarding and recognizing. I think it's very, I don't know if you really got the essence of what he said at the end about 70 to 80% of the whole consumption. The money generated from the consumption is going back to the individual farmer and the cooperative. I can tell you there are very few systems in the world that do that. So it is really democratizing the prosperity that is being created. That is the lesson to learn. And the final one, which you said about food, is that everybody is, you have more mouths to feed. I would say the same about digital and technology also, that you cannot live without that nowadays. So thank you for your session. Another round of applause for Dr. Singh, please. So what I'm going to share is, if I can get help from the tech team. Yeah, thank you. So I'm not going to spend too much of time talking about the world that we live in today. Is this working? Will you put that in full screen? Thank you. So there are a few things that I wanted to share to just ground our understanding of the world that we live in today, and then I wanted to share a few thoughts about India and the story for India. So we live in a world where we are very close to the 8 billion person being born. That's the world that we live in today. If you look at why we need transformation, if you really look at the basic necessities that exist for each of those 8 billion people in the world today, we normally hear about the doom and gloom scenario of things not being there and issues being there, because it's more sensational to have things like that mentioned. But if you really look at it, most of the people in the world have access to most of the basic necessities. Let that sink in for you. Most of the people in the world have access to most of the basic necessities. But what has shifted is 2 things. One is our understanding of what those basic necessities mean in the world today. For example, internet access is almost just another human right? So that has advanced. The goalpost has advanced in terms of what basic needs are. And the second is that the disparities that exist between those who have access to basic necessities and those who don't are creating huge polarizations, not only in India but around the world. So these are the two things to really understand when we think about the role of transformation. Then if you look at what transformation can actually do for the world, most of the Western civilization actually is in a good place today because the quality of life is directly proportional to the income. Because it is also a determinant of your health and wellness. So, if you really try to understand the world that we live in today, it is not just developed and developing countries, but a set of people who are living in different income levels. And these different income levels, 3 or 4 levels as you see on the chart here, basically determine what your life looks like. Whether you have water that comes in a tap to your home, or you have to go and get water. Whether it is, having access to basic healthcare, or only if you have chronic diseases, you seek out somebody because that is the only time you can really afford to do it. I mean, these are the questions that determine what your quality of life means in these income levels. So the UN SDGs you have all seen are being talked about today, but these are not just targets for achieving a lot of things that we want to achieve in the world. It is also a unifying way for us to look at how do we take care of our planet, how do we take care of our people, but ultimately aim for prosperity. Prosperity for everybody, not just a few, and address the polarization that exists in the world today. So that is the backdrop I wanted to give to share a model for rural transformation, and then I'll end with a story and example of what we are doing, and maybe there are takeaways for us from that experience. So if you look at really the story of India today, India is a pretty advanced country, 5th largest economy in the world, and going to be one of the largest economies in the future. If you really look at who we have, about 1.4 billion people, women and men, we have people who are literate. We still have about 278 million people who are illiterate. We have about 164 million who are 10 to 17-year-old children. And these are people who are going to contribute to the age group being one of the youngest in the world in 10 years' time. Currently, we have 371 million who are in the 15 to 29-year-old, many of whom are actively contributing to the local economy and are in search for opportunities to really contribute to the economy. So, 150 million who are SC/ST women and children, about 156 million who are SC/ST women and children. The importance of this is that again, when it comes to advances, when it comes to success as we define in the world today, success is not, or the way in which you look at outcomes, whether it is family outcomes, quality of life, it's very different for each of these sections of people. If you look at somebody who is illiterate, their chance to get access to livelihood is that much lesser than somebody who is literate. If you are well educated, your chances go up. If you are not from a marginalized background, basis caste or religion, then your chance for advancement goes up. So these are also barriers that are built into our systems that we need to overcome when we think about sustainable livelihood and rural transformation. So one opportunity we have is, we have 12.2% of the world's ultra poor, about 124 million below the poverty line or under $1.9 a day income, right? And about 10 million of them are in 6 states. Earlier we used to call it Bimaru. Today we have more states, but we always think of it as central India, but I'll show you a picture that multidimensional poverty is not just in central India, it's on all parts of India. It depends on how you view it in your local community. 68% of youth are in rural villages. I want to highlight this because this is the opportunity that we have available to tap into. Not just demographic dividend for urban growth and for industrialization, but actually rural transformation coming from people who are in rural India. And among the youth, only 13.8% of rural women youth are engaged in employment opportunities. So again, not looking at these as problems, but looking at these as opportunities for solutions. Okay? So what can we do? We can empower by looking at where in rural India can we concentrate our efforts. where is the need to bridge the urban-rural divide? See, the urban-rural divide is again a misnomer. Let's take the case of rural India itself and say you want access to the basic necessities or services that are available. That is the divide that we should be focusing on, not just the divide between urban and rural. So if, for example, healthcare is a basic need, thus your village, your panchayat, your district, your block have access to basic healthcare. That is the divide that has to be overcome. Financial inclusion. Thus your panchayat, your village, your block, your district have access to financial resources. Who has access within that? And then thinking about land ownership. Who has access to that? So thinking about it from the perspective of not urban versus rural, but within rural, what are the needs, basic necessities or needs or services that people can have and are not having access to today. And then finally looking at, going backward, finally looking at who is there in each village who can be part of the solution, not part of the problem. I think at this time, basically you are controlling this, so you can keep going ahead. So the model is identify what are the unmet societal needs. You can look at digital services to meet those needs. What I mean by that, our chairman Chandra defined this beautifully in his book, Digital Nation, that the problem is not a technology problem, but the technology's talent problem. So if we have digital available as a way to bridge the gap, how can we create skills, how can we create talent and jobs and opportunities to bridge those gaps? And that is the key to the model. And then working in the community itself. So for example, if it is a village, how can you create self-employment for local youth through village participation itself? And then finally, build local capacity to progressively bridge the unmet societal needs. So, can you advance to the next slide? Yeah, move on. Yeah, we can skip, most of you are familiar with the Tata Group and TCS, so I will skip this portion and just go to the example to end. Go to the next slide, please. Yeah, go to the next slide. Okay, so how can we bridge this? The example of the model I want to share with you is actually happening for the last 8 years in 10 states across India, 30 districts and 2,000 villages. And this is one of our flagship programs through our CSR efforts called Bridge IT. Basically what we are doing is marrying two parts. One is rural youth who have the skills and the capabilities and the passion, whether they are graduate or non-graduate. And the other part is villages that need access to basic services. And we are bringing these two together. If you bring these two together, what can happen? From a literacy perspective, from access to healthcare, access to financial services, I will let this video speak for itself. So basically you start with basic needs and say that, if you are starting as an entrepreneur in a village and you are a Dalit girl, what do you need? You need confidence, you need connections, you need resources, which is what we provide as a partner. And then that young person, that girl, that young woman can start her own business. Once she starts her own business, she can start to provide basic services. Some of them may be digital services, and as a Uddami, she can provide non-digital services also, based on what need she is seeing in her customer base. Then she can add more service lines to go into financial and government services. Government services are available as schemes from the central government or the state government, but often these schemes do not reach people in need. So she can be that young person who provides access to that. She can provide employment to others, she can help the village to prosper, and then as her income level goes up and she employs other people and their income level go up, the village gets access to more resources, more jobs, and the village starts to prosper. So this is the basic idea and the concept behind Bridge IT and our model for sustainable livelihood in rural India. And what are the results for that? I'll end with this. Next slide is the video. You will hear from one or two young women in rural India who are entrepreneurs and who are doing work using this model. I'm not able to control this. Yeah. Can you just play this, just before you play this video? So this is the model I want to share with you. I hope you will take away from this. The simplicity of the approach is actually the beauty of the success of this model. This model we are currently working on replicating all across India. We have looked at about 300 districts that have multidimensional poverty and are slowly in the process to increase our reach and our impact in each of these districts. So I invite all of you to share your lessons and your learnings, and also welcome you to partner with us. With that, if you can roll the video. Sound down.
Thank you very much. If you're not able to get the sound on, you try that.
Could you try presenting, please?
So, thank you very much to both of you. And we are really grateful that from a very, very busy schedule you have been able to spare some time. And we hope you'll be able to stay with us for some time. And you have said very rightly, Sodhi-sab, about livelihoods and sustainability. Now, we have had a long deep dive session yesterday for 7 hours on patterns and anti-patterns. So from you, I'd like to hear, Sodhi-sab, since
क्योंकि हम एक दलित की बेटी है, गांव में कई तरीक़ा की समस्या रहती है स्कूलों में कि खाना पीना सही से नहीं देते, उनसे छुआछूत रखते हैं, छोटे कास्ट के बच्चे होते हैं उन्हें अलग बैठाते थे और जो बड़े स्कूल के बच्चे होते हैं उन्हें अलग बैठाते थे और उनको पढ़ाते थे ज़्यादा और जो गरीब बच्चे होते हैं उनको नहीं पढ़ाते थे। कई बार टीचरों ने मना किया, नहीं हम नहीं पढ़ाने देंगे, क्योंकि जब हम कंप्यूटर खोलते हैं वहाँ पे तो सारे बच्चे इकट्ठे होकर आ जाते हैं, क्योंकि उन्हें कंप्यूटर अच्छा लगता है। तो जब अपने बच्चों को पढ़ाते थे तो जो बड़े कास्ट के बच्चे हैं तो उनको भी लगता था कि हम भी पढ़ें, तो उनको थोड़ा ऐसा लगता है कि मतलब ऐसा ना कि ये बच्चे सीख जाएं और हमारे बच्चे नहीं सीखें, तो फिर वो भी बोलने लगे अच्छा नंदी तुम सभी बच्चों को एक साथ पढ़ाओ।
सोचा कुछ करना है आप, तो करने के लिए सबसे पहले हमने देखा कि कुछ अपने गांव के लिए किया जाए या सोशल वर्किंग के लिए किया जाए तो अच्छा रहेगा। कॉमन सर्विस सेंटर यानी कि जनसेवा केंद्र के माध्यम से तहसील स्तर की सारी सेवाओं को प्रदान किया जाता है और लोगों को मदद की है सेंटर खोलने के लिए और लोगों को मैं बताया हमने कि आप लोग भी हमारी तरह कॉमन सर्विस सेंटर लेके अपने गांव वालों को ऑनलाइन जितने भी काम है आप खुद करके उन्हें मदद कर सकते हैं। मेरी आशा है अधिक से अधिक लोगों को इससे जोड़ करके और इसके बारे में बता करके हर जगह इसका विस्तार किया जाए, जिससे कि नवयुवाओं में इस प्रकार की जागृति फैले और इसी उत्साह के साथ निरंतर आगे बढ़ते रहें।
हमारा जो सपना है हम कंप्यूटर टीचर बने, स्कूल पढ़ाने के बाद।
So that was wonderful. And the people who are participating in the workshop, many of them are here. The person who conducted the workshop, he is also here, Arun Jain. And what I'd like to hear from you, Sodhi-sab, is a recent example of an anti-pattern, in the sense an experiment or experience of AMUL, because AMUL has been seen, and we have been seeing it since childhood, you know, as one of the greatest success stories, the ATM coming up, the Operation Flood, and people getting milk, you put in a token and milk flows out, which is an ATM for milk practically. So many beautiful stories all over the world. And now we also see that in the Western world, a lot of tea and coffee is being drunk, and that too without milk. The milk consumption in a lot of the Western countries is dropping very drastically. So whether there is a pattern in India also similarly, but what is a big story, important story, a failure story of AMUL in the recent past?
Well, I think coming first is what Western, what you said, that is plant-based or we call analog. You see, generally what you see is, one is as such consumption people are not consuming at all. Milk, there may be few people. I mean, naturally you may be replacing with other parts in your dietary. Maybe meat and other thing, the protein or the other fat or that you may be required. But as far as India is concerned, dairy or vegetarian fat, protein and fat source of milk is going to be very important. See, milk is not only protein or fat, it is the tastiest and affordable. That is very important. And coming to the anti and success and other thing, I think there has been number of, I mean, it's very difficult to say only one. I can tell you the reasons. One reason for AMUL success or Operation for success is basically and for any agriculture supply chain is the leadership. See, because it is a democratic system, so you need a confusion of very selfless, dedicated political leadership, bottom up, and a very, very dedicated professional leadership. In agriculture, rural sustainability, you can't bring top down. You can't say the government will do it. It's not a job of government. The people have to recognize, leadership has to come and do it.
So thank you very much, Sodhi sir. And we are very grateful to you for your support for Wheels also. And we look forward to continuing our cooperation with that. And thank you, Balaji, also. I had a question for you, but I guess we'll have to take it on personally. Thank you.
Hello everyone. Here comes the end of the second plenary session. It was a power-packed session filled with so much knowledge. I would like to thank all for their time and energy. The parallel sessions for this plenary session are scheduled right after this session. Education and skill development will be in the main hall. Energy and environment will be in the Senate hall. Livelihood and sustainability will be in the conference hall. I thank you all for being so patient and request you all to move to the respective sessions. Thank you. For those who are interested in the education and skill development parallel session are requested to be seated here only. Thank you.
Strategy, extend a very warm welcome to you all in this session centered around education and skill development. Before we begin the session, I'd like to introduce our co-chairs for today, Dr. Nandini Tandon, UP Ratna and co-founder of the Indus Setu Global Foundation, and Dr. Kanan Mudgalya, Department of Chemical Engineering, IIT Bangalore, Wheels Council. I'd request ma'am to please felicitate Dr. Kanan Mudgalya with a bouquet, shawl and memento.
देखिए बनारस का कल्चर है, संस्कृति है। हाँ, हम यूपी के, हम कैसे मना करें। जी जी जी, आइए आइए।
Thank you, ma'am. I now request Dr. Kanan to please felicitate our speaker, Ms. Bhuvna Santana. also request Sir to felicitate Shri Pradeep Goyal. I'd request Dr. Nandini to please felicitate Shri Jitendra Rautre. I request ma'am to felicitate Mrs. Sarika Pandey. Request ma'am to please felicitate Shri Ashank Desai sir. Thank you ma'am. I'd once again request Dr. Anand to please felicitate Shri G. Srinivasan. I'd also request Sir to please felicitate Ms. Preeti Singh. Thank you, sir. Education, or rather shall I say, as discussed in our plenary sessions, quality education and skill development at all levels is India's biggest economic and social challenge. Only a unified approach towards access, equity and quality of education is the way forward. To shed more light upon this respective session track and introduce our speakers for a panel discussion, I'd like to call upon Dr. Nandini Tandon and Dr. Kanan Mudgalya. Please note, every speaker will be given a time of 10 minutes to conclude their speech. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, really appreciate it. And if we could please request Shri Hiten Ghosh ji to stand. He is also part of the co-chairs. And Kalyan Chakravarti ji could not join, but we wanted to acknowledge his exceptional contribution. And also Professor Srinath Murthy. Thank you, Professor Srinath Murthy. And of course, you know Professor Kanan and myself, we really enjoyed working together in putting this track. And then Professor Kanan, should we have Ms. Bhuvna begin first? Okay. Ms. Bhuvna, the floor is yours. We will not take time in introducing the speakers because they have outstanding backgrounds. The whole evening will go in talking about their background. You have their details in the on the web. But Ms. Bhuvna is the head of the Global Outreach for S.A.I. Global Foundation. And her full name is Ms. Bhuvna Santhanam. And I asked her, where do you live? And she said, in the skies, because she's always flying. Please.
Very good evening, everyone, and thank you to this lovely panel, and thank you to Sundar Kamenji and Dr. Sunny Anandji for this wonderful opportunity for us to be able to share some thoughts. To me, I'd like to begin by saying that quality education and the right kind of education is of paramount importance. And today what we'll be sharing would be a sustainable model which we have been following now for many, many years. And this is the story of the Sri Sathya Lokaseva Gurukulam group of institutions with its higher education wing, which is the Sri Sathya University for Human Excellence, where education is gifted. We believe that education is the right of every child born on this planet. And like our founder said this morning during his keynote address during the plenary talk, Sadguru Shri Madhusudan said that education, healthcare and nutrition must be given to every child, and this is the model we follow. From an education perspective, it is values-based education, where we believe that the foundation of education should be embedded in spirituality. Because only then children will learn the values, the human values of love, compassion, sharing, service to humanity. Because otherwise we will only have an educated person, but not the one with a heart. Like it is said, educating the mind without educating the heart is no education at all. This is what Aristotle said. So we have a small video which I'm going to be presenting now, which sort of encapsulates all that we do as an institution, and what is it that we do, and what is that unique model that we follow here in the institution. Number one, yes, education is gifted to everybody from grade 6 all the way up to research. We've got 3 university campuses, and apart from that, we've got about 37 institutions in 27 campuses. And not only in India, but in other countries as well, which are marginalized. And what we have seen, which we see every single day, is how this education is transforming not only the life of the student, but also their family, the society in which they live, and therefore it helps in nation building. We call it building Bharat through the right kind of education, because we all need to remember one thing, that in 15-20 years from today, if we need an educated and if we need an informed population or citizens, we need to educate them. And we all do know, and I think since yesterday we've been hearing, and it is a fact, that more than 65% of India is still in the villages. But accessibility to education is one issue. And also, one of the biggest issues today is teachers. I was just reading a report a few days ago which came out in the Economic Times. It was a report by the Ministry of Education where they did a survey to say that especially during the pandemic, 20,000 schools across the country closed, of course in the private sector and across other management types. And almost 2 lakh teachers left their profession. I'm sure we've all seen the National Education Policy, and we all know that India already has a deficit of 10 lakh teachers. And if we need to educate our students, our children of Bharat, and if we need, like I said, and to reiterate, if we need an informed population in the next 15 to 20 years, education is key for everything. Accessibility, and we believe we need to remove affordability from that equation. And what we are doing in our institution is that we are training, of course we are giving education for free, but not only that, I can say today, I can thump my chest and say today that we are possibly the only university in the country who's also paying a stipend for the student to continue their post-graduation. 75% of all the students through our admission process is only and only for students from rural India. All our campuses are set in the rural hinterlands of the country. And as we all know, if we look at girl-child education, we all know the challenges today. Parents want to get their children married off at 13 and 14 and 15. It still exists, and we see this as a reality because we work in the grassroots, village to village, house to house. Our students, especially our pre-university and our university students, during the admission period, go from house to house in the nearby villages, and they talk about what education has done to them to enthuse and entice the parents to send their children to school. Because for them, it is about losing one member of the family then who cannot earn. So therefore what we do, soon after the graduation gets over, we give them a one-year internship across all our institutions, and I'm sure as many of you may have heard our founder, Shri Madhusudan Sai's talk this morning. Apart from education, we also have 7 specialty hospitals across the country. We are the largest pediatric cardiac chain of hospitals in the country and the world today. And of course, our morning nutrition program, I'm sure you all heard my colleague Mr. Anand speak this morning. We are serving 1 million morning nutrition meals every single morning across 11,000 centers across the country. So the internship, students are placed across any of these verticals, a stipend is given to them. And then especially if you look at girls, soon after that, the parents then want to get them married off. And then we tell them that please allow the students to study for 2 more years post-graduation, and that's where we continue the stipend for the students to study. First of all, we are gifting education, and second of all, we are paying them a stipend to continue their post-graduation. And what we have seen is that, like I said, values-based education, gratitude is what is born in their hearts. And in turn, all of these students want to become teachers, to go back to their villages or to get absorbed into the system. So our unique model is values-based free education to employability, to service to the society. And this is what it is. We have a very quick video, like I said, where 2 girls will be speaking about how this has changed their lives. It's a very, very short video, Nandini ji. Thank you. Can we please have the video? And thank you very much for this opportunity.
The Indian population is strongly founded on a gender-equal ideology, wherein women share an almost 50% presence as that of men, comprising of 662 million women population out of a 1.417 billion total population. India has the largest adolescent population in the world, which is 253 million. Out of this 253 million, almost 50% are girls. With an equal hand thus, education and empowerment of girls cannot be compromised in any way. But the reality is that about 43% of girls drop out before completing secondary education due to household responsibilities, marriage, child labor, limited relevance of education for employment and employability, distance to school, and lack of sanitation facilities at school. Efforts to improve girls' education and enrollment into higher education by the Government of India did produce good results when it was found, as per the All India Survey on Higher Education 2019-20, that the gross enrollment ratio of female students stands at 27.3%, more than that of male students, which is 26.9%. To complement the government in their efforts and to also do its bit in nation building, The Sri Sathya Sai Lokaseva Gurukulam group of institutions provide quality, values-based education completely free of cost, with special impetus to children from the remotest rural hinterlands of India. From grade 6 to research and even employment after completion of their education is taken care of by the institution. Sri Sathya Sai University for Human Excellence is the higher education wing of the institution, which offers boarding, lodging and education without charging a penny, with the only motto to empower the students into able and noble citizens who shall dedicate themselves to the service of the society as selfless servitors. And if each one of us can educate just one child, we will have many more children in India who can be educated from the rural and underprivileged strata of the society. Keeping this lofty vision in view, the alumni of the Sathya Sai institutions established the Each One Educate One Foundation, and as the name suggests, it is about a joint collaboration between the society, individuals, institutions and corporates to contribute their bit for the cause of educating students. The cumulative effect of such giving has changed the lives of many, especially the girls at the Sri Sathya Sai Lokaseva Gurukulam group of institutions. What we are about to see are two such stories of girls whose lives have changed radically and have been steered towards the direction of hope, empowerment, gratitude, happiness and love.
Namaste. Before joining this institution, my understanding about education was to earn, to make my parents happy and to live happily. My perspective changed when I joined this institution. Here I heard the Buddhist saying, Vidya dadati vinayam, vinayat yati patratam, patratvat dhanam apnoti, dhanat dharmam tatsukam. This saying translates, by education we gain.
Thank you very much, Mumna. That was very enlightening. There is more to the video. Please feel welcome to access it because it has been uploaded. And since we have paucity of time, we'll just march along. We already have been introduced to Professor Kanwaljeet and he's going to be talking about spoken tutorials. He's from IIT-Mumbai. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. I speak to Dubey. Thanks a lot for doing all the wonderful arrangement. Thanks to DHU for hosting this. I'll get started. No introduction is required because lots of people have given lots of introduction. So let's get started with my video. Only thing I would say is, between heart and brain, what do you choose? I will say I will choose the heart.
Presentation. I introduce spoken tutorials, and then the wheels, IT literacy drive in schools, and the activities to support this. Spoken tutorials are 10-minute long audio-video tutorials for IT training, created for self-learning, dubbed into 22 plus languages. These are usable offline. We cover only open source software. What is the flow? We write the script, then we ask the question, can a beginner understand it? Most of the time the answer is no. Then we improve it, it comes out of the loop, then we record using the script. We call it the spoken tutorial.
Welcome to the spoken tutorial on embedding mathematics.
We dub into our languages. For people not fluent in English, it should be easy to understand. These are dubbed into our languages. Only the audio is dubbed. Video remains in English. Students can use normal computer, normal keyboard, normal software, etc. It helps retain employment opportunities.
C++ में कंस्ट्रक्टर्स और डिस्ट्रक्टर्स के स्पोकन ट्यूटोरियल में आपका स्वागत है.
फ्लो शीटिंग அறிமுகம் குறித்த ஸ்போக்கன் டுடோரியலுக்கு நல்வரவு.
जावा इत्यस्मिन् अङ्कगणितीय प्रक्रियायाः पाठं प्रति स्वागतम्.
The reason for dubbing into Sanskrit is given here. We have sample dubbing in many international languages also.
Bienvenido al tutorial hablado del LibreOffice Writer. Welcome to the spoken tutorial on tokens in C and C++.
These are usable offline so that we can give personalized learning even if there are many people. The usage increased more than 100 times after this. We could conduct workshops in Myanmar without internet and also electricity.
Algar, where Mukhada, Jawahar, Vikramgarh talukas, they are highest deep in interior areas where phone even range also we could not imagine. So where we are giving computer literacy, as I said, 52 schools. Currently we have 75,000 students who are learning computer literacy with the help of spoken tutorial IIT-Mumbai. So big thank you to all.
They use spoken tutorials dubbed in Marathi. We teach open source software using spoken tutorials because only this is affordable to everybody. Here are some sample topics for schools: chemistry, biology, physics, mathematics, graphics and animation, accounting. We also have many school level topics, IT topics. The sample follows: Edu Easy, Pixel Easy and Program Easy. We recommend side-by-side learning. Place the video and the software side by side. Reproduce one command at a time. If it works, go to the next command. If not, rewind and try again. It will always work. Anyone can self-learn through this method.
I'm in class 4. I created it in Inkscape and Synthing Animating Studio. Now this what happened was when I opened the Inkscape and Synthing, that code I did not understand anything. And when I saw the one tutorial of spoken tutorial, that code I understood it very clearly. It was a very nice app.
Here is the animation created by Sanvi.
There are who like to eat the crab meat. Long time ago, there lived a heron.
Here we can customize the assignments. We can make the child have a lot of experiential learning opportunities because the child can grant the apparatus as per requirement, do it, or transfer everything as possible in the physical life.
Okay, why is this important? Because this is useful, because the learning method is the same for all the above 3 topics and spoken tutorials. One who undergoes training on one topic can learn other topics by themselves, and those who undergo one training can conduct such trainings for others. Here are some statistics. We have 50 plus courses, 1000 plus spoken tutorials, 10,000 plus tutorials including dubbing. We have trained 7 million students in the last 10 years. Those who learn from our web pages are additional. Let's see the effectiveness of IT training with spoken tutorials. Our target audience lack self-confidence. It goes up through self-learning, that they learn by themselves, that they are capable of learning by themselves, helps them in other areas as well. And this is explained by Mr. Amit Kumar, who is a computer teacher at Navodaya, Shimla. He got President's Award in 2015, Fulbright Award, and President's Award in 2022.
Spoken tutorial supported me all the way, and we applied this blended learning to bridge this gap between these bright and supportive learners. And in the process, what we observed that students got more confident, results got better, and I would like to share that for last 10 years we are getting 100% result with the subject average of more than 85% in the CBSE board results.
Confidence makes prisoners also better behave.
Courses, certification are helping their punishment, so that that also be reduced, and then internal clashes and all these things have been reduced just because of their working on computers and taking benefit of spoken tutorial courses.
They tried it in many jails in Maharashtra, Nashik and other places. This method is extended to health and nutrition with incredible results.
The outcomes that we are seeing now after these health spoken tutorials have been put to use is in terms of the weight gains that babies have been having. We've concluded a World Breastfeeding Week competition where we saw weight gains to the tune of 500 to 700 grams in a week, something that Nandurbar used to see in 1 or 2 months of time spent.
Nandurbar is one of the worst performing districts in India in terms of malnutrition. This project was established at IIT-Mumbai with funding from the Ministry of Education, Government of India. This is a brief summary about spoken tutorials. The Wheels Global Education Vertical concentrates on school IT training using spoken tutorials. The funding agency recommended spoken tutorials to raise funds. We came up with an institutional subscription mechanism, a small fee for an entire school or a college. Any number of students and teachers can learn, get certificates. Wheels initiated this project to provide IT training to 100 schools for 3 years using spoken tutorials, to Navodaya schools, $100 per school per year, so totally $10,000 per year. It was donated by Mr. Vitan Mehta and Wheels Global. Dr. Raj Shah of Wheels Global extended it to 10 tribal schools. Mr. Ratan Agarwal extended it to 5 more schools. What do spoken tutorials contribute? The learning material, 3 full-time staff members, support for HR, admin, web, etc. What is the process? Identify schools that have at least 20 working computers, make teachers undergo 1 or more training using spoken tutorials, give certificates to teachers on passing online tests, help teachers organize training for their students, help teachers schedule online tests for their students, incentivize the best performers. The target is to bring 1,000 schools in 1 year. Please join the Wheels Education Council.
Thank you.
Professor, you get great grades for being before time. Thank you so much. And what an exceptional job you've done empowering people in different languages in so many different fields. So major congratulations. Our next speaker is Pradeep Goyalji, who is representing Ekal Vidyalaya, focusing on growth and vision for child education at the grassroots level. And this is emotionally very important to me because my father, Shri Raj Krishna Tandon, who is also from UP, was engaged with Ekal Vidyalaya from day one and was very close to Goyalji's father. So for me, this is a special honor to be introducing him today. Please.
Thank you, Nandini. Friends, I'm going to take you on a small journey back to the tribal areas of our country, which are all over the place. We have 6 lakh villages in our country. And we have been able to reach only 100,000 of them so far in the last 30 years. So I'm going to drive you to that, maybe in a little bullock cart, but I'll still do it within 10 minutes. Go ahead, next. Somebody go to? So our model for social change started with the school. We call it the Ekal Vidyalaya because it's a single teacher school. We make that as a change agent. We go to the Saptahik Pathshala for the adults of the village. And mind you, these villages are not like villages you and I know. These are like 50 or 60 families living in a hamlet where you have to walk for a couple of kilometers before you get there. And then we have the Gramothan and Arogya activities that we started as we went along. So we started in '89 with about 60 single teacher schools. Then we added education aimed at de-addiction, social harmony and promoting social heritage, cultural heritage. Added Ekal Vidyalaya Foundation of India that had the task of going around the world to promote the idea. We added Arogya Foundation of India for health services. We added Ekal Gramothan Foundation for skill development, and so organic farming and so on and so forth. The structure is very simple. We have one village, one teacher, 25 to 35 students of 4 to 10 years, 2 hours of schooling, activity-based learnings, learning basic language, Hindi, English, whatever local language, basic arithmetic, personal hygiene. Medium of teaching is local dialect. Ownership is by the village committee. We first form a committee before we go there. Schools run in a Chopal community space under a tree or in a Gram Panchayat office. Teacher is preferably a male. 80% of our teachers are females with minimum 10th grade education. They are drawn from the village itself, so they stay where they are and teach. Teacher is from the same village. These are our various institutions that work. These are the 5-fold education that we provide: basic education, healthcare education, development education, ethics and value education. One of the big things that we did was tell a child that when you go home from school, if your parent is intoxicated, don't touch his feet. That gives a very strong message to the parent, and we have been able to eradicate alcohol in many villages. And empowerment education. Empowerment education, we basically teach the villagers what are their rights, what the government has provided. Most of these people living so far didn't even know what are their rights. That has been our growth. Of course, the COVID brought us down in those 2 years, and we lost a lot, like many other, you heard somebody say 2 lakh teachers dropped off. So did we. We lost teachers. Right now we are running about 78,000 schools. This is the geography where we are present. You will see that every state of our country has schools operated by us. And we teach children only up to the 3rd grade. So our expenses are very minimal. Right now we charge only the $365 per year per school, and that is the distribution of how we spend that money. So this is our workforce: part-time teachers, full-time volunteers, those are paid volunteers, 5,000, part-time village volunteers, rural volunteers, and urban volunteers. Those are the activities to date, what we have been able to achieve. Schools, E-Shiksha is what we have started. I'm going to come to that shortly. Gramothan resource centers, where we teach farmers and other villagers better ways to do farming, etc. Integrated village development. Ekal on Wheels is an initiative where the bus with computers goes to the village to teach computers. Computer training labs in certain villages. Tailoring centers, skill development centers, Arogya resource centers, Sanskar Rath and Sanskar Kendra. Sanskar Kendra is where ethics, values, morals, those are taught to the children. The Gramothan activities are just captured a little bit. We create some products there. We have organic pest repellent which we teach them. A nutritional gardener, how to make all the gardens so that they can have organic food. Tailoring classes, IT labs, Ekal on Wheels. So these are how many we have so far. How many beneficiaries have already benefited from this? So those are some statistics. I don't want to get into all of that. So what is our vision? After the COVID, we realized that we need to change the model of working. We have many different organizations doing different things. How do we consolidate all? So we came to a concept of the Ekal Gram, Adarsh Gram, and a cluster of 30 villages would make Adarsh Sanch, what we call it, or a cluster. So that's what we are planning to do, about 1,200 clusters across the country. In year 1, we will do all the digitization of data of that village, whether they have all the facilities or not. Training of the teachers in digital education. Arogya Sevikas with basic medical diagnostics, kits that they would have. And in years 2 to 5, the development of the model villages will continue for 5 years. So the model villages will have a Gram Vaidya, Yog Shiksha, water supply, electricity, whatever we can get from the government in terms of water. We have already talked to them. All other activities will be done by us, by contributions from our donors. This is the e-Shiksha model that I talked about. We're going to provide tablets to kids to learn, and every little group of 20-25 children maybe have 4 tablets, and sit them into 3 small groups and teach them different activities. The journey so far has been covered only about 3,400 villages, but we intend to go to about 25,000 over the next 5 years. The system also has a measurement of learning outcomes, whether the children are really grasping what they are. This works both ways. The teacher gets trained with the digital model that is loaded onto the tablets, and the children also. So here you see the master trainers getting trained so that they can go around and teach all the villages. These are just dashboards. I don't want to get into all that. We have the Ekal Acharya app that we have created. This is going to kind of tie up all the teachers around the country so that the data is always available. It's live. The dashboard will be live to show how many schools ran, how many students came, what activities they did, how long the school ran. So we have a control on what's happening in the tribal areas. We have the Karyakarta app because we'll have 3 full-timers for every 30 villages so that we track what they are doing, what activities they are doing over the month to go to different villages. And that will reduce the time of the Karyakarta to go and write reports and all those things. This will be captured right away on the app itself. Then we have a first year where we are saying that we are going to make the village ready so that all the activities that are there in those 36,000 villages that we have targeted, whether they have Aadhaar cards, they have the Atal Insurance Yojana, whether they have farmer insurance, are those people all covered under that? Do they have their toilets? Have they got the Jal to Nal? All the activities that the government has, we are going to track it on this app that we have created. So the ground team will be fully empowered to do this thing. Funding, as I said, it's all from CSR and diaspora around the world who support us. We have 60 chapters in the US where we collect funds, we do programs, and people are very enthusiastic about this thing. Only 10% or less is spent on our administrative expenses. It's mostly volunteer based. A lot of information on ekal.org. It's a very simple website, ekal.org. Please visit that. There are hundreds of videos that show the kind of activities that we are doing there. We keep doing impact assessment of the work that we have done. Sea Water did a recent study on our Ekal on Wheels program. We were extremely excited that we are bringing computer education to such people where they have not even seen computers in the past. So there are 12 computers, 24 children at a time studying computing. So various such activities have been done. So there's a lot of information. My time is getting up. Thank you very much for patiently listening to me. I didn't want to go through all the formalities. Thank you.
This is excellent. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Gauri. Our next speaker is actually, it's a partnership between Mrs. Sarika Pandey, the Gram Pradhan of Parniyara village, Varanasi, who's going to talk about the skill development among women in rural areas, and Shri Jiten Rautreji. He's going to complement because he works closely with her, and he's the head of CSR for Renew Power and focusing on ground realities of youth skill development in rural areas. I'd like to especially thank Priya Tandon for following through and making sure that we have a Gram Pradhan on our panel. Thank you.
हेलो, आप सबको मेरी तरफ से आप सबको बहुत बहुत प्रणाम। आप लोग मुझे यहाँ तक बुलाए मंच पर, इसके लिए मैं बहुत बहुत आभारी हूँ आप सबको। मैं सारक्या पांडे, गांव प्रधान पनियरा, अराजी लाइन, श्रीमती अरविंद कुमार पांडे। मैं ये बोलना चाहती हूँ कि मैं अपने गांव की महिलाओं के लिए, अपने गांव में, पहले मेरा गांव तो इतना छोटा है पनियरा कि जिसे कहा नहीं जाता। मैं वहाँ जब गई तो मैं वहाँ के लिए रास्ता इस कोन से उस कोन जाने के लिए इतना टेढ़ा न, मैं वो 40 साल पुराना रास्ता बनवाई। फिर अपनी महिलाओं के लिए शौचालय 300 से 350 के बीच में बनवाई, क्योंकि पहले महिलाएं गांव में शौचालय खुले में जाती थी। इसलिए मैं वो बनवाई, आवाज़ दिलवाई, जो मेरे योगी जी ने दिया है मैं उनके तक, महिलाओं तक, अपने बहनों तक पहुंचा रही हूँ। आप लोगों से भी यही विनती है, आमंत्रित करती कि आप लोग भी मेरे गांव में आइए और आइए देखिए, आप लोग को देखिए शायद उन लोगों को और प्रेरणा मिले। इसलिए धन्यवाद।
पांडे जी, और हम लोग चाहेंगे कि आपका ग्राम आगे बढ़ता जाए और कुछ सालों में हम लोग सब आए वहाँ पे और देखें कि कितनी तरक्की हुई है, और जो भी हम लोग के लायक काम हो सके बताइएगा, हम लोग सब आपके साथ जुड़े हैं। धन्यवाद। जितेंद्र राउतरे जी CSR के हेड हैं, रिन्यू पावर के।
Good evening. At the outset, let me thank Nandini ji for inviting me for this August gathering to address the CSR initiative of Renew Power. While I was sitting there, I thought instead of talking, because we thought about making certain changes in the presentation pattern, we thought let's have a small video so that I can address all the issues in the meantime. May I request the tech guy to run the video so that I can address the issues accordingly.
When there was no electricity, we were barely living. During the day, we could only do as much as the daylight permitted us. A little extra time will help us to earn some more money, but we have to rush back home. Thanks to the electricity, we can reach home a little later than usual. We can now switch on the light and prepare dinner anytime. When there was no electricity, people would be scared to walk in the dark. But now, we have lampposts everywhere and we can take a walk even in the night. Light rush about that. We can make fresh food in the morning before going to work. चल जाते हैं काम।
Water is a big problem here in my village. I have to travel miles to get water for my family. Ever since these tankas have been constructed, we've really benefited. Otherwise, the walk for getting water would be endless. I even had to fight with others to just stand in line and get water. There were times when I had to call for tankers and then pay money for it. The lakes have indeed changed our lives, and so have these tankers. The rainwater is now stored in these tankers and can be used for the next 5 to 6 months. I had to carry the water on my head and walk long. But with the tanker close to my house, it's just a 2-minute walk.
Philosophy behind CSR activities at Renew is basically centered around giving back. Giving back to the communities we do business in and engaging them in a way that they feel the impact of the work we do. They engage with us, and it's a two-way process where we learn from them and they benefit from what we are doing, and there's an overall socio-economic impact in the communities. And there is engagement and there is a feeling of ownership around what is being done. We run our programs through the Renew India initiative in Rajasthan, we do a lot of work around water. So you're seeing the lake behind us. It has been desilted by us. We have tankas which we've constructed, many of them. We do water filtration programs, the water ATM programs. We have RO machines, and these are primarily installed in schools where children can get clean drinking water. So these are some of the programs we do on a need basis in our community.
रेनू पावर के माध्यम से ट्रेनिंग मिला है अच्छे एक्सपर्ट.
With the help from Renew Power, we have benefited from great expert advice and training. This has indeed helped us in our farming methods and helped increase the output.
जानकारी मिलने पे अच्छा.
Earlier the produce was less, around 7 to 8 tons.
पहले 8 कुंटल 7 कुंटल एक बीघा में होता.
Now with the information made available to us, the output goes up. I have a daughter. Her name is Divya Pandey. She studies here and has done a course of CCC at the Renew Power Edu Hub Center.
CCC कैसे अच्छे से कोर्स करने पे अपना After completing this CCC course, I can easily open a computer training center, which will help me earn a living like a job. We get hands-on training. This is the only center with computers in our village. In the farmer's meet, my father comes and I come for my CCC training. Along with some sports, it's a great place. One should definitely come and see. आप लोग भी जाइए, आप लोग को भी अच्छा लगेगा वहाँ पर.
We run a program called Reset Program, where it's scholarship, sports instruction, and other such activities, encouraging students to pursue their passion in sports or any other area.
Starting हम धामपुर में खेलते.
I used to play in Dhampur. As my game became better, I needed more facilities for training. After training with coaches here, my game has improved a lot. All we have to do here is play, train hard, and give good results.
We have another program called Reveal, which is again centered around entrepreneurship for women in rural India.
जी सिलाई का शौक तो मुझे पहले से ही था.
I love sewing, and I learned it when I used to live in Mumbai. Then I got married and moved to Jat. I was the only one to do stitching, as there was hardly anyone who knew about sewing in the village. When Renew Power came, we associated ourselves with their programs. All the village women had gone to their centers to learn about their offerings. From 300 women, 100 were shortlisted, which were further narrowed down to 50, those who had some sense of business. For Reveal, 5 women were selected, and I was one of them. We were flown down to Delhi, where we presented our business plan in front of the United Nations. I felt that I too can make a difference in my life. One can indeed start from scratch.
पहले से ही ज़्यादा बिजनेस बड़ा होगा और ऐड हो जाएगी, ऐसा तो नहीं.
The interest our employees have to have an impact, and a lot of them come to these places to talk about renewable energy, climate. Gift Form is a flagship program where we engage employees. We have a blanket collection and distribution drive, mostly in the NCR, but also in and around some of the sites. It helps us not only ensure that the blankets are reaching people who actually need them, but the joy of giving at that point is unparalleled.
In Renew Power, we believe very much in touching and impacting lives. Not just of all the 1.3 billion people that live in the country as a whole, through providing clean energy for fueling India's growth, but also in various ways in all the communities and villages and within which we are operating right now. And in each village, our attempt is to do something different to help the communities. And so whatever we do is really meant around touching lives positively, impacting people's lives positively. And that is something that Renew Power really stands for. Our attempt and our intent is to do good for humanity and to do good for our fellow citizens and to do good for our country. That's the core mission with which we are operating right now.
Thank you so much. So I thought this would be the good idea to cover all the aspects within 2 to 3 minutes so that I can address rest of the issues quickly. In terms of number, because this is very old video, in terms of number, we are covering 250 villages in 10 states, and we have impacted the life of 6.5 lakh of population. And the Paniera, particularly the model village program we are talking about, is the village where you can see that green building. In the earlier section, we are talking about that renewable energy and all that stuff. But if you will go to the model village, what we have created at Paniera, starting from green building, women empowerment program, providing green power to the household and safe drinking water, all that we have done for that community. So that is why I don't know whether it is an ideal village or model village, but this is the initiative we have taken, which is absolutely different from our project location, from our business location. This is the ideal village we have created very close to this place. All are invited to go and see there. Instead of talking here, you can go and feel the difference what we are talking about. Thank you so much. I'm just looking at the time, and accordingly I'm just covering all the points. So broadly, 3 programs I will talk about. One is that lighting lives, which is primarily providing green energy to schools. Second is women empowerment. Third is water management. These are the 3 programs we are doing across our project geographies, covering more than 250 villages. Thank you so much.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And I have to say, we were just commenting how aesthetically beautiful the video is, with such charming music. जी जी, इन्हीं का ये बता रहे हैं, बहुत सुंदर है. Very beautiful. Thank you very much. So our next speaker is Shri Ashank Desai, Pan IIT Alumni Foundation, Wheels India, and he will be talking about the Pan IIT approach to vocational skilling in Jharkhand. Thank you. Thank you, Ashank ji.
Good evening. Say fast, I am losing my seconds. Okay, so here I am talking about skill building. What is this story that I am going to describe to you is something which is, I very proudly feel, brings innovation into skill building in this country. It is unshackling the training model in the country. It has a hard work, almost 13 years or more than 13 years, but one feels very good at the end. So I'll start a video. Can you start one?
One of the biggest challenges India faces is in the area of providing equal opportunities to all sections of society. Skill development is one initiative which brings equal opportunities to all.
Pan IIT Alumni Reach for India Foundation, headquartered at IIT-Mumbai, partners with state governments through non-profit, joint venture enterprises to create an institutionalized skill development architecture exclusively for the underserved across all districts of the state. The first such special purpose vehicle, or SPV, was created with agencies of welfare of the government of Jharkhand. The Pan IIT model of skill development is predicated on a short placement, 100% skill loan financing, best-in-class training and residential infrastructure led by ex-army personnel. The foundation runs Gurukuls with 2 to 3 month training in construction, logistics, manufacturing and Kaushal colleges imparting 1 to 2 years of trade licenses, vocational education in trades like nursing, catering exclusively for the underserved.
अच्छी ट्रेनिंग आपको मिलेगी। आप सौभाग्यशाली हैं कि आप देश के इस उम्र में आपको पढ़ाने वालों की सबसे अच्छी संस्थाएं हैं जो 3-4 लोगों से एक में है। और मैं अनुभव किया और भारत सरकार का मंत्री बोल रहा है तो कहीं बहुत अच्छा काम है।
कॉन्फिडेंस हमको गुरुकुल दिया है सर। स्टूडेंट जो निकल के गए हैं वो अच्छी नौकरी भी कर रहे हैं और गुरुकुल के स्टूडेंट्स विदेश तक गए हैं।
आज अगर गुरुकुल में नहीं होता, नहीं मैं दुबई को देख पाता, नहीं मैं 35 से 40 हज़ार में कमाता।
ये नर्सिंग कौशल कॉलेज है और मेरी फैमिली कंडीशन उतना अच्छा नहीं है कि इसमें लोन प्रोसेस के द्वारा पढ़ाई कराई जाती है, जिसमें कि घर से पैसे नहीं लगते हैं। कॉलेज बहुत अच्छा है क्योंकि उसमें फैसिलिटी ज़्यादा है और यहाँ थ्योरी क्लास के साथ साथ प्रैक्टिस पर ज़्यादा ध्यान दिया जाता है कि इसमें हाई टेक्नोलॉजी के द्वारा पढ़ाया जाता है, जैसे कि सिमुलेटर है, यहाँ वार्ड बनाए गए जैसे प्रैक्टिस वार्ड है, ICU वार्ड है।
This is a video. I'll just quickly go through the model. It's important that you understand this model, which we said as a unique innovation that we created with the hard work of many years. So this is a non-profit joint venture. First, we said skill building non-profit venture was one of the first of its kind in India. That's the first one. We had not targeted for making any profit out of training. We have, of course, a young man who is not shown there actually. His name is Kalyan Chakravarti, who came to meet me after 2006 event, which I was driving of IIT-Mumbai, and he had some model in mind training. It has got changed over time, but we said we must support him. So we had Hari Padmanabhan, who was his boss actually. He decided to join him, and they invited me also at that time. Then of course we have our board now. I think Professor Sathya is here. He is director of IIT-Tirupati, and we have been lucky to get many other people. So what is unique about it is this. Just look at this. There are 5 things which are unique here. The first one is assured job. Everybody that passes through our system gets a job. I don't think anybody assures that today. So we first get job and then get people. Not train them and let them loose. That's point 1. Point 2 is that they get a loan. They have to pay. That's important. It is not free because then its value goes down. They pay, but they get a loan which they repay after they get a job. So we tell employer to cut some salary and then repay us. That is second innovation. The third innovation is about we get best of the best guys from military particularly. That is one thing that we have done very well, who are retired after 20 years of service, and use them as training and discipline making. That is third innovation. The fourth one that we have used, and that was the key point, to scale it up, you cannot do it alone. You need a partner, and there can't be a better partner than government to scale it. So we have a joint venture, and together we could make it to this size today. The whole Jharkhand state is literally run by us for the skills. I'll talk about the size later, but point is, government could not have done it, we could not have done it alone. That's the point. Of course, we also see that we get poor people through our selection process and so on. So this joint venture is Praja Foundation, as we call it. That is joint venture between Parfi, which is a parent firm, and Praja. And we have a very well-known people there and you can see the kind of coverage. Every district we are there, training, and every district we have infrastructure which is provided by government. It was lying unused actually. We started using it to train people. Even nursing college that we talked about, we are using the government infrastructure, and you see the kind of up-to-date equipment that we have. I don't want to spend time on it because you have seen it. We have Kaushal College for girls, which is about training them for many other skills, including culinary skills and so on. We have a multi-skill Gurukul, and there are such many Gurukuls that we have in the state. Now, we didn't want to, 97% of people are from rural poor, from ST, SC, BC and EWS. So 97% of people are poor and 92% are from aspirational district. 100% placement I talked about, this is the kind of salaries they get. Now this salary is something which is very important because I know that many of them went to Dubai and sent money back family, and family built some house and did many other things. So we are not only making difference to the person, we are making difference to the poor families in the state of Jharkhand. This is the point I am trying to make. We have, of course, not only focus on placement, but we see that they retained. We measure how many months they are retained by the employer. Because there is a complaint today that people leave, you just get a train guy, you train him and he or she runs away. We measure that, and we also see that prepayment is done very well. Now this is the nursing college that I talked about, which is the largest ENM nursing college today, and it is training 980 people, and out of 8,980 are taken by us. So you can see the kind of thing. Again, covering poor people and poor community. Our employability partners are well-known people, whether they are in services or whether they are in manufacturing, they are all well-known names. And our supporters again are very well-known BF supporters in terms of funders. So putting it all together, we have now started new initiatives. We don't want to wait only for this. Now we are starting our new venture with another state, Madhya Pradesh, and we have a chairman of Mr. Arun Nanda there. He was kind enough to join. And we have another joint venture starting with Khadi and KVIC, and that will be to build entrepreneurship amongst women in the rural areas. Now that is going to be another big venture that we have, and as we speak, we are speaking to many states on rebuilding this model. The point is, we have figured out how to get jobs at a low cost and at the same time scale it to a level that it makes a difference. So we are telling others, you can replicate this model. Time is up. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was fabulous. Timing was great and coverage was fantastic. So our next speaker now is the famous GS. He's going to be talking about people source.
Namaskar, thank you. So the rural shows, as the name denotes, is onshore, offshore. We said, why not rural show? Why not take the jobs to the villages? The genesis is Gram Seva is Ram Seva. These are the words of Sathya Baba, which guided Murli Gulaganti, my dear friend, to visualize a model of BPOs in villages. So we started with that mission, and we had in 2008, Rural Shows was incorporated. Then in 2013, we incorporated Rural Shows Skills Academy, a training academy, which trains people not only for rural shows but also other domains. In 2017, Murli has initiated people shows for the disadvantaged population in USA, and that's going very well. We'll talk about that. In rural shows, we believe that education without skilling is incomplete, and skilling without education is imperfect. Just as skilling without education. So we say education without skilling is incomplete and skilling without education is imperfect. Similarly, skilling without employment is incomplete, and employment without skilling is imperfect. With this model, we started skilling in rural areas. There are different shades of skilling in rural areas. These rural boys and girls are low in exposure, low in confidence, but very high in aspirations and naturally loyal and committed. But they have regional social mores which constrain them, and they are not part of the mainstream. So we need to bring them to that. So what do? We need the rural India, the rural Bharat needs that we need to ensure livelihood, just not skilling, provide employment to them in their own village. We don't want them to migrate to cities. In the morning, Sadguru Swami, Madhusudan had mentioned about ruralization and making the rural areas in line with villages, so that in line with the urban cities, so that the rural populace can get the same benefit as what we get in the urban areas. So our small bit in doing that is rural shows, and then mainstream the rural youth into the knowledge economy of the not only India but the global economy. And we ensure that delivery happens from villages, not only to cities in India but across the globe. And ultimately the main the objective which is achieved through this is to reduce migration to urban areas. So even urban India gets benefit, the clutter in urban India is reduced, but at the same time what happens in rural areas is they live with their families, they have that confidence, they earn much more because whatever they earn there is a saving for them, and that's what we have been trying to do. At the same time they are doing a very productive job, particularly the girls. So most of we have a lot of girls, 45% girls, we want more, but girls are they get a major benefit out of this, living in these villages and working there. So what skilling can achieve, I just want to give some 2-3 examples. Before that, one of the things which always gives me happiness is one of the security guards in Bagepalli, our first center in Karnataka. He was looking at these boys and girls and said, why can't I be also a part of this story? And he approached us and we said, why not? So he became a trainee. From a trainee, then he became a process associate, delivering jobs to international customers, and then process lead. Now he's a team lead, security guard. In 10-12 years he has risen and is one of the best employees of Anand. That's one story which gives us immense pleasure. And I want to say what skilling can achieve, what we do. Take the example of a girl, a rural girl from a village in Tamil Nadu called Ratnagiri. She services a global logistics firm, a MNC, which has presence in 200 countries, digitizing forms with all details in 5 European languages, mind you, 5 European languages, 5 to 6, and uploading these details within an AST of all just within 2 minutes, 120 seconds. And this package gets, this is the detail of a package which, let's say, gets delivered in Poland, and the details come here, it is digitized, sent back in 2 minutes. The details are stuck onto the package, and possibly it goes to a client in USA. So this is what our girl in rural Ratnagiri does. The whole thing takes less than 15 minutes as a task. Over 400 of our boys and girls in Ratnagiri, in these places, in these villages, are servicing 39 countries in Europe, APAC, Middle East, and India in more than 20 languages. And where was all this achieved from? Places like Ratnagiri, Bagepalli, Uttaramerur, Tirthahalli. Many of you might not have heard these names. These are villages in Tamil Nadu and Karnataka. Right? This is what skilling can achieve in rural areas, and the rural boys and girls are so talented. Bharat has got talent, that's what we see. Right? And how are they trained? I won't get into detail, but just to give you what are the 5-6 languages we train them on, each girl or boy? It could be English, Polish, German, Italian, Portuguese, French, Spanish, Romanian, Swedish, Danish, Finnish, Slovenian, Bulgarian. I mean, these are the languages in which they are trained and they deliver, right? And for this we give immense training, so they are trained in 5 to 6 languages, and typing in these foreign languages, picking up the fields from there, how to pick it up, how to digitize it, they are taught on it. And all this again, as I repeat, from villages like Ratnagiri, Uttaramerur, Bagepalli and Tirthahalli. So, and during WFH also our skilling was so good that these boys and girls took responsibility and worked from home. We provided the digital devices, all the desktops, dongles, UPS, everything was provided because they don't have, but they took responsibility. They are the champions and they delivered to clients and for 100% satisfaction for clients. So this is what we have achieved. Like we have been ranked 2 out of 9 for in Kopargaon and Gaur in Maharashtra, and 3 out of 12 for a big MNC, e-commerce MNC in Baikalpur in UP. And we also got the best customer engagement. These boys and girls got the best customer engagement award in a global partner of this company. It is amazing. And in Tamil Nadu, you saw what the girls and boys did. We provided 50% improvement in productivity for all these clients. Over the 10 years, we have trained with Skills Academy as well as rural shows 70,000 rural youth, and 85% of them placed in different companies, including the rural shows. Rural shows has 2,500 employees today, 45% girls in 14 centers across 8 states in rural India, coming from 15 linguistic streams. And it's all training right from simple data digitization to AI, ML, RPA, you name it, these boys and girls, right? And we generate profits at the end of it, but we generate these profits only to be invested for growth. And in fact, you can see the numbers are there. All 80% of them are first employee in the family, 50% increase in income. These are some things which you can see. These are some of the things which I would say are centers in various villages. And this is what people shows. Now it has been taken to exported to USA. 3 centers are already there. Murli is based there. San Jose has headquarters. Pine Bluff in Arizona, and of course Clarksdale in Mississippi and Brooklyn. 3 more centers are on the way. Some of the things you can see, mainly 95% African American women in Clarksdale, 70% single mothers. Brooklyn. That's it. Thank you. Dhanyavad.
Because he could not be here, he's had to stay back in America, but he sends the best to everybody. Thank you, Ji. Thank you, Shri. The last but not least is our Miss Preeti Singh, Director of CSR Activities, Magic EdTech, and she will be talking about platform for early education and academic success. Thank you, Preeti.
Thanks. So first I'd like to thank Wheels Foundation for this very noble initiative for rural transformation for sustainable growth. India is a village country, we should agree with this. Also, thank you very much for the hospitality we received at VHU, and very, very special thanks to all our student volunteers. Hats off to you guys, standing morning till evening. I can remember my days at the university. Thank you so very much, making us feel so special. I've been listening a lot of people talking, all very stalwarts although. We were talking about our first speaker, Bhuwana, accessibility, teacher enablement, affordability of education. Professor Kanwaljeet sir talked about spoken tutorials. Our third speaker, Goel sir, talked about Ekal Vidyalaya and digitization of Ekal Vidyalaya. We talked about the Rural Foundation they are supporting in Panera village, talked about digital literacy. Then we talked a lot about digital education. And what we are seeing is that, so digital education has come a long way. I mean, most of you would have gone chalk and talk method of education. How many of you? All of us would have gone chalk and talk method of education. Most of you would have maybe gone in the school chalk and talk. When I say chalk and talk, there is a blackboard and there is a chalk in the hands of a teacher and teaching. That's called the chalk and talk methodology of teaching. Way back in 2006, when in India we started smart classes, everybody was very apprehensive. Starting from teachers to parents to principals and students, how it is going to integrate technology in the classrooms. We have come a long way from chalk and talk to real-time access to content today. When I say real-time means when I need it, it's there. You Google it, you get it. You don't Google, you have a special content platforms for it. What we do it, why I'm building this context to tell you that we also started as a EdTech company. So it's about Magic. Magic Software is a company that is a Solmark funded company. We have 4 wings of that. And Arjun Malhotra is not a new name to this audience. So this company is fully backed by Arjun. And what I'm going to talk about the CSR initiative is all Arjun Malhotra's blessings to bring technology to K-12 segment of education, means kindergarten to 12 standards, and accessibility of education, which ma'am talked about in the first speaker. How do you make it affordable, accessible to the underprivileged children? I would not say only rural children, but there are urban children who are underprivileged and they are not being addressed. So we are addressing all of them, and this is a blessing of Arjun Malhotra and our CEO, Aki, which onboarded, though I have a day job, but I was onboarded to initiate the whole process of CSR activities at Magic, and we have another brand which is called Magic Pathshala, which is a pure CSR activity, where whatever we do for profit organization, we spare our time and energy and our employee engagement to bring all those expertise to underprivileged children in various schools. So we run 2 programs, I'll talk in a while, and I'm keeping watch on what is the time allotted to me. So it's all about digital learning for everyone. This is called accessibility, affordability, and this is our way of addressing inclusion and diversity. Right? We are talking a lot about inclusive environment today in India, whether it is women empowerment, whether it is children and education. So inclusive has become a very buzzword today, and that's the way we are addressing inclusiveness through our accessibility of the content in digital education. So as I said, it is accessible, ma'am, for your address is accessible, affordable, sustainable. So that's our tagline, saying that any education, even for-profit, not-profit, it should be accessible, affordable, sustainable, then it makes a digital learning for all. What we are doing in education especially, and what we offer is diversity, equity, and inclusion. Right? Even those privileged students which are in the classrooms, right, where we go for-profit our offerings, we see there are very hidden inabilities within the students which are not being deciphered by parents, by teachers, by students themselves. So there it has become very difficult that how do you make them understand the whole concept. I mean, you can hear in the classroom saying that this student scored 50%, this is scored 90%, this is scored 97%. Have you ever gone and seen why that student has scored 50%? Right? And why this the same classroom, same environment, same textbook, same teacher? But why? So it means what we are missing the point. So we are saying that, hey, make this accessibility, address those hindrances within the students, and we are also introducing a lot of AI-ML products within the education system to decipher the challenges within the students so that we can address those challenges very early stage. Digital accessibility, as we said, we want to make it global access, and in fact we celebrate Global Accessibility Awareness Day. Though our whole operation resides in US, we don't operate for profit in India, but our non-profit initiative is all around India. We are not taking that to any other country. So whatever we are earning any other places, we are giving our share in India and trying to see that how we can adopt to the schools as well as to the partners, through partners. Accessibility as Magic EdTech, which is our for-profit organization. What does it mean? Solutions, we create equitable solutions, right? An inclusive learning experience for students. Compliance, right? We create born accessible products, right? When we say we claim it is a born accessible, means it would address all strata of the student, whether enable or there is some disability within the student, cognitive disability, learning disability. Sometimes, very simple thing I'll tell you, when we design the content, we see if there is a 20-foot classroom and the student is sitting in the back, right? What is the font size we should make that student to see? Because many times parents do not understand that the child has a minus power. When the teacher comes and says, hey, I told the student and he couldn't see on the blackboard. And this is a real-time experience in the classroom, saying that, hey, students who are not able to see and they are not performing well, when you go and get their eyesight checked up, it is a minus power. Huge disability. We don't decipher that. And that is how we are addressing, seeing that how students are sitting in the corner can see the digital content and read very well, right? So that is what we are trying to do, compliance, and we also support all that, what we can support in the form of technical supports as well as consulting. Now comes the era of our CSR initiative. This is, we claim to be born accessible because we are saying that our all for-profit modules will be born accessible. Their accessibility implies for the disability of the classroom students which is not deciphered by anybody. Here we are talking about going to underprivileged children and bringing same label and same quality of content to the underprivileged students and these classrooms. We have two models to offer this. One is direct to student, so we go to the school, we encourage our employees. In fact, one is sitting there, hands up. He is IIM and he is making some videos. They are sitting. He also goes with us as a volunteer. We encourage them to go in the classrooms and teach. We take up a topic, maybe English, maths, anything which is told by the school. We adopt the school. We teach them. Not only teach them, we go and assess. Is there anything digitally we can do? And if the school comes back and says that hey, there is a digital requirement. In fact, we adopted a school in Maharashtra and we went to 6 classrooms. We completely fully digitized. Given the internet access, increase the bandwidth. Today we feel so happy the students' learning capacity has gone by 45% because of the visual content. So that's the impact we are trying to create through the schools. We are going in nearby schools, taking our employees and doing like movie screenings, like throwing questions to them. In small stationery, they have never seen crayons, how to draw, right? So we bring them all those small goodies, we create competitions and engage with them and then understand what is the real challenge here, right? We have also partnered with many NGOs like Wheels Global Foundation. Of course, we are working. There are schools. Just for Humanity is another foundation with whom we are working in Maharashtra. Rocket Learning is another foundation which is young IIT grads from Delhi have started and we are working with them. In fact, we have gone, you wanted to know, there is a concept called Anganwadi workers, if you know. And these Anganwadi workers teaching is very informal setup of teaching. And we wanted to bring, and these young kids from IIT, they wanted to bring digital learning and accessibility to these Anganwadi workers. We went ahead and we partnered with them to bring digital some assets, right, and some tablets and mobile phones so that they can have access of digital content in the classroom in these Anganwadi workers. And we are going to do the impact assessment with our employees, taking them to these Anganwadi centers and see that how they are doing. And then we will be at a Magic Tech, we'll open our digital platform for these all NGOs to come and access free of cost. So that's the commitment and that's a blessing from Arjun Malhotra that we are doing. And we are very young, currently 1 year in operation. It has been an informal way to do, but I've been put on board to do the formal engagement. I've heard from all, I've committed something in Pandira. I talked to Goyal sir, in whatever way we can contribute towards the digitization of Ekal Vidyalaya initiative, we are happy to do that. Anybody, and ma'am, you're talking about, and in Pandira I just talked about the Gram Panchayat and they said if the school we can adopt and we can do something, we'll be happy to do that. Thank you so very much for being patient listener. Thank you.
So all good things have to come to an end. Actually, the previous speaker somewhat summarized what others spoke. So I don't have to summarize, but I will give an overall summary. It has been a great experience. I would like to acknowledge Dr. Sunny Anand and Dr. Sundar Kamath for conceiving this idea of Ideal Village conference. This is the 7th time it is being held and Wheels is happy to partner them. If I'm not mistaken, we have participated, this is the 3rd time Wheels has joined hands with the Stanford University in this conference. I also have to mention a few words about Dr. Nandini Tandon. There were lots of pulls from all directions, but she has very gently brought all of us together and made this a wonderful session. And so that's very nice. And from my And then from my point of view, I think I learned personally a lot from my co-panelists and will be very happy to work with them, and I'm sure that many others also found other partners and so on. So I also want to thank all the audience for having stayed with us. And it has been a great pleasure to have this conference here. I think there will be some workshops tomorrow, and so this is not the last day. So thank you again.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. There's a 15-minute break. Then please join us here at 6:45 for a cultural program. Thank you.
फोटो खींच लोगे कि नहीं ये भी बता।
Mark Twain has said well that Varanasi, Banaras is older than history, older than tradition, older than even the legend, and look twice as old as all of them put together. The city of light, the cultural and spiritual capital of India, city of world famous maze of lanes, city of modern Hindi literature, city of music, and city of salvation. Banaras is the epitome of holding the both tradition and contemporary world together. And today, when we are sitting in the Swatantrata Bhavan auditorium at the Banaras Hindu University campus, we feel the essence of education of this educational capital of India. I take this opportunity to welcome you all at the 7th Ideal Village Conference on Rural Transformation for Sustainable Growth, organized by Stanford Ideal Village Project, Wheels Global Foundation, Pan IIT Alumni, Science for Society, CII, FIPA, FICCI, ARDO, and Institute of Management Studies, BHU. We are thankful to the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Banaras Hindu University, Padma Shri Awardee Professor Sudhir Kumar Jain, Director, Institute of Management Studies, Professor Sujit Kumar Dubey, Dean, Institute of Management Studies, Professor H.P. Mathur, Dean, Faculty of Performing Arts, Professor K. Shashikumar, and this entire evening being led by Professor Sangeeta Pandit. संगीत, साहित्य एवं आध्यात्म की त्रिवेणी जिस शहर में बहती है, चंचल बहने वाली गंगा भी ठहर कर इस शहर में रहती है। इस शहर की ऋचाओं में सांस लेने का मतलब जीवन के योग से खुद को जोड़ना और आदि योगी के साथ वार्तालाप करना है। आज इसी कड़ी में संगीत एवं मंच कला संकाय काशी हिंदू विश्वविद्यालय परिवार की ओर से आज के इस सांस्कृतिक संध्या में सर्वप्रथम संगीत की प्रस्तुति होना सुनिश्चित हुआ है। भारतीय शास्त्रीय संगीत की त्रिमूर्ति यानी स्वर, गायन, वादन एवं नृत्य के माध्यम से आज हम यहाँ नाद ब्रह्म की प्रतिस्थापना करेंगे और वह ऊर्जा जो हमें मिलेगी, उस ऊर्जा को हम दिन भर की थकान के बाद आने वाले कल के लिए एनर्जाइजर की तरह लेकर घर जाएंगे। मैं मंच पर स्वागत करता हूं आज की पहली प्रस्तुति हेतु मंच पर उपस्थित इस कार्यक्रम की संपूर्ण कार्यक्रम की समन्वयक एवं निदेशिका प्रोफेसर संगीता पंडित जी को। मंच पर उपस्थित हैं सुश्री श्यामा कुमारी, सुश्री शिवानी चौरसिया, सुश्री राजश्री नाथ, सुश्री अर्पिता भट्टाचार्य, सुश्री सुमेधा सिंह, सुश्री अंजलि गुप्ता, सुश्री निवेदिता श्याम। सहयोग प्रदान करने के लिए मंच पर स्वर संवादिनी पर सहयोग प्रदान करेंगे डॉक्टर इंद्रदेव चौधरी। तबले पर सहयोग प्रदान करेंगे श्री पंकज राय एवं श्री ज्ञान स्वरूप जी। वंशी वादन के माध्यम से सहयोगी बन रहे हैं डॉक्टर शनीश ग्यावाली। वायलिन वादन के माध्यम से इस संपूर्ण यात्रा में सहयोगी बनेंगे श्री भानु साहू। शिव की नगरी है, अविनाशी काशी है। आज की प्रस्तुति आरंभ होने जा रही है एक रचना के माध्यम से जिसके बोल हैं शिवाकांत शंभू। उसके बाद हम बनारस के संगीत के नब्ज टटोलेंगे पकड़ेंगे। बनारसी दादरा सावरिया प्यारा रे मोरी गुइया मंच के माध्यम से प्रस्तुत किया जाएगा। तत्पश्चात पारंपरिक टफ की होरी जिसके बोल हैं रंगदारों की नंद के लालन पे, और तत्पश्चात बनारस की पारंपरिक कजरी जिसके बोल हैं पिया मेहंदी लियाएगा मोती झील से की प्रस्तुति मंच के माध्यम से। आइए बनारस के रस को अंजुली भर आचमन करने के लिए उठाते हैं और संगीत के माध्यम से, संगीत के जरिए थोड़ी देर हम जी लेते हैं। समर्पित होने जा रहा है मंच कलाकारों को शिवस्तुति शिवाकांत शंभू के माध्यम से।
नरेंद्र जी, नमस्कार। हम संगीत एवं मंचकला संकाय के सभी सदस्य इस विराट महायज्ञ के अवसर पे आपने हमें सुनना चाहा, इसके लिए ऑर्गेनाइजिंग टीम की बहुत आभारी, विशेषकर प्रोफेसर S.K. दुबे, प्रोफेसर H.P. माथुर, कि आपने बनारस की संगीत को, भारत के संगीत को प्रदर्शित करने का मौका दिया। क्योंकि ये जो सेमिनार है आइडियल विलेज के बाद है, तो बनारस की जो दादरा का जिक्र या होरी, तो ये कहना चाहेंगे, आप सभी को पता है कि लोकल डायलेक्ट जो वहाँ पूर्विया बोली है, उसकी जो मिठास है, जो हम आपके सामने प्रस्तुति करेंगे, तो बहुत ही सुंदर एक दादरा है, पारंपरिक दादरा। इसे ख्यातनामा हम सबकी परम आदरणीय विदुषी गिरिजा देवी जी बहुत ही प्रेम से गाया करती थी, और हम सबका सौभाग्य है कि वो विजिटिंग प्रोफेसर के रूप में हमारे संकाय में रही, तो उनसे जो हम लोगों ने कुछ पाया, तो आपके सामने ये दादरा प्रस्तुत है। द दादरा इज बेस्ड ऑन द थीम Samariya Pyara Hai Mori Guriya. The heroine says to her friends that my hero is so smart, so dashing, that I cannot mention his beauty. And when he waits for me under the kadam tree, Shashwat Nayake Krishna, when he waits for the kadam under the kadam tree, and he gets sunburned, Dhuk ka mara re mori guiya. So it will come in the lines, you will enjoy the song. And when he puts on very good outfits, he looks so dashing, and he probably will kill everybody, whoever will look at him, he will kill. तो ये इसका हिंदी ट्रांसलेशन यही है, सांवरिया प्यारा रे मोरी गुइया, सखियाँ एक दूसरे से कहती हैं।
पुरानी, करीब 100 साल पुरानी कजरी है, इसलिए इसका एक नरेशन बोलना ज़रूरी है, आप इसको एंजॉय करेंगे। जैसे जिस ज़माने का ये गीत है, उस समय लोग जो शादियों में गिफ्ट दिया करते थे दुल्हे को, हुआ करती थी साइकिल, तो लोग साइकिल पे चलते थे। आज तो लोग फैशन में साइकिल में चल रहे हैं, इसमें मजबूरी थी, मोटरसाइकिल कार उतनी नहीं थी, पुराने बनारस की बात। यहाँ एक झील हुआ करता था, अभी भी है, मोती झील, और वहाँ मेहंदी के बाग। तो ये उस कजरी जो केवल बरसात से, वर्षा ऋतु से संबंधित नहीं है, सामयिक किसी भी विषय पर कजरी लिखते थे। तो ये बड़ा मनोहार, नायिका अपने नायक से कहती है कि ये सावन का महीना है और आप जाकर मेहंदी ले आइए, मेहंदी के पत्ते मोती झील के बाग से। तो बहुत नेचुरल है कि नायक नहीं जाना चाह रहा होगा, तो कहती है कोई फ़ायदा नहीं होगा किसी बात का। सपोज ये आप खुद महसूस कर सकते हैं, यहाँ जितने भी हमारे सर लोग बैठे हैं, कि आपके घर से हाई कमान से कोई फरमाइश हो और आप उसमें टाल बहाना करें, वो आप नहीं कर सकते। वो ज़रूर वो आपको कहेंगे नहीं, कोई बहाना नहीं चलेगा, आपको लाना ही पड़ेगा, आपको ये करना ही पड़ेगा। तो बस उसी भाव को ये गीत है, और लोकल डायलेक्ट में है ये गाना, बिल्कुल ठेठ जिसको हम भोजपुरी भाषा कहते हैं। सावनी बहार बात कटना हमार, बात कटना हमार, बात कटना हमार। कोई फायदा, हाँ कोई फायदा न निकले दलील से, मेहंदी ले आया मोती झील से, हाँ पिया मेहंदी ले आया मोती झील से, जाके साइकिल से ना, पिया मेहंदी ले आया मोती झील से, जाके साइकिल से ना, पिया मेहंदी ले आया मोती झील से, जाके साइकिल से ना। आगे की जिद सुनिए, मेहंदी ले आइए और पिछवाइए किससे, छोटी ननद से, और डिजाइन आप बनाइए। हाँ पिया मेहंदी ले आवा छोटी ननद से पिसावा, 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 पिया मेहंदी ले आवा छोटी ननद से पिसावा। मेरे हटवा लगन काटा कील से, जाके सारे कील से ना, मेरे हटवा लगन काटा कील से, जाके सारे कील से ना, पिया मेहंदी ले आया मोती झील से, जाके सारे कील से ना। अगला बहाना, हाँ पकड़ लई जे बागवान, सजा होई जे चलान, पकड़ लई जे बागवान, सजा होई जे चलान। वो कहती है कि यदि, वो बहाने देता है कि यदि आपको जाते समय माली ने पकड़ लिया तो हम आपको कोर्ट में अपील करके छुड़वाएंगे। हाँ पकड़ लई जे बागवान, सजा होई जे चलान, पकड़ लई जे बागवान, सजा होई जे
बनारस घराने के आदि पुरुष। तो बनारस में कहते हैं कि गाली भी बहुत मीठी लगती है, लेकिन लोग इतनी गाली देते नहीं हैं। सीख ये भी दी गई है कि जब तक ज़िंदगी है आप किसी से बेसील से मतलब बदतमीजी से बात ना करें। और इस पर जिंदगानी मीन्स जिंदगी। सभी संकाय के सदस्य हैं, ये हमारे रिसर्च स्कॉलर्स हैं, स्टूडेंट्स हैं, फैकल्टी हैं। तो हम सब का ये सम्मिलित प्रयास रहा कि आपके लिए कुछ हम लोग अच्छी ये शाम अच्छी गुजरे। हम लोगों ने कुछ कोशिश की, आशा है आपको पसंद आई होगी। अपना ब्लेसिंग्स दीजिए, ये और अच्छा कर सकते हैं। ये गायन का कार्यक्रम सौरभ जी आगे इसको बढ़ाएंगे। धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत आभार आदरणीय प्रोफेसर संगीता पंडित जी का और उनके सभी साथी कलाकारों का, जिन्होंने आज की शाम को इतने खूबसूरत तरीके से इंद्रधनुषी रंग से, स्वर के इंद्रधनुषी रंग से सजाया। जैसा कि मैंने आपको पहले भी बताया था कि गायन, वादन एवं नृत्य इन तीनों शैलियों की प्रस्तुति आज मंच के माध्यम से। और हम जब बात संगीत की और साज की करते हैं तो यूं तो जब हम गाना सुन रहे हैं तो उसे एक भाषा दी गई है, उसे शब्द दिए गए हैं और शब्द में भाव पिरोए जाते हैं। लेकिन जब हम साज की बात करें तो ये और मज़ेदार हो जाता है जब पूरे के पूरे साज को साजदार यानी कलाकार बिना किसी भाषा, बिना किसी शब्द के उसमें जान डालता हो। वो और भी खूबसूरत देखने और सुनने का होता है। मैं मंच पर संगीत एवं मंच कला संकाय काशी हिंदू विश्वविद्यालय के वाद्य विभाग प्रमुख आदरणीय प्रोफेसर प्रवीण उद्धर जी से अनुरोध करूंगा कि वो अपने सभी साथी कलाकारों के साथ मंच पर आएं। Before we move further, may I take this opportunity and welcome Mr. Arun Jain and Mrs. Manju Jain. We are celebrating the 6th Foundation Day of Mission Samriddhi. Mission Samriddhi has been working endlessly and tirelessly to help and promote the rural development and empower the practices in the different rural areas across the states, cities and villages. May I request Professor Suresh Shenoy, President Wheels Global Foundation, and Professor Kumar Dubey, Director, Institute of Management Studies, Banaras Hindu University, to please come forth and acknowledge Mr. Arun Jain and Mrs. Manju Jain for their wonderful journey. May I please request Mr. and Mrs. Jain to come up on stage. At the same time, may I please request Sir Mr. Suresh Shenoy and Sir Professor Kumar Dubey to come up on stage and acknowledge this wonderful journey celebrating 6th Foundation Day today with a token of love and gratitude. Can we please have a huge round of applause for the tremendous efforts which have been put by the visionaries on stage. मैं मंच पर अनुरोध करता हूं आदरणीय प्रोफेसर संगीता पंडित जी से कि आप मंच पर आएं। आदरणीय प्रोफेसर संगीता पंडित जी से अनुरोध करता हूं कि आप मंच पर आएं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। मैं मंच पर आमंत्रित करता हूं संगीत एवं मंच कला संकाय के वाद्य विभाग के प्रमुख आदरणीय प्रोफेसर प्रवीण उद्धव जी को एवं उनके सभी साथी कलाकारों को। हम मंच पर से सुनेंगे डॉक्टर राकेश कुमार जी को, डॉक्टर अंकुर मिश्रा जी को, श्री आशीष मिश्रा जी को, श्री आशीष कुमार मिश्रा जी को, श्री श्रुतिशील उद्धव जी को एवं श्री ऋषभ चतुर्वेदी जी को। Varanasi is said to be the microcosm of India. There is a traditional quote which says Kashi mein 7 बार 9 त्योहार, which means on an average there are more than a festival, like 2 or more than festivals on one day in Varanasi, which makes the city much more vigorous and vibrant. There are 2 ways to look at the city. One, to sit on a boat on the lap of mighty river Ganga and look at the city. The half-eclipsed moon-shaped structures stretch of 84 interconnected ghats and enjoy the serenity the city offers. And the other way is to walk down the ghats and scratch the surface to understand the beauty of coexistence of culture in the city, which is said to be one of the oldest living cities in the world, holding both the culture and the contemporary facade so well. When we talk about the music and literature, Varanasi in itself evolves a signature. Father of modern Hindi literature, Bharatendu Harishchandra, gentleman who introduced the realism in Hindi literature, somebody who put forth the traditional form of poem, Goswami Tulsidas, somebody who spoke about the Nirgun, Kabir. The north and south pole, they come to an existence in a linear when we talk about Banaras. Let me take this privilege and opportunity to welcome on stage Professor Praveen Uddhav, who is presently head the Department of Instrument at Faculty of Music and Performing Arts, Banaras Hill University. Dr. Rakesh Kumar on flute, Dr. Ankur Mishra on sitar, Shri Ashish Mishra on sarangi, Shri Ashish Kumar Mishra on tabla, Shri Shruti Udhav on tabla and cajon, and Shri Rishabh Chaturvedi on vocal support. For an amazing instrumental symphony which we are going to listen to and witness in the next few minutes, ladies and gentlemen, the artists are on stage.
मेडिटेशनल राग है, राग स्टुति, उसमें 2 कंपोजिशन हम प्रस्तुत करेंगे। बाद में राग सवनी में कुछ कंपोजिशन प्रस्तुत करके और हम कार्यक्रम का समापन धुन से करेंगे। तो प्रस्तुत है राग झिझोली।
Dubey
साज में आवाज़ और प्राण भर रहे थे मंच के माध्यम से। आदरणीय प्रोफेसर प्रवीण उद्धव जी, वाद्य विभाग प्रमुख, संगीत एवं मंच कला संकाय, काशी हिंदू विश्वविद्यालय, वंशी वादन के माध्यम से मंच पर हमारे बीच रहे डॉक्टर राकेश कुमार जी, सितार पर सहयोग प्रदान किया डॉक्टर अंकित मिश्रा जी ने, सारंगी पर श्री आशीष मिश्रा जी ने, तबले पर श्री आशीष कुमार मिश्रा जी ने, तबला एवं काहौन पर अभिनव प्रयोग कर रहे थे श्री श्रुतिशील उद्धव, गायक के माध्यम से सहयोगी रहे श्री ऋषभ चतुर्वेदी। मैं अनुरोध करता हूँ श्री अर्जुन मल्होत्रा जी से कि आप मंच पर आएं एवं आदरणीय प्रोफेसर प्रवीण उद्धव जी का सम्मान करें। इस संपूर्ण प्रस्तुति के निदेशक गुरु, वर्तमान में संगीत एवं मंच कला संकाय वाद्य विभाग के प्रमुख, विख्यात कलाकार एवं गुरु आदरणीय प्रोफेसर प्रवीण उद्धव जी, उनका सम्मान कर रहे हैं श्री आनंद जी। बहुत बहुत आभार। अब इसके बाद हम आज के कार्यक्रम को अगले चरण तक लेकर चलते हैं, जब मंच पर डॉक्टर विधि नागर सरीखे कलाकार अपने शिष्यों के साथ होते हैं। आज मंच पर हम भारतीय शास्त्रीय संगीत के विख्यात नृत्य विधा यानी कथक नृत्य विधा की प्रस्तुति देखेंगे। बनारस की जब हम बात करते हैं तो बनारस की हर बात निराली है। अभी सर्द के मौसम में सुबह सुबह ओस में भीगी नहाई मलइयो, या बनारस की गुलाबी सर्द की शाम को घाटों पर से होने वाली स्वर लहरियों की गूंज जब हमारे कान से होते हुए हृदय तक बैठते हैं तो ऐसा लगता है कि जीवन के ऊहापोह से हमें निष्णात शांति मिल गई है। अविनाशी है काशी और भगवान शंकर यहाँ बड़े अद्भुत रूप में उपस्थित हैं। हम यूँ मानते हैं कि जब हम भगवान शिव की बात करते हैं तो शिव योगी हैं, लेकिन मैं हमेशा इस बात पर यकीन रखता हूँ और विश्वास करता हूँ कि बनारस में शिव योगी नहीं है, बनारस में शिव भोगी है। वो अपने सांसारिक जीवन को शांति और समृद्धि के साथ जीना और लोगों में इस कुशलता का संस्करण करने के लिए यहाँ आशुतोष रूप में उपस्थित हैं। 12 ज्योतिर्लिंगों में से एक श्री काशी विश्वनाथ का ज्योतिर्लिंग शायद पूरे वर्ष में देश के अनेक शहर, राज्य, गांव से तीर्थयात्रियों को अपने पास बुला लेता है, क्योंकि एक ऐसा दरबार है जहां सिर्फ शिव और शक्ति एक कार में, एक रूप में उपस्थित होकर दर्शन देते हैं। और इसीलिए जब हम काशी विश्वनाथ को प्रणाम करते हैं तो हम कहते हैं गंगा तरंग रमणीय जटा कलापम गौरी निरंतर विभूषित वाम भाग। यानी गर्भगृह में सिर्फ विश्वनाथ नहीं है, सिर्फ शिव नहीं है, शिव के साथ पराम्बा शक्ति भी है, जो शिव को अपने शिवमय होने पर उस गौरव का बोध कराती है। जहाँ जिस शहर में चंचल होते हुए भागती इठलाती गंगा शांत हो जाती है, शिवमय हो जाती है, ये ऐसा शहर है। मंच पर से हमारे जो साथी हैं उन्होंने मंच को साफ करने में काफी महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाई है और मंच की सफाई का होना इसलिए भी ज़रूरी था क्योंकि अब जो कलाकार नृत्य की प्रस्तुति हेतु आ रहे हैं, हम चाहते हैं, हमारे लिए बहुत आसान होता है देवी और सज्जनों, जब हम सामने बैठकर दर्शक दीर्घा में कलाकारों को देखते हैं, लेकिन उस प्रस्तुति के पीछे कि उनकी साधना, उनकी लगन, उनकी मेहनत हम नहीं देख पाते। बहुत बहुत परिश्रम के बाद किसी एक प्रस्तुति को संपूर्ण रूप प्रदान किया जाता है, तब जाकर आप उसे देख पाते हैं। और उसी तल्लीनता में कलाकार कुछ यूं खो जाता है कि उसे सिर्फ आपका अभिवादन, आपकी तालियां ही मिलती हैं, जो उसकी सबसे बड़ी पूंजी है, जो उसे बेहतर से बेहतरीन होने के लिए प्रशस्त करती है। आज की पहली प्रस्तुति ये रसखान की रचना है, और रसखान की रचना जिसका शीर्षक है मोर पखा। देखिए कितनी खूबसूरत भाव में पगा हुआ ये पूरे की पूरी प्रस्तुति आपके समक्ष होगी, जहाँ कृष्ण के प्रेम में रमी रची बसी राधा ने ये सोच लिया कि आज वो कृष्ण बनेंगी, कृष्ण का रूप धारण करेंगी। तो उन्होंने सिर पर मोर का मुकुट रख लिया, बालों को घुंघराले कर लिए, कृष्ण का वेश धारण कर लिया, और अब वो पगडंडियों से चलते हुए कृष्ण के उस रूप में, उस वेश में संपूर्ण रूप से समाने ही वाली थी कि उनका ख्याल, उनका ध्यान वंशी पर जाता है। और वंशी को हाथ में लेकर राधा सोचती हैं कि सब कुछ तो धारण कर लिया कृष्ण जैसा, लेकिन अब वंशी तो मेरी सौतन है, जिसे अधरों पर लगाए कृष्ण रखते हैं, तो इस सौतन से मैं आज नेह कैसे करूं। और इसी भाव को आपके बीच नृत्य के माध्यम से प्रस्तुत करने के लिए मैं मंच पर बड़े आदर के साथ आमंत्रित कर रहा हूं नृत्य विभाग की पूर्व प्रमुख संगीत एवं मंच कला संकाय से आदरणीय डॉक्टर विधि नागर जी को। जब बात कथक नृत्य की हो तो हमें ये भी पता है कि बनारस अपने आप में भारतीय शास्त्रीय संगीत के संपूर्ण घराने के रूप में भी विश्ववंदित है। और इसी कड़ी में आज की अगली प्रस्तुति पारंपरिक कथक नृत्य के तराना एवं जुगलबंदी की मंच पर आ रहे हैं सुश्री अपराजिता पटेल, सुश्री अदिति थपलियाल, सुश्री रागिनी कल्याण, श्री अमृत मिश्रा, श्री शिवम शुक्ला एवं साथ में गुरु डॉक्टर विधि नागर। अगली प्रस्तुति एक रचना जिसके बोल हैं पायलिया झनकार मोरी। और इस नृत्य की प्रस्तुति हेतु मैं मंच पर आमंत्रित कर रहा हूँ सुश्री अपराजिता पटेल, सुश्री रागिनी कल्याण, श्री अमृत मिश्रा, श्री विशाल सिंह एवं श्री अंशु कुमार शर्मा। सेवेंथ आइडियल विलेज कॉन्फ्रेंस जो कि रूरल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन सस्टेनेबल ग्रोथ के लिए आयोजित किया गया है, स्वतंत्रता भवन काशी हिंदू विश्वविद्यालय के सभागार में आप सभी आज की शाम संगीत एवं मंच कला संकाय काशी हिंदू विश्वविद्यालय परिवार की ओर से आप सभी के लिए विशेष रूप से तैयार किए हुए कार्यक्रम का आनंद ले रहे हैं। और कितनी अच्छी बात है कि जब हम बात करते हैं विजन और विजनरीज की, हम हमेशा कहते हैं कि नज़र का ऑपरेशन होता है, नज़रिए का ऑपरेशन नहीं होता। और वो नज़रिया रखने वाले हमारे महामना भारत रत्न से सम्मानित पंडित मदन मोहन मालवीय जी ने जब अपने ही इस बगिया में, अपने ही इस विश्वविद्यालय के प्रांगण में संगीत को समर्पित एक विभाग के लिए सोचा, तो उन्होंने संगीत मार्तंड पंडित ओंकार नाथ ठाकुर जी को बुलावा भेजा। और आत्मीयता एक संगीत जीवन की साधना की ऐसी कि उनके बुलावे पर पंडित ओंकार नाथ ठाकुर जी आते हैं और उन्होंने जिस बगिया की प्राण प्रतिष्ठा की वो आज संगीत एवं मंच कला संकाय के रूप में पल्लवित पुष्पित फलित हो रहा है। और उसी बगिया के नृत्य विभाग के कलाकार अपनी अगली प्रस्तुति लेकर मंच पर आ रहे हैं, जिसके बोल हैं पायलिया झनकार मोरी।
Bye.
मंच पर से भी जो ऊर्जा हम देख रहे थे उसी ऊर्जा को हम आगे बढ़ाते हैं। हम जानते हैं कि हम जब बात शास्त्र की करते हैं और शास्त्रीयता की करते हैं तो कहीं न कहीं उसका जो आंगन है वो लोक है। आज भी हम अपने व्यस्त से व्यस्ततम दिनचर्या में भी जब हमारे घर के किसी त्यौहार में या किसी राज्य स्तरीय किसी त्यौहार में जाने को होता है तो हमारा मन आह्लादित भी होता है, प्रफुल्लित भी होता है और हम चाहते हैं कि किसी तरह से हम वहाँ पहुँच जाएं। उसी कड़ी में एक लोक नृत्य जिसकी प्रस्तुति अब मंच पर से होने वाली है और इसको हम कर्मा नृत्य कहते हैं। कर्म एक पौधा है और छत्तीसगढ़ और झारखंड में एक त्यौहार के अंतर्गत ये माना जाता है कि लोग प्रकृति की पूजा करते हैं। कर्म के पौधे को लेकर आते हैं, अपनी बगिया में, अपने आंगन में लगाते हैं और प्रकृति की उपासना में लीन वो लोग इस नृत्य के माध्यम से प्रकृति को नमन करते हैं। कर्मा या कर्म नृत्य छत्तीसगढ़, झारखंड, बिहार, उड़ीसा, पश्चिम बंगाल के एक प्रमुख त्यौहार का प्रमुख अंग है। मुख्य रूप से ये त्यौहार भादो मास की एकादशी के दिन या उसके आसपास मनाया जाता है। वैसे भी लोक परंपरा और लोक संस्कृति की स्वच्छंदता यही है, उसकी खूबसूरती यही है कि वो हर बंदिश से परे है, हर बाधा से परे है और इसीलिए शायद लोग जो कि अविमुक्त रूप से इस पूरे आकाश में, इस पूरे फिजाओं में खुलकर अपनी खुशबू हम तक पहुंचाती है, वही लोग हमें बांध कर रखती है, वही त्यौहार हमें बांध कर रखते हैं। और उसी कड़ी में मैं मंच पर कर्मा लोक नृत्य की प्रस्तुति हेतु आमंत्रित कर रहा हूँ सुश्री पल्लवी जायसवाल, सुश्री प्रिया दुबे, सुश्री नेहा शर्मा, श्री सौरभ दास, श्री विशाल सिंह, श्री अंशु कुमार शर्मा एवं श्री धर्मराज जी को। आज के इस संपूर्ण कार्यक्रम का ये समाहार सत्र होगा, यानी इस संपूर्ण सांस्कृतिक यात्रा के गंतव्य तक हम लगभग पहुंच चुके हैं। इस नृत्य के बाद हम समाप्ति की ओर बढ़ चुके होंगे। इस संपूर्ण कार्यक्रम में जो नृत्य की प्रस्तुति आप देख रहे हैं, इनका निर्देशन गुरु डॉक्टर विधि नागर जी ने किया है और इस संपूर्ण सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का समन्वय एवं इसकी परिकल्पना प्रोफेसर संगीता पंडित जी की है। कितनी खूबसूरत बात है कि जब हम लोक नृत्य की बात या लोक संस्कृति की बात करते हैं तो हमारे घर की वो चीज़ें, वो वस्तुएं हमें दिखने लगती हैं जो शायद कहीं किसी कोने में किसी पर्दे के अंदर आराम कर रही होती हैं। हम वस्तुतः इन सारी चीज़ों को, सूप है, ये टोकरी है, इन्हें वस्तुतः हम बहुत संभाल के किसी ज़रूरत के समय पर पढ़ने पर काम में लाने के लिए रखते हैं। और देखिए, लोक नृत्य की या लोक संस्कृति की यह खूबसूरती है कि पुआल से लेकर, टोकरी से लेकर सूप तक हमारे सामने हमारे संस्कृति की इंद्रधनुषी छटा बिखेरते हुए मौजूद हो जाते हैं। हम बहुत धीरे धीरे आगे बढ़ रहे हैं और धैर्य हमारा सबसे बड़ा अस्त्र है। हम कबीर के शहर बनारस में हैं, जहाँ कबीर हमें सिखाते हैं कि धीरे धीरे रे मना धीरे सब कुछ होए, माली सींचे 100 घड़ा ऋतु आए झड़ होए। तो हम उसी संयम, उसी अनुशासन, उसी धीरज के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। और निश्चित रूप से अंतिम प्रस्तुति है, अंतिम प्रस्तुति जिसे हम शो स्टॉपर परफॉर्मेंस कहते हैं। और वैसे भी हम जानते हैं कि कोई अच्छी चीज़ थोड़ा समय लेती है, घर में बनने वाली खीर भी थोड़ा समय लेकर पकती है। तो उसी कड़ी में हम थोड़ा सा समय, थोड़ा सा धीरज अपने कलाकारों को देंगे, क्योंकि वो बहुत परिश्रम के बाद आपके बीच आते हैं। उनकी उस परिश्रम का सम्मान करते हुए थोड़ा सा हम धीरज बनाए रखेंगे। कबीर के दोहे। कबीर के दोहे में सर, ये जो शहर है ना, ये बरबस प्रेम लुटाने वाला शहर है। तो वो यही कहता है कि पोथी पढ़ी पढ़ी जग मुआ, पंडित भया न कोई, ढाई आखर प्रेम का पढ़े सो पंडित होए। तो आइए उसी प्रेम की भाषा में हम नृत्य का आनंद लेते हैं। समर्पित होने जा रहा है मंच, उपस्थित होने जा रहे हैं कलाकार कर्मा लोक नृत्य के साथ। ये पोडियम मत बंद किया कीजिए प्लीज। मैं डांस की इस पूरी टीम की लीडर एवं उनके गुरु डॉक्टर विधि नागर जी से अनुरोध करता हूँ कृपया मंच पर आएँ अपने पूरी टीम के साथ। मैं अनुरोध करता हूँ हमारे बीच उपस्थित आदरणीय श्री प्रदीप कपूर जी, एम्बेसडर प्रदीप कपूर जी, आप मंच पर आएँ एवं डॉक्टर विधि नागर जी को सम्मान प्रदान करें। मैं डॉक्टर विधि नागर जी से अनुरोध करता हूँ कि अपने सभी शिष्यों के साथ मंच पर आएँ। मैं मंच पर प्रोफेसर संगीता पंडित जी से अनुरोध करता हूं आने के लिए। और कार्यक्रम अभी संपूर्ण रूप से खत्म नहीं हुआ है। जग्गी वासुदेव जी यानी हमारे सभी के प्रिय सदगुरु जी का एक संदेश, एक आशीर्वाद स्वरूप वीडियो है जो हम सभी को सुनना शेष है। उससे पूर्व आदरणीय प्रोफेसर संगीता पंडित जी कुछ कहना चाहती हैं, मैं उनसे अनुरोध करता हूँ।
आप सबको प्रणाम करती हूँ। आशा करती हूँ कि आपको हमारी ये सांस्कृतिक प्रस्तुतियाँ बहुत अच्छी लगी हैं जो आपकी तालियाँ बता रही थी। यूँ है कि कोई भी कार्यक्रम एक बड़ी समूह की सहायता के बिना पूर्ण नहीं होता। आज आपने हमें सामने देखा, हमारे साथ जिन लोगों ने हमारी मदद की, मैं उनको भी थोड़ा इंट्रोड्यूस करना चाहती हूँ। जैसे हमारे साथ श्री नरेंद्र मिश्रा जी हैं और उनकी पूरी टीम और साथ में जो भी हैं साउंड पे जो भैया लोग हैं, ये सारे, क्योंकि हम लोग पूरी तरह से डिपेंडेंट हैं उनके ऊपर। उन्होंने इतना सुंदर साउंड व्यवस्था की कि हमारा कार्यक्रम उभर के आया। तो मैं निवेदन करती हूँ आप एक बार मंच पर आ जाएं। सचिन जी हमारे ख्याल से हैं, आ जाइए प्लीज़। अभिषेक जी आ जाइए और हमारे साथ श्री सोनू जी और रितेश जी आ जाइए। अमर कृष्ण और अभिनव आचार्य, ये सारे हमारे बैक स्टेज के सहायक हैं। अमर कृष्ण आइए, अभिनव नारायण आचार्य शायद कहीं बाहर होंगे। तो हम आप सबके भी बहुत आभारी हैं। और साथ में आपकी जो वॉलंटियर्स की टीम जिन्होंने हमारा इतना ख्याल रखा, हमें टाइम टू टाइम सब कुछ मुहैया कराया, इसके लिए मैं आभारी हूँ पूरी ऑर्गेनाइजिंग कमेटी की और विशेष रूप से आदरणीय प्रोफेसर S.K. दुबे सर और श्री माथुर सर की, जिन्होंने हमें ये मौका दिया और हमारी इतनी अच्छी खातिरदारी की। थैंक यू सो मच। सौरभ को कैसे भूल सकती हूँ। सौरभ आपने देखा कि मंच एक मुहूर्त के लिए इन्होंने खाली होकर जाने नहीं दिया। ये बनारस के ही नहीं, देश के उभरते हुए बहुत अच्छे उद्घोषक हैं। आप सबकी ब्लेसिंग्स इनको और ऊंचाई पर ले जाए। थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your kind words. May I please request to start with the video, which is a token of blessing by Sadguru. Without further ado, ma'am, you want to say something?
Welcome, Sadguru. It is so wonderful that you are part of this Ideal Village Conference. This is the 7th Ideal Village Conference, and it is for the first time being held away from Stanford University on the beautiful grounds of Banaras Hindu University.
Namaskaram. It's ideal that the conference is moving to India because India has the largest number of villages for the longest period of time with maximum population living in villages. So it is very appropriate that it should move to India and to Kashi because it represents many things. Well, when it comes to an Indian village, there is a lot of romanticization of a village. Because at one time it was true, people who lived in cities had certain conveniences and comforts, but people who lived in villages were sturdy, well-nourished, strong people. They lived life better in certain ways, though they did not possess as much as an urban dweller does. But that has changed dramatically in the last 30 to 40 years' time. Today in the village, you please check it out, nearly 60%. It's much better in the last 10 years, I would say 10 to 15 years it's much better. But otherwise, 60% of the population, their skeletal system itself has not grown to full size because they're undernourished. Undernourishment does not necessarily mean that they don't have food to eat. That is also true with some. But another aspect of undernourishment is when we moved from subsistence farming to so-called cash farming or commercial farming, many valuable things which were nurturing life.
मंच पर आ जाए, सचिन जी हमारे ख्याल से हैं, आ जाइए प्लीज, अभिषेक जी आ जाइए और हमारे साथ श्री सोनू जी और रितेश जी आ जाइए, अमर कृष्ण और अभिनव आचार्य, ये सारे हमारे बैक स्टेज के सहायक हैं। अमर कृष्ण आइए, अभिनव नारायण आचार्य शायद कहीं बाहर होंगे, आइए। तो हम आप सबके भी बहुत आभारी हैं और साथ में आपकी जो वॉलंटियर्स की टीम जिन्होंने हमारा इतना ख्याल रखा, हमें टाइम टू टाइम सब कुछ मुहैया कराया, इसके लिए मैं आभारी हूँ पूरी ऑर्गेनाइजिंग कमेटी की और विशेष रूप से आदरणीय प्रोफेसर S.K. दुबे सर और श्री माथुर सर की, जिन्होंने हमें ये मौका दिया और हमारी इतनी अच्छी खातिरदारी की। थैंक यू सो मच। सौरभ को कैसे भूल सकती हूँ। सौरभ आपने देखा कि मंच एक मुहूर्त के लिए इन्होंने खाली होकर जाने नहीं दिया। ये बनारस के ही नहीं, देश के उभरते हुए बहुत अच्छे उद्घोषक हैं। आप सबकी ब्लेसिंग्स इनको और ऊंचाई पर ले जाएगी। थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your kind words. May I please request to start with the video, which is a token of blessing by Sadguru. Without further ado. Ma'am, you want to say something?
Welcome, Sadguru. It is so wonderful that you are part of this Ideal Village Conference. This is the 7th Ideal Village Conference, and it is for the first time being held away from Stanford University on the beautiful grounds of Banaras Hindu University.
Namaskaram. It's ideal that the conference is moving to India because India has the largest number of villages for the longest period of time with maximum population living in villages. So it is very appropriate that it should move to India and to Kashi because it represents many things. Well, when it comes to an Indian village, there is a lot of romanticization of a village. Because at one time it was true, people who lived in cities had certain conveniences and comforts, but people who lived in villages were sturdy, well-nourished, strong people. They lived life better in certain ways, though they did not possess as much as an urban dweller does. But that has changed dramatically in the last 30 to 40 years' time. Today in the village, you please check it out, nearly 60%. It's much better in the last 10 years, I would say 10 to 15 years it's much better. But otherwise, 60% of the population, their skeletal system itself has not grown to full size because they are undernourished. Undernourishment does not necessarily mean that they don't have food to eat. That is also true with some. But another aspect of undernourishment is when we moved from subsistence farming to so-called cash farming or commercial farming, many valuable things which were nurturing life were lost. When you were doing subsistence farming, that is, you were growing food for just yourself and your family, you had variety of things growing in your farm and you ate variety of food. Especially in a vegetarian diet society, it's important that there is a complex addition to the diet. You can't just be eating one vegetable and one cereal and think you will be healthy. It doesn't work like that. I'm saying this particularly because in the West, for a long period of time, now things have changed in the last 15-20 years again. Otherwise, most people's idea of a vegetarian diet was potato and tomato at the most. So now that is changing significantly, but particularly in India, the variety of vegetables we have and the nourishment value that it has in terms of micronutrients and vitamins is phenomenal. But that is going away because all that cannot be available in the marketplace. Only what is commercially viable goes to the marketplace. So shifting from this subsistence way of farming to commercial way of farming has brought about a huge silent tragedy. That is, human beings are not growing to full size. When your body doesn't grow to full size, obviously your brain also doesn't go to full size. So this is a silent tragedy, it doesn't make noise, it happens quietly. You see the images, even if you see photographs, even if you don't travel. I travel extensively in rural India. People are all like this. You just ask any urban people, they think village people are like that only. Village people are not like that. They have not eaten properly right from their childhood, unfortunately. So if you don't change this, you don't build a nation. Without healthy, competent human beings, there is no nation, okay? So this is one of great concern, if this has to change. Because even if there is a certain amount of money in the farmer's hand by selling his commercial crop, which may come once in 4 months or 6 months or once in 12 months, he tends to buy a motorcycle or a car or a tractor or a fancy cell phone or something like this, because the aspiration in the society has turned in that direction. He will not go and buy fruit, vegetable, fish, meat, whatever else is needed for his own nourishment and his children's nourishment, because this has become the trend in southern India. Rice, tamarind, onion, chili is the staple diet. In northern India, wheat, onion, chili is the land is to turn on the pump. Or because if he doesn't want to go, he just leaves it running for 48 hours, 70 hours like this, which is such a sheer waste of both water and electricity. But this is a problem. So now when we make this a little more integrated, we are not integrating the land. Land still remains in your hands. You do your own crop. Suppose both of us are in one farmer-producer organization. You do a crop of your choice, I do a crop of my choice. There is an advisory. Depending on the soil condition, market situations, we will advise, see, it's best you grow this crop this season. But it still is left to you. But the important thing is, suppose my land has more water and your land has minimal water, we are just unnecessarily putting a bore well there and sucking things out. Now I supply water to you, but you pay me something for my water. So now you don't have the problem of going there and irrigating because we have an integrated drip irrigation systems and stuff like this. So now, for these two reasons for which the farmer was going there every day, now on an average, if a farmer goes to his land 60 to 65 days in a year, he can grow 2 crops effectively. This, if we actually implement it on the ground, nearly 500 to 600 million people their hands will become free for 300 days in a year. That's a revolution for a country. Another aspect of it is our villages are all thousands of years old. So they're all grown very haphazardly, occupying, leaving a very bad footprint without necessary drainage, without anything, because this has happened over a very long period of time. Planning was impossible. So time has come to change that thing. Right now, for example, if there is a village of anywhere between 5 to 10,000 people, normally it is occupying anywhere between 10 to 25 acres of land. Yes, because it's all spread out like that. And there is no way to, bring in any drainage system, proper toilets, anything. You can do those things, but most of it doesn't work simply because to bring a system you need to demolish a few things and do that. Nobody is willing to have his house demolished because my grandfather lived here, my father lived here, I don't want my house to be demolished, this kind of thing. So one thing, if we to break through these emotions, I think the new generation is getting ready. I've been talking about it for over 10 years now. Slowly people are warming up to the idea. So I'm asking also companies to do it. I said, instead of all your employees living in cities, make a village like this. So this is a 1 building village. So let's say you take 50 acres outside the city. See, if whatever costs $100, let's say, or $1,000 in Los Angeles, if you go 50 kilometers away, the same thing will cost probably $5 or $10 if you go a little interior. So you take, let's say, 50 acres. The numbers I am putting is just off the cuff. 50 acres, build only 1 acre. Go 50 floors if you want, or 100 floors if you want. But 49 acres will remain a verdant forest with lakes, walking pathways, exercise things. If you want to grow some vegetables and fruits, we can make orchards out of it, whatever. Most important thing is, in this building, residentials, offices, a small school up to 5th standard, a small level of shopping, a theatre, everything is there. You don't have to go out of your building at all. If you once a week, if you want to drive to the city, you drive, otherwise none of the cars will start. So one aspect is the human living conditions must change. Unless we go vertically, you cannot accommodate 1.4 billion people. You have 4% of the world's land and 17% of the world's population. So you cannot accommodate them unless you go vertically. So your idea of a village is like this. This must change. Your idea of a village has to go like this. So if we don't make use of the technology, if you don't change the fundamental mindsets, we won't find solutions.
Thank you, Kanwaljeet sir, for bringing forth this wonderful, enriching and informative message from Sadguru. May I request Ambassador Pradeep Kapoor sir to please come forward and produce the thank you note.
सबसे पहले तो मैं कहना चाहूँगा बहुत धन्यवाद. You have we are talking about transformation of villages and rural community. You have mesmerized us so much that we were floating on the Ganges all this while, on the waves of the Ganges, the waves of the Ganga. Thank you very much for organizing this most beautiful performance. But it's not the Arun Jain, 100 rupees more for your kitty. And thank you, Professor Sunny Anand, for bringing this very beautiful conversation with Sadhguruji, because we spent 7 hours under the very strict dynamic leadership of Arun Jain to come to some parts of this discussion of HOCO community, for example, the holistic community of community farming and cooperative farming. So those sort of solutions were discussed in the workshop, but each of the artists, I'll just say thanks to the main artist who conducted the show and the students performed. Professor Sangeeta Pandit ji, Professor Praveen Uddhav ji, and Dr. Vidhi Nagar ji. I, as an ambassador and diplomat in many countries, have organized very large cultural programs. But this one was absolutely one of the most amazing. Thank you so much. It was absolutely mesmerizing. And the effort that has gone into it, I don't know how to thank you enough. Professor Sujit Dubey, Professor H.P. Mathur. I don't know how many nights you have slept in the last few months or the last year. But the outcome which we see here, I'm going to address my remarks to the students in particular now. In the sense that I have traveled a lot in almost all the continents, many countries, taught in a large number of universities all over the world in all the continents. But this is a very unique experience. Coming to Banaras as it is very, very inspirational, very transformational for any person. And then to be met with a reception like this, where you talk to the students and you ask them anything, and the response that you receive. I've been here since the 7th morning with quite a few of my colleagues. So today is already the 12th, more than 5 days. So जो भी छात्रों के साथ हमारा इंटरेक्शन हुआ अभी तक, आई थिंक हमारे सारे ग्रुप्स में सारे जो व्हील्स ग्लोबल फाउंडेशन के इतने सारे आए हैं लोग पूरी दुनिया से, आइडियल विलेज स्टैनफोर्ड यूनिवर्सिटी के जो आए हैं, तो हम बहुत बहुत आभारी हैं क्योंकि जो छात्रों का तरीका है, बनारस का तो हमने सुना था बहुत, जो तहजीब है और जो आदब है, बट उसको पर्सनली एक्सपीरियंस करना और उनकी लैंग्वेज को सुनना और उनका जो म्यूजिकल रिस्पॉन्सेस को सुनना और केवल पॉजिटिव रिस्पॉन्स मिलना, हमेशा कभी इनकम्प्लीट रिस्पॉन्स नहीं मिलना। जब हम कहें किसी भी स्टूडेंट को कि भाई ये काम हमको करना है या करवाना है, चाहिए या इन्फॉर्मेशन चाहिए या फीडबैक चाहिए, किसी भी एक छात्र ने ये नहीं कहा कि सर ये मुश्किल है या सोचना पड़ेगा या देखना पड़ेगा। उनका खाली रिस्पॉन्स ये होता था कि हो जाएगा, और 5 मिनट बाद एक टेक्स्ट आता था और खुद आते थे या फिर खुद आते थे कि सर ये इसका जवाब है, ये इसका सॉल्यूशन है, ये इसका स्टेटस है। ऐसा मैंने किसी IIT में भी नहीं देखा है और बाहर की यूनिवर्सिटीज में तो इम्पॉसिबल सोचना भी ऐसे। तो बहुत गजब है, एकदम मैजिक है। और जो मैजिक आप प्रोफेसर माथुर ने किया है स्टूडेंट्स की ट्रेनिंग का, आपको तो प्रोफेसर दुबे को, दोनों को कोई कभी फ्यूचर में जॉब की ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ेगी क्योंकि सारा जो IIT का भी महकमा है उनके लिए ट्रेनिंग ही करना उनके लिए बहुत फायदेमंद रहेगा। ऐसे अगर रिस्पॉन्सेज मिलने लगे यूनिवर्सिटी में पूरे भारत में या पूरे दुनिया में, तो हर देश के लिए बहुत ही अच्छा रहेगा। तो इट वाज लाइक अ लिटरली द ओनली थिंग आई कैन से इट वाज एब्सोल्युटली अ रोल मॉडल परफॉर्मेंस, एंड थैंक्स टू द वाइस चांसलर Professor Sudhir Jain, who's been an old friend of Wheels. We have known him personally for a very long time. He lays out the red carpet every time, but this time with the support of Professor Dubey and Professor Mathur, the red carpet was not just one layer, but it was like multiple layers of red carpet. Like we saw Sadguru saying, vertical villages, it was a vertical red carpet. From the moment we landed at the Banaras airport, we were enthralled absolutely because there were classical music performances live going on at the Banaras airport. I don't know whether it was organized by BHU or not, but we will give full credit to BHU. Thank you very much, BHU. And the last point which I want to say to all the students here, and you guys are absolutely rocking. You're cool, you're super. What you guys have to do, yes, please give a standing ovation. We have to celebrate such a student body. It's like a dream student body, and what you guys now have to realize is that we had heard about Mamana and the contribution he had made and the character value which he had instilled in the university. But for you students, body and all the students here, one word of advice: you have got only 24 hours more or less than 24 hours of exposure to these most eminent individuals who have travelled from all over the world. Each one of them, and I can start naming, and just sitting in front of me I see all of you. And the contributions which are made to the world, to the US economy, to the Indian economy, in so many different ways, to the community, to the society, is so phenomenal. And for all the students to just go straight ahead and say, I want to know about you, I want to hear from you, I want to connect with you, I want to interact with you. That's what you have to do for the next 24 hours and make the maximum. And you have done so much already. Get some benefit out of all these people here. That is my advice. Thank you very much. सबको प्रणाम, सबको नमस्ते.